Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you fabulous. How are y'all doing this morning? I hope you are well. I hope you got some rest, enjoyed some family time. It was a beautiful evening for me. Today is my monkey's 10th birthday. Happy birthday, Nali. For those of you who don't know, I do have a capuchin monkey. And today she was born 10 years ago. I can't believe I've had her for 10 years. We had a real sweet time with her last night. It was simply the best. Better than all the rest. It really was a wonderful, wonderful. It was really good. She played and we had a good time. Yep. Yes, sir. We sure did. I'm looking for something. Yeah, that's what I want. So I want to catch us up real quick on the Raul Valle trial. Right now, the case of I think it's Connecticut against Raul, referred to as the Preppy Party Red Room trial, involves the fatal stabbing of a 17-year-old James McGrath during a chaotic party in Shelton, Connecticut. This happened in May of 22. Raul Valle was 16 at the time of the incident. He is now 20. He is facing charges of red room and 3 counts of assault. Now, the defense is saying that Valle has not pled guilty. He has had 2 offers of 40 years of 2 different plea agreement offers for 40 years. He is potentially claiming self-defense, claimed he was way, 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 way outnumbered. And then the prosecution is saying that he was the attacker, that Valle returned to a party with a knife and had planned the attack. Witnesses are saying that their account from the party host, especially who we heard from yesterday, said the stabbing of the victim and other eyewitnesses were describing the events leading up to the stabbing and the chaotic scenes. Specific details provided by each witness was a little bit, some of it was pretty much consistent. Others and some of the key reports were not consistent. So they have the clothing and puncture wounds and all that has come into evidence, but it's still coming in. And don't you hate it when you clean your glasses and they're worse than when you started? If convicted, he will face up to 60 years of imprisonment for the count of red rum, not including the assault. And they're thinking that this may conclude about July 1st-ish. We'll see. I know. Happy birthday to my monkey, but I'll pull some pictures for y'all. I need soap and water, I think. It's just so foggy looking. But that's the best I can do. Oh, that's worse. So that's where we are. We had the host of the party that testified yesterday. One thing that I didn't get clear that I wanted to make clear with you, this incident happened over a course of 2 homes, not one, but between 2 homes. And the defendant, Valley, was not a member of either of the 2 schools that were represented in those homes. You're right, Aaron. It is. It is. Who's the instigator? And he did not throw. The defendant did not throw the first punch. So we'll see how they label this. I'm going to have to go and wash these glasses because y'all, they are just like, looks like I got a film over them and it's hard to see. All right, we're going to get started. Miss Diane is in the house.
Yes, I am in the house.
And while she's doing her little head bobbing thing, we're going to get started. I know that they've already started, but I wanted to get in here and
for evidence.
give a little recap for those of you who are new and just joining us. Thank you, everybody, for watching today.
State if it is prepared,
Okay.
get Mr. Faison back to the stand.
Yes, sure.
All right. So then why don't we do that? Council, good morning. Is there anything that we need to address before we continue?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Not from the.
All right. Thank you.
Am I drinking watermelon?
Mr. Teal, please come on up.
Ugh.
Going to ask.
Don't you hate it when you think you're going to get one flavor and then you
and also,
drink it and it's
sir,
not
I
what
just
you're
wanna remind you
expecting?
that you do remain under
Yeah.
the obligation, the oath that you first took when you entered the stand, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, come on up and have a seat.
Need clean glasses.
My shirt cleans it better than the rag.
This time I will ask Madam Clerk to please bring in our jury.
Bring the jury.
Yep.
Ah,
Bring
mo
'em
better.
on in. Oh, look, there's everybody. I can see. I can see.
But I think it looks very bad for the defendant that he left and then came back. That is where his issue lies. And he had a knife with him. And that he and his friends were not wanted at the party and wanted to cause trouble anyway. I think that is where the prosecution's looking at this, and he left and came back. And a knife was with him.
Who threw the first punch?
The homeowner's son.
Well, he won't fly.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'd ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of our jury.
State will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Members of our jury, when we adjourned yesterday, state's witness Faison Teal was on the stand. So at this time, we are going to continue with the direct of Mr. Faison Teal. Thank you. I would direct the state to go ahead and proceed.
Just get it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, we were talking a little bit about the fight. that you were
Yes.
in. And correct me if I'm wrong, just before the fight started, where were you standing in the yard of
Yeah,
43 Laurel?
right before the fight started.
Yeah, I get it ready. So. Showing you 50, state's 52.
Good point, Aaron.
Before the fight started, you said, like, wow, this shit.
Yep.
Okay. And when you were standing in that area, who were you close?
Yep.
Tyler Rich.
Okay. And were there 2 individuals on the lawn at the time
Yes.
that were not invited to the party?
Yes, sir.
And those individuals are who?
Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And out of the both of those individuals, who were you closest to?
Raul Valle.
Okay. And when the fight started, can you tell us what occurred?
What occurred when it started? So Tyler threw a punch, and then after that, it's really not so blurry, but I don't really recall who I was throwing kicks at, but I was involved in the fight.
What kind of kicks were you throwing?
There was like medium-sized kicks. Like there was like a stomping motion. It wasn't hard though.
And at some point in time, did you stop kicking?
Yeah,
And when you did that, what were you trying to do at that point?
break up the fight.
And at that point, I think you indicated yesterday that you were amped up. You had adrenaline.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline flowing through the body.
At some point. How long was the fight?
Like 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, at some point in time,
I think it was longer than
did
that
you
via
hear
the
anybody
video.
Scream anything?
No, I did not.
And when the 30 seconds ended, at some point in time, did you have an occasion to realize that you were injured?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
So when I realized I was injured, someone came up to me with a flashlight and they pointed it towards my arm. And when they pointed it, there's like a piece of fat sticking out, like this big giant piece, like just gushy fat, and then just blood like all down the side of my body. So yeah. And then before that, I even noticed I got stabbed. I saw Tommy on the ground laying in the grass, like couldn't move his body at all, and he was just like kind of stuck there,
What
like
did you
like
notice?
helpless.
What did you notice about Tommy?
His knees was just bleeding, like his whole legs, and he was just laying down there and like just like helpless. And then when I looked over to the right, I saw Jimmy McGrath. His like body was just like blood everywhere, and it was Sal and Jacob was just helping him. Yeah.
Did you notice if anybody else was injured?
No, that's all I noticed at that time.
When you realized you were injured and you saw Tommy and Jimmy, what did you do after that?
So when I realized I was injured, I was with my friend Benjamin Catley, and I went into Tyler Rich's bathroom to try to clean me up because there was so much blood on the side of my body. They thought like I might have got stabbed in my side, but that wasn't the case, obviously. So it was me, him, and Danny Rivera in the bathroom, just cleaning myself up, like trying to like figure stuff out, trying to like find something to wrap my arm up with. And then after that, we went back outside, and there was cops there, ambulances there, and that's when they brought Jimmy to the hospital first. Then it was Tommy. And then after that, because at first I wasn't really trying to go to the hospital because I thought I was fine. And I didn't want my parents to get mad at me for like getting stabbed or whatever.
There you go.
But I wasn't trying to go to the hospital. But then they told me I had to go. So I went after that.
I'm going to show you, this is things. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. I think that's where we pretty much ended yesterday.
Yeah.
Show you frame 171. This individual right here with the black shorts on, t-shirt off, and looks like something on top of his head. You know who that is?
Yes, that's me.
And do you know what you're doing at this moment in the fight?
Was definitely throwing some kicks right there at the beginning and then trying to break it up after.
And have you watched the regular version of the video?
Yes, sir.
Lightened up version. I want to ask you a few questions.
Yes.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go with it.
Now, the person that yells, yes, sir, do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Tanner Chernowski.
And who's the person that, after Tanner Chernowski yells, yes, sir, who's the person that says, let's go?
Let's go. That was me.
Okay. You were yelling that?
Yeah.
Why were you yelling?
So we I don't know. It was just what I was saying at the time. When I said "let's go" N-word,
Okay.
it's just the way I talk.
Okay. And when you heard in the video, he's got a knife, you didn't hear that?
At that time, there, nah, I didn't hear that.
Do you know who said that having
Oh,
watched the video?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, when you, when the paramedics arrived, did you in fact end up going to the hospital?
Yes,
And, what hospital did you go to?
Griffin Hospital in like Ansonia, Derby.
Okay. And, when you got to the hospital, can you tell us a little bit about what treatment you went through?
They just stitched me up. Honestly, I don't really remember much from me actually being at the hospital because I really like kind of blocked it out of my head. But they stitched me up there. It was like maybe like I was there. It's like 3, 4 in the morning, maybe. And then after that, I just went home.
I may approach the witness, sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70 for identification.
Wait. Why can't I hear myself? Okay.
Wait. I don't remember nothing in no hospital because this big old boy just terrified of needles and they had to stitch my ass up. So wait, bro. I'm locked on that up. I can't do that. I can't go there.
Besides,
What do you think about that, Abba?
my mama gonna be mad at me.
Hold on.
I don't want my mama getting that flush water after my ass, man. She gonna be pissed at me. This big old boy terrified of my mama.
I'm gonna be running.
Yeah, it's running. Good morning, June. Good morning, everybody. Oh, I forgot to do first in chat. Miss Erin, you were first in chat. Diane, you were second, and one sunny day was third. So thank you guys for joining us. Some people don't like hospitals. I know. I just love.
He's got that graspy low voice that I just kind of think is kind of cool.
Yes.
Okay,
Some
here we go.
people- Wait. Some people, their mama is shade in the summer and heat in the winter.
Oh, yep. So, what are you eating?
A lemon seed poppy muffin. It's
Keep-
stale, but it's good. Wait, that's all you got. It goes well with good coffee. It's got nice flavor.
Diane, get back to work. Get back to work.
Back to work, okay.
But sir, please, don't make me work, sir. I want to eat my lemon muffin. I'm hungry.
I want what you got.
All right, here we go.
Purposes. Do you recognize State 70?
Yes, I
And what is State 70?
That's my arm.
Okay, is this a fair and accurate picture of your arm? The morning of, after you got stitched up?
Yes, sir.
To show you State's Exhibit 71 for identification purposes, do you recognize 71?
Yes,
And what is 71?
that's also a picture of my arm.
Okay, is this a fair and accurate picture of what the wound looked like stitched up after you left the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And the only difference between 70 and 71 would be what?
The piece of paper over my arm.
Shows the length of the wound.
Yeah, length of the wound. Yeah.
Stay with all this full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith? All right. Court will accept into evidence states 70 and 71. Thank you. Full exhibits.
I'm going to show you State 70 that's been marked as a full exhibit. State 70, is that what your wound looked like after your hospital visit, Faison?
Yes, sir.
And
Well, they showing it.
71 that showed
Graphic content, y'all. Warning.
Yes, sir.
Warning.
your arm.
Yes, sir.
Warning.
Faison, do you still have a scar?
Yes, I do.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is? Remember the record reflect the witnesses pointing to his left elbow area?
Attorney Smith, are you able to see you and your client?
I can see, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
And when you received the stab wound that night, you said You had fat hanging out?
Yeah.
How far was it hanging out?
It was like, hey, it was nasty, man. It was like
It was
hanging
gnarly,
out.
dude.
Yeah. Like, it was.
And when you went to the hospital, did they have to push it back in?
I don't know. I don't recall like what they did with it.
Bro, I wasn't
How
looking.
long?
I wasn't
after you got out
looking.
of the hospital and you received.
They had to
the
drug my
sedation,
ass.
How long was your recovery in this case? In relation to your wound?
To my arm. So I had my arm wrapped up and stitched up for about 3 to 4 weeks, give or take.
No, you didn't.
I had slight nerve damage, like nothing too insane, but I did not feel it in my arm for a little bit. It was just numbness. And then for about a year after it all took place, like I could be doing the simplest of things, like going to get a glass of water from the fridge. And my home arm just like shut down out of nowhere for like just like a split second. Like and just go numb, just come
Nerve
down. Just
damage.
like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. But not
Does that still happen?
occasionally. It's not as often. Like I would just say, like literally every once in a blue moon, it will happen.
Now, as a result of being stabbed on May 14th of 2022, have you had any other types of effects? Has this wound had any other types of effects?
Like mentally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has.
Can you explain how it has mentally affected you?
Yeah, it was the worst day of my life. Plain and simple. Like
Why was it the worst day of your life?
never in a million years did I think being at one of my best friend's house, I would get stabbed. Or 3 other of my friends would get stabbed, or Jimmy McGrath would die. It's like, even I think about it like every day. Like I try to really mentally block it off from myself because I tried therapy, but that don't work for me. It don't. Like I just couldn't do it. So I just try to like mentally block out everything. Even some days I'm just like thinking to myself, like, why him? Like it sounds dark, but I'd be like, it should have been me instead of Jimmy. Because you don't see kids on this earth like that. Like just a kid that smile every single time you see him. You don't see that. It's really rare. And it's like I don't know, man. It affects me every day. Like I can't even go to church no more like that. I used to go to church all the time. Like I'm talking pastor, my dad a pastor, all that stuff. That's why I figured out Jimmy died. So I can't go there. Like even when I try to go, I start messing my head a little bit. I just start thinking about everything. But it like just messed me up, man. Like
Has since May 14th of 2022, has this affected you with regards to your schooling?
yes, it has also. I started at the University of New Haven nearly like 3 months after I went to after the incident happened. But I like couldn't really do school because all I would think about is what happened for the first year and a half. So I had to drop out and start doing community college for a little bit, just like get back on my feet, kind of, sort of. But this year I will be going back to the University of New Haven and then hopefully graduating on time. That's a hope. That's a hope. But if I'm in 5th year, it happens. You know, it's normal. It's life. But that's really it. You know, like it was hard in school, man, because I had no one to really talk to about it. Because I didn't want to like even tell people like I was involved because it like paints a picture that you trying to like get people to feel sorry for you off the rip and you just meeting new people, you know? So I don't want them to think of me as like, oh, this is just a kid who just got stabbed and he's like looking for remorse from all of us and we just met the kid. So I really just kept it to myself when I first got to the school.
On May 14th of 2022 at Tyler Rich's house, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Did you use any weapons that night during the fight?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Teal. How are you?
Doing good. How are you, man?
Good. We've never met before.
No.
I'm just going to go over with you some of your testimony from yesterday and today. If you would just keep your voice up, you know, we've got these loud fans going here for us. You told us yesterday that you had started the evening at another party, right? That was at Mr. Crespo's house?
Yes.
And that was for a surprise birthday party, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe you'd had 2 beers there or so?
Yeah.
And you thought you got there around 9 o'clock, spent about an hour there and left around 10, right?
Yes.
And from there, you went over to Tyler Rich's house because you told us that was the regular thing to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you say the regular thing to do, you meant on a weekend night in general or that month because something special was going
Just
on?
Regular thing to do, hang out with your friends. That's it.
And was it a regular thing to go over there and that there would
True.
be underage drinking going on?
I wouldn't say it's a regular thing.
No?
Just hanging out.
Okay. So this was unusual to go over there and that there would be drinking going on that
It
night?
wasn't unusual. It's not like it don't happen every single time. Like I might drink every once in a blue moon, but it's not like every weekend.
Okay. Did you know when you went over there that Mr. Rich's parents weren't going to be there?
Nah, I didn't know.
When you got there, did you discover that Mr. Rich's parents were not there?
No, not really.
You didn't know that because you went straight down into the
Yep.
basement? And you told us you didn't bring any alcohol with you.
No.
You went right into the house.
Yep.
And you'd shown up with Mr. Oko, who drove you,
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos, and
Yep.
Matthew Sanchez.
More Sanchez.
I'm sorry?
Matthew Moore Sanchez.
Matthew Moore Sanchez. Is that like hyphenated?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. It might be. I don't know.
Okay. You walked into the basement through what we've all heard about, those Velcro doors, right?
Yeah.
And people you said were just chilling, hanging out, and they were drinking down there, correct?
Yeah, they was drinking.
You yourself hadn't brought any alcohol?
Nah.
There was alcohol provided to you there. You had 2 Bud Lights, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember who gave you those 2 Bud Lights?
Nah, I was just bumming a beer off someone.
Okay. Did you see Aiden King there?
Yeah, I saw Aiden King.
Did he have Bud Lights?
Not that I recall.
And you told us that you think you had maybe as many as 4 drinks, right?
Yes, sir.
It was dark that night?
Yeah, it was nighttime.
Sure. Was it also misty or rainy?
Not that I recall.
You don't recall that?
I
You
don't recall.
And when you got there, you said that no one was outside, right?
No, sir.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were there?
Probably like anywhere between 20 to 30. Give or take.
20 to 30? Do
Yeah.
you remember telling us yesterday that it was maybe less than that? 15 to 20?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And you told us that you were really good friends with Tyler Rich.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And you're also friends with Jimmy McGrath.
Yes, I was friends with him.
And how did you know Jimmy McGrath?
I knew him just through other people pretty much. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's my best friend in the whole wide world, but he's a really good friend of mine.
You went through a list of folks that were there. It sounded like most of them you either went to school with or you played football with.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say? And you identified yourself as having worn a Marvel Duck shirt that night, right?
Yes, sir.
But at some point you told us you'd taken that shirt off.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Do you remember when you took that shirt off?
When I was outside.
Was it before the fight that we saw?
I don't believe so.
It didn't get taken off in the course of that fight, right?
Nah, it was just hot outside.
You said that Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcenzic showed up, right?
Yep.
And you spoke with them briefly.
Yeah.
So they showed up after you were there or they were in the basement?
It was after I got there they came.
Okay, so they arrived after you.
Yeah.
And when they got there, you learned that there had been some sort of fight over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And you said you were unaware of the basketball group chat.
What group chat?
You don't recall there being a group chat going on that evening?
No.
Griffin Marcinzik or Ryan Hines didn't tell you, hey, we're texting these kids, telling them to come over here?
No.
You didn't show up at the house until sometime around 10:30.
Yes, sir.
When you showed up and went down into the basement, nobody was talking about a 5 Lazy Brook?
Not when I got there, no.
That was only after Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik arrived?
Yes, sir.
And You said that you told us yesterday that you learned of that group chat from Tanner Chernowski before these kids arrived, right?
I did not say that.
You don't recall telling us yesterday that you learned about this group chat from Tanner Chernowski before the kids arrived?
I didn't say before which kids arrived.
Before the kids from the 5 Lazy Brook fight arrived in the pilot.
Are you talking? Oh, before that? Yeah, before that, yes.
Before that, you'd learned from Tanner Chernowski
Yeah, from Tanner
that there was this
Chernowski.
group chat going on, right?
I didn't know nothing about a group chat. I just knew they was texting.
Well, that he was texting.
Yeah.
Is your understanding that that's different than a group chat?
I mean, a group chat is when there's a lot of people, but I wasn't really like looking for details. You just said like they was texting.
Okay, so you didn't know that there was a group chat, so to speak, but you did know that there was texting going on.
Quit
Yes.
playing
You knew
words
that
here.
texting, you learned about that from Tanner Chernowski.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that that texting involved texting the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to these other kids, correct?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of what that texting involved?
I just knew they were talking to someone else.
You knew
That's
they
it.
were talking in a polite, friendly fashion with someone else?
I had no idea, sir.
They didn't tell you what they were texting. They just said, hey, we're texting.
I don't recall.
So, obviously, either one of two things. One, you don't have teenagers. Or two, you're not involved with your teenagers. Teenagers are voices of few words. They may say, I'm texting someone, but they're not going to give you a dissertation as to who, what, when, there, and why.
Teenagers use acronyms. LOL.
Dude, I'm texting a few bros. That's all he got.
That's-
Move on.
Hey,
Please.
parents are watching. PAW. That's it.
Do you know what people don't realize with interpreters? You have no idea the corners of people's lives that we're involved in.
Oh, whoa.
Oh,
We learned so much stuff.
I mean, ooh, I just did another mistake.
You remember
I
that plant I was telling you about the other day?
Yeah.
They followed us. We have them.
What?
We have them here.
Dig them up.
What do I want with them? And sure, Margie goes, Diane, get out here and look. Sure enough.
We don't have those here. You don't want to be around a penis plant, you come here. No kidding. That's what they got, y'all. That's what it's called. No kidding. No kidding. But y'all don't understand. When we interpret for deaf people on phone calls, oh Lord, y'all, we become home stars.
When we interpret for people. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Actually, I refuse those calls. I won't do them.
Nope.
All right, here we go.
Here we
You don't
go.
recall what they were texting.
No, sir.
So Tanner Chernowski told you that they were texting someone, but he didn't tell you what that had anything to do with.
No, sir.
Had to turn the fan on. It's hot in here.
And you said that then shortly thereafter, Griffin and Ryan arrived, some people that were not invited showed up, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's your testimony that you didn't know that in fact they had been told to come to that address by these people that were texting them.
I had no idea.
And then you told us you saw that somebody had McDonald's. Who was that?
I heard that they had McDonald's.
You heard that the people that had showed up in the car had McDonald's?
Yeah.
Do you remember who told you that?
No, sir.
Okay. But you told us you're a hungry guy and that McDonald's drew you out there.
Yeah.
So you walked through the driveway and across, and the car.
Look at me,
that you
bro.
described as having
What
showed
would
up,
you think?
That was across the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Close to the right-hand curb of the other side of the street, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you didn't recall which way it was facing, though.
No, I did not.
And when you went outside, you were with Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes.
And then you said 5 to 7 other people, but yesterday you couldn't remember who any of those people were other than Tyler Richards. Do you remember who any of those folks were now?
No, sir.
And that ultimately you and those 5 to 7 other people were then joined by more people, correct?
We're like outside by the
Ooh,
car.
Diane, that hurt.
When you went outside
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
mute you.
by the car. Like, well, at what point?
near the car?
Repeat the
sorry.
question for me.
Sure. So we're talking about now when you've gone outside and you're with Tyler Richards, right?
Yeah.
5 to 7 other people.
Yep.
You've seen this car that you've described for us as being across the street.
Yeah.
And you said that it was your understanding that those people had not been invited.
Yes.
So that's where we are now.
Okay.
You and these 5 to 7 other people, where are you standing at this point?
I was near the driver's side.
You were near the car, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, you told us that you were right next to it, right? You got pretty close.
Yeah, I got pretty close.
And then you were joined by more people, correct?
It was like not really. Like,
Okay. You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had been joined by more people?
now we were outside by the car. No, I don't recall that.
Okay. When you're outside by the car, it was just you and 5 to 7 other people?
I believe so. Yes.
Where were the rest of the people that were at the party?
They're out. Some people are outside, but they was really just standing on the grass.
They were just standing on the grass.
Yeah.
So just you and maybe 5 to 7 other people are by the car.
Yes.
Not any other people joined you.
No.
You looked into the car and you said there were 4 people inside, correct?
Yes.
And you recognized Mackenzie Trafficante because you knew her from middle school.
Yep.
And you talked with the driver, right?
I don't believe so. No.
You don't recall telling us yesterday you conversed with the driver and you were asking him about McDonald's?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you ask anybody about McDonald's?
Yeah. Well, when I came to the car first, I was like, I asked like, y'all got McDonald's or whatever. But then after that, I was really just telling them to leave.
Okay. Who did you ask about y'all have McDonald's?
At the time, I didn't know who the driver was, but now I know it's Jack Snyder.
Okay. So you did ask the driver about McDonald's, right?
Yeah, I asked somebody in the car.
Well, was it the driver, sir, or was it somebody else?
It was the driver.
It was the driver.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they said, no, we don't have any McDonald's, and you backed off, right?
Yeah.
But
pretty
you were
much.
still near the car at that point.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you hadn't been joined by anybody else. It was just you and these 5 to 7 other folks.
Yes, sir.
So that's you, Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's 2. And you can't remember who the other
No, I do not
5 to 6
recall.
people were.
Welcome, running.
Um,
Hello. Howdy,
you said you
girlfriend.
observed some arguing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was arguing?
I do not recall.
You said you got closer, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. And you screamed, y'all got to leave, y'all got to dip, right?
Yeah.
So you do remember that part that you told us yesterday.
Yes, sir.
You don't remember who it was that was arguing or telling us that you got closer, though.
What? Repeat the statement.
You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had gotten closer to the car after you observed the arguing.
He's really trying to
Not
trip him
recall.
up.
Um,
Look, I understand what this lawyer is doing. This poor kid has no idea, or he may, but the lawyer's trying to trip him up, is what he's doing. He's trying to get him hung up on his words. I get it.
and you said that the vehicle wasn't moving, right?
No, not at first.
And then these people that were near the car, which you've described now as being just 5 to 7 people, they started rocking the car, right?
Yeah.
They had their hands on the car.
Yep.
Yeah, he
you
is,
said it was just
Ronnie.
5 to 7 at that point.
Yes, sir.
Nobody else had peeled off with you to go stand back and away from the car.
No, sir.
Do you remember who those 5 to 7 were?
I do not recall.
Was Tyler Richards one of them?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you do recall that it was Tyler Richards who was one of those people.
You already asked me that.
Sir, I'm asking you now. You just told us before that you didn't recall who any of those 5 to 7 were.
You asked me, besides Tyler Rich, do you remember any of those people? And I said, I do not recall.
Well, trying to figure out who is still around that vehicle. You've now told us that you moved away from the car, correct?
No, I said I stepped a little bit away from the vehicle.
Right. leaving at least Tyler Richards there by the car, correct?
Yes.
But you can't remember who any of the other people were.
No, I do not recall.
Okay. And you saw Tyler Richards do what near the car?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall
Look at that.
seeing Tyler Richards?
Okay, this is not going to bode well for him. He's getting snarky. Oh, bingo card. I didn't put up my bingo card. Where's my bingo card? Free space, y'all. Bingo card. Don't forget. He drank water. He said BYOB. He said beers. Group chat. Fight. He said you gave a statement. Correct and right. I do not recall. Yes, no. Snapchat. No, that wasn't said. Rocking vehicle. Beer, but not Bud Light. Keep your voice up. He said, friend of mine. Okay.
No,
Those were all the bingos.
he did say Bud Light.
He did?
Yep. And
Okay, there you.
and he said 43 Laurel Glen.
Daddy did say, I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
He showed the video. We got bingos. I got 2. The police call. He asked if he called the police. No, he did not. Somebody else did.
Mm.
Okay. We got it. I forgot. There we go, y'all. Okay, back to court.
All right. Are you going to turn it on?
Oh, I thought I did.
No.
I did. I hit it.
Well,
It just glitching. It just glitched. It glitched. My bad, y'all.
okay. Blame the technology.
It did.
You recall looking at that yesterday? And you recall telling us that the car stopped driving back and forth and there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane. Do you see Farmhouse Lane on that exhibit? Okay. Do you remember telling us that yesterday? Okay.
Yes,
And-
I do remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
Okay. And that you were still at this point on the side of the road by 43 Laurel Glen Drive where that red marker is on the exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that everybody started coming back to the house and you stayed outside, right?
Yeah.
And you watched as friends of yours went down the street, correct?
Yeah.
But you weren't with them, right?
No, sir.
You stayed there at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Just looking down the street to see
Yes,
what was
sir.
going on. And those people, they were about 2 football fields away. Is that fair to say?
I do not recall.
Okay.
Two football.
You're a football player, correct?
Of course I am.
Well, when you looked down that way, did it seem like it was maybe about 2 football fields away?
No, I don't
No.
recall.
How close did it seem to you?
I do not recall. It was like down the street.
Okay. You can't put a distance on it?
No.
He's getting a little too
Did you
snarky.
hear anything when you saw those?
Are you
your
saying the
friends go down
lawyer
street?
is?
No,
No,
sir.
the kid.
You didn't hear anything being thrown, any threats being shouted, anything like that?
No, sir.
You didn't see.
He wants to
anything
be
being
done with
thrown?
this.
No,
Yeah,
sir.
he's tired.
Did you see anybody get out of the car?
Oh, wait.
No, sir.
I got an important phone call.
At some point, these folks who had gone down there, how many people do you think went down the street?
Maybe like 5, if that.
Was it the same 5 that had remained around the vehicle?
I don't recall.
But at some point, these people came back, you said, and you dapped them up and high-fived them, right?
Yeah,
For running people off, you said.
I did not say that. I was just
You
dapping
didn't
them up.
tell us yesterday that you dapped
Oh,
them
yeah,
up and
like,
high-fived
yeah,
them
from
for
like-
running people off?
Yeah, like away from the property, yes.
Well, why'd you say you didn't say that?
But just the way you worded it. That's it.
And then you remained outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never went back into the basement.
No, sir.
But most of the other folks did go back in the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody else outside with you at this point?
It was like me, Rich, trying to think. Where Ty Wood was out there with us. Definitely. Who showed? I don't recall after that.
But you, Tyler Rich, and Ty Woods at least stayed
Yeah,
outside, didn't go
yeah.
back into the house.
Yeah, nah.
And you told us at some point that this car returned, this Honda Pilot, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and Tyler Rich were still outside when that happened?
Yes, sir.
And did Tyler Rich say, they're back?
I do not recall.
You don't recall hearing anybody say they're back?
I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing anybody say anything?
Not really, no.
You said 2 people got out and they came up to you, right?
Yes.
And that was in that area that you described for us near the cement box by the tree that's now there.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
At that point, you told us that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva got out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where Mr. De Silva got out of the car from?
The car?
Passenger side, back seat?
I do
anything like
not
that?
recall.
But you do recall that he was wearing a baseball jersey.
Yes, sir.
And you said they approached and they looked like they were trying to start a problem, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by they looked like they were trying to start a problem?
I mean, when you could just like tell when somebody's walking up at a place they're not supposed to be, and it's the way somebody look.
Okay. How did they look?
Just like ready to start an issue, bro. Like I don't know like how you want me to describe it. Like they didn't like look like they was coming like cheery, like mad friendly, like hey guys, how you doing? Like, you know, they wasn't like that. I ain't think like they just came. Like you just tell by their demeanor if you're able to read a person.
Did they come running at you?
Nah,
Did they have their fists up?
nah,
Did you see a knife?
no, I didn't see no knife.
Did you see Mr. De Silva approach Mr. Richards?
Yes, sir.
Rich, sorry. And was he talking to Mr. Rich?
Yeah, they was talking.
And did it appear to be civil?
Yeah. Like at first, kind of, sort of. Then
How many people were in the yard at that point?
at that point in time, I would say like 5 to 10, like in the yard.
At some point, you were joined by everybody that had been inside the house, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of people outside.
There was a lot of people outside?
Yes, sir.
How many?
About like 20 to 30.
And those 20 to 30 started to encircle Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle, right?
No, sir.
No, sir?
Nah,
What did they do?
they was outside chilling.
They were just outside chilling,
Yeah, observing the scene.
observing the scene
Yeah, like just like watching from the grass. Like,
quietly.
yeah, pretty much.
Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No,
Didn't see anybody recording anything?
no,
Didn't see anybody with flashlights?
no.
I saw nothing, dude. I was a
Mr.
victim.
De Silva were not close to you, correct?
At first, they weren't. No.
The hard part about this case is unfortunately they were all children. And 4 years ago, memories change a lot at that age. People change a lot at that age. This guy's body language here is really disturbing me. lack of respect. If I was a judge, I'd say, sir, you're in a courtroom. You need to sit up and answer the questions. Quit fidgeting, laying around. This is not your mama's couch. I'm just saying. The attorney that brought him, the prosecution needs to say, can we have a moment, please, and get that? I mean, this is just unacceptable. But a lot of the kids, it was total chaos. So I expect their testimony to be total chaos. What do you guys think?
Well, he doesn't have any respect. He's not showing any respect
No,
for the court at all.
no.
And it all comes back to 4 years ago. Where were the parents? Where was the authority? And I want to know, how many knives were there? Was this the Flash running around stabbing everybody? It would have had to have been. You know?
Breaking news. A man lost his life by lightning strike while honeymooning in Florida. 29-year-old was struck by lightning in ankle-deep water in the beach. God, poor thing. Poor thing. Oh, on your honeymoon. Honeymoons scare me. Too many people die on honeymoons. And not from the fun things either.
You heard somebody say that they were looking for Aiden King, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Aiden King anywhere?
Not at the time, no.
And at that point, you told us you moved to the front of this group.
Yes, sir.
How did you move to the front of the group that was just milling around and chilling?
Nah, boom. You want me to show you?
I'd like you to describe it if you
I
could.
mean, I could describe it to you. I was a bit in the back. Then I heard them saying they was looking for Aiden King. So I came to the front.
You were in the back of who?
And I don't recall who, but I was just like, I wasn't standing like toe to toe at first. Like I was just like a little off to the back.
But you had to move around some people in order to get to the front?
Maybe like 1 or 2 people, yeah.
Just 1 or 2 people?
Sure.
I'm sorry?
I said yes.
Do you think it might have been more?
No.
No, you think it was only 1 or 2?
Yes.
I want to know if they have video.
That Mr.
Of this
Valle
part.
and Mr. De Silva were only 2 feet apart, correct?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Valle behind Mr. De Silva?
I do not recall.
Was Mr. Valle beside Mr. Rich?
I do not recall.
And you told us you were closer to Mr. Valle and you said y'all got to leave, right?
Yeah.
You also said, as you told officers, but you haven't told us here, my friends are crazy. They get rowdy, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to Detective Bango on June 8th, 2022?
No, I do not recall that.
And you don't recall saying to Mr. Valle, my friends are crazy. They get rowdy. Y'all need to leave.
No, I do not recall that.
Would you describe your friends as being crazy and getting rowdy?
No.
No.
Nah.
That's a very subjective comment. What do you constitute as rowdy, sir?
My
You said
grandkids
somebody
get
was
rowdy.
arguing with Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
Who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
I don't recall.
There were only 2 people that got out of that car. You don't recall who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
Oh.
How close were you to Tyler Rich when this happened?
I was fairly close to him.
And you said the arguing lasted about 30 seconds.
Yeah, if that, like maybe 20.
Yeah, I agree
Then
with
a
you.
punch was thrown by Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall why he threw that punch, right?
No, sir.
You didn't see.
Unless he's inside that guy's brain, he wouldn't know why he threw the punch unless there was some other mitigating factors that everybody had a clear understanding as why the punch was thrown. Some of your
And-
questions are starting to frustrate me.
And usually, if you're in somebody else's brain, it's a really scary place.
This
What do you-
watermelon is too tart this morning.
Is that
Oh, I
IB?
don't like that flavor.
Is that IB?
Yeah, I accidentally grabbed the watermelon instead of the punch.
Mr. Valley do anything to attack Mr. Rich, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything to attack you, did you?
I don't recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything to attack anybody at that point, did you?
I don't recall.
You
I don't recall
why
is a
Mr.
lawyer's
Rich
answer.
Decided to punch him,
Yeah.
but it wasn't because you saw Mr. Valley do anything to Mr. Rich or anybody else at that point.
I don't recall.
Yeah.
Well, did you see Mr. Valley do anything to anybody at that point?
I don't recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valley,
Yes, sir.
but you don't recall what you saw him do.
Nope.
I have what's called selective memory, sir.
I'm not deaf. I just have selective hearing.
Oh, don't go there, Diane.
I have a friend that has that T-shirt. It's got a rabbit on it, like this. He's got his paws over his ears.
You do
She's
recall,
deaf.
however, somebody saying, "Where's Aiden? That's my boy. I want to talk to him."
Yeah, I recall that.
But you don't recall telling the officers that someone threw a punch, but you didn't know who it was.
I do. Wait, what? Restate the statement.
You're telling us that you saw Tyler Rich throw the punch, but you didn't tell officers that when you spoke to them, right? You said, "I don't know. Someone threw a punch, but I don't know who it is."
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that. And you recall that then Tyler De Silva got hit, correct?
Yeah.
Who hit Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich.
Tyler Rich hit Tyler De Silva
Yeah.
and Raul Valle?
I don't recall.
Did Tyler Rich hit both of them?
I don't recall.
You do recall, however, telling us that Tyler De Silva went to the ground near the tree, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that you participated in this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell the officers that you participated in this when you spoke to them, did you?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you participated in kicking and stomping?
I don't recall.
Do you recall talking to the officers?
Yeah.
But you
A
don't
little.
recall telling them whether or not you were involved, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Because you didn't tell them that you were involved, right?
I don't recall.
It's 4 years ago. I don't freaking recall.
And you told us that you were throwing some kicks, what you described as stomps, right?
Yes, sir.
You described those as being not too hard, right?
Nah.
Love taps.
Yeah. Something like that.
And then today you said, well, maybe those were medium kicks, right?
Same word, sir.
Not quite the same words. Not too hard. Medium. Could they have been hard kicks?
No.
No. When you were throwing those kicks, were you telling anybody, hey, these are just soft kicks, don't worry about these kicks?
I don't recall.
Were you saying, hey, these are just medium stomps, don't worry about these stomps? I'm going to stop in just a second.
I don't recall that.
No. You don't recall that because you didn't say that, right? You said,
Yeah.
let's go. And then as you described it, inward, right?
Yes, I did.
That was directed at the person that you were stomping, right?
I was just saying that. That's just the way I talk.
Just regularly as you're walking about, that's the kind of thing that you just say.
I mean,
Let's go inward. Just talking to the ether.
I mean, I can say the M word whenever I want.
I imagine that you could.
Yeah.
Anybody could. I'm asking you in this particular situation, you were not directing that at the person that you were kicking?
Yeah, I was directing it towards him.
You were directing it towards him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why didn't you tell me that the first time when I asked?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean?
The first time I asked you if you were directing that at the person that you were kicking, you told me you didn't recall. Now you recall?
Sure. Yeah.
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Teal, you're telling us here today things that you didn't admit to when you had the opportunity to before, when you spoke with officers. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree on that.
You wouldn't agree. You've told all of this to the officers, that you were involved in the kicking and the stomping.
No, I didn't really tell him anything, bro.
You didn't tell that to officers, right?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on the 15th, correct?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on June 8th, correct?
Shoot. Yeah, I don't even.
And at some point you said you stopped kicking, right?
Yeah.
And you decided at that time that it was time to start breaking up the fight, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that perhaps you had gotten cut when you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connery, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to the officers, that you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connery and that might be when you got cut?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall taking Tommy Connery off the top?
I don't recall.
You don't recall having any interactions with Tommy Connery?
I don't recall. Besides, when I saw him after, that's why I can tell you I remember.
Hello, honey 2800. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
You don't recall being stabbed, correct?
Like in that moment of time, no.
Well, first of all, if he had nerve damage and the stabbing happened and it hit a nerve, that could affect that. But the adrenaline going, yeah. He is so put off with this.
He's
You
so
had so much
done.
adrenaline going at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
A lot of adrenaline going when you were throwing those kicks, right?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When you were throwing those kicks and you were saying the things that you were saying, were you trying to scare the person that was on the ground?
I wouldn't say scared. It was, I mean, and it was a fight.
It was a fight.
Yes, sir.
How many of you were fighting the person that was on the ground?
3 to 4.
That's it?
That's it.
What were the other 17 or 18 people doing?
Observing.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath there that evening at the party, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall where he was during the course of the fight in the front yard, do you?
No, I do not recall.
He wasn't one of the people you believe that was there with you, 3 or 4 people kicking and fighting that person on the
I
ground?
do not recall.
The person that was on the ground, was that Tyler De Silva
Yes.
that you were fighting?
Yes.
You don't recall who the other people were there that were with you while you were stomping him?
No, I don't recall.
AdaKay.
These folks that were at this party with you that night at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, these were all good friends of yours, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
And you would do anything to protect these friends of yours, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to see anything damage their reputations or their memories. Is that fair to say?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
You can answer, sir.
Restate the question for me.
you wouldn't want to see anything done to damage their reputations or their memories, correct?
Yeah, no.
And so today you've come in here and you've testified to us. And you would agree that you can't recall a large amount of what happened that evening, correct?
To a certain extent, yeah.
And that extent to which you can't recall involves what your friends were doing that night, right?
No. It's just really the who.
I'm sorry?
It's just really the who, like, where was they standing and stuff like that.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Faison,
Yeah.
council just asked you whether or not you can recall the things that your friends were doing around you that night. You said you can't recall, right?
Oh,
Can you recall what you were doing that night?
yeah.
And is that what you told us in
Yeah.
your testimony today?
Yeah.
Anything on that limited draft?
Oh, why, thank you,
All right,
Ada.
very good. All right, Mr. Teal, you relieved. All right.
Yes, they can.
You exit the witness box. And I think this is a good point to go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. So we're going to.
Okay, let's do that. Diane, I need to explain a situation. I might need you.
Okay.
They have a new guy at Service Dogs Inc. that works with the clients like me.
Uh-huh.
He said he sent me an email May 28th about accommodations for the meeting for Friday, the 27th. I am going to be going through the process again, which is orientation to get a new service dog.
Uh-huh.
And I did not get that email. I'm looking at it. I don't have an email from him.
Okay.
Anyway, he told me that hold on. He told me that he had a woman there that knows sign language and that she could interpret.
And this is a fella that provides service dogs?
No, this is just a peon that works in the office.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd tell him take a hike.
He's not the owner.
Yeah.
And yeah, I never got that email. But the thing is that he goes, well, she knows sign. I said, sir, no. Well, I'm going to have a talk with Sherry about this because if he sent me an email and I didn't respond, he should have followed up within a week.
Yeah.
Especially about accommodations. See, guys, I'm sharing this with you guys so you understand the crap that we go through.
Yeah.
Service Dogs Inc. is 100% fabulous organization. But sometimes when you have new staff who's never dealt with you before, all of that, I may have to do some training with that young man.
Yes. I'm pretty sure you will.
Because it is late in the day to try to find somebody. I get it. So, Diane, I might need you to interpret for me on Friday.
Sure. What time?
9 a.m. my time to about 1.
Okay.
But we got to figure out how to get you to hear them. So we'll figure it out.
All we got to do is take a computer.
I have my iPad,
Yeah, that works.
but we got to make sure that they're close enough for you to hear them. But I don't want to offer that. The other thing is we have at lunchtime, we're going to go through an interview that someone put in one of my mods sent me. So we'll watch that. It is a Karen Reed interview, but that's cool.
Okay. I have an appointment today, so I need to finish up here about 12. And
Your time, my time.
my time.
That's 11 my time, okay?
Okay. So, and then I have that appointment, and then I have another appointment directly after that one. And I don't know what time it's going to finish. So I don't know if I'll get back this afternoon or not.
That's okay. But please mark me off between 9 a.m. and 1. That's 10 and 2 your time.
And that's Friday, right?
Friday. Okay, we're gonna zoom through the break.
Okay.
Oh, there's okay. We got a new witness. I'll give you a second, Diane.
I'm going to put that
You
on
don't have to interpret.
Right.
Okay, here we go.
This witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm
This is
muting.
Physician's Assistant Eric Black to stand, please.
Thank you.
Oh, why thank you, Ada.
Good morning. Please enter the witness stand, remain standing. Please remain standing. Thank you. That's okay. Madam Clerk's going to put you to oath, okay?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record.
Eric Black, BLACK,
Please state your business address.
130 Division 06418.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, PA Black. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. As you can see, it's a little bit difficult to hear in this courtroom, so the more you can speak up, it's a little bit closer to the microphone, would be better.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So, PA Black, where are you currently employed?
At Griffin Hospital Emergency Department.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a physician assistant.
And how should I refer to you as?
You can call me PA Black or Eric is fine.
Okay. And where is Griffin Hospital located?
It's in Derby, Connecticut.
And for how long have you worked at Griffin Hospital?
8 years.
Which department do you work at Griffin Hospital?
The emergency department.
And please tell members of the jury your educational background, including any degrees you might hold.
I have a bachelor's degree in public health from Temple University and a master's in health science from Quinnipiac University.
And your work experience, please tell members of the jury about that.
I've worked at Griffin Hospital for 8 years in emergency medicine. Prior to that, I worked in urgent care for 2 years. I also work at St. Vincent's in the emergency department. Been there for about 3 years per diem.
And have you testified in court before today?
No.
Back in May of 2022, did you work at the emergency department at Griffin Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And on any given day and night, how many patients would you see?
My average is probably about 19.
19?
Mhm.
And what are your duties working at Griffin Hospital?
I see patients, I diagnose, treat a variety of illnesses that are acute, chronic, emergent, urgent. I do simple procedures like lacerations and I splint fractures, things like that.
If you could explain to the members of the jury how you work hand in hand with the doctors and nurses at Griffin Hospital.
So I technically work under the supervision of a doctor, but basically that just means the doctor has to be available for consultation. That could be by phone. Some patients I may present to the doctor, some I may not. The nurses we work as a team. I put in orders and they carry out the orders.
Directing your attention to May 15th, the early morning hours of May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working at Griffin Hospital on that day or morning?
I do.
And did there come a time when you treated a patient by the name of Faison Teal?
I wonder what would happen if they say, no, I don't remember that day.
Yes.
PA Black, showing you what's been marked as state 72 for ID purposes only. I'm going to show you this document. Please take a look at it. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And what do you
Medical
recognize that document
records.
it is the electronic medical record for Faison Teal.
as? And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review that documentation you're looking at?
I did.
And were those records made in the regular course of business of Griffin Hospital?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of business for medical personnel at Griffin Hospital to prepare such a document at or near the time a patient is treated?
Yes.
And are medical personnel under an obligation to record accurate notes?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review state 72 for ID purposes only before testifying here today?
Yes.
And are these the same records that you reviewed in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to mark it as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit state 72. Thank you.
PA Black, handing you now back what's been marked as a full exhibit, state 72. You can now refer to this documentation as I ask some questions.
Okay.
PA Black, can you just please identify when Faison Teal arrived at Griffin Hospital when you treated him that morning on May 15th of 2022?
I believe it was approximately, this says 1:18 a.m. he was registered, so that's usually about the time that they check in
Okay, and to your knowledge, you're referring to state 72. How was he brought into Griffin Hospital?
by ambulance.
And when he arrived at Griffin Hospital, to your knowledge, where did he go?
I believe he was brought directly to an exam room.
And when a patient is brought in, just in general, from an ambulance, it does an alert go into effect? How are you made aware that a patient is being brought in by ambulance?
So generally the EMTs will radio ahead what they're bringing in. And depending on the severity of the situation, we may prepare a room, we may prepare supplies, whatever the situation is. Then they'll usually be seen by a nurse and a multi-skilled tech first. They'll take vital signs, they'll put their information in the computer, everything like that. And then either myself or one of the physicians will see them after that.
Please explain to the members of the jury how you personally got involved in this case in treating Faison Teal.
So I was working that night and I was aware that there was a laceration coming in, and generally it's my duty to take care of all the lacerations and simple procedures. So I knew that they were coming in, and then once his name showed up on the board, I was aware what room he was in, so I went and saw him in the room.
Upon examining Faison, were you able to observe any wounds on his body?
Yes, he had a laceration to the left upper arm.
And when you use the word or term laceration, what does that mean?
It's a cut into the skin, usually linear in nature. Usually when I say laceration, it goes beyond the skin into the fatty tissue.
And you observed one laceration on his body?
Yes.
And again, where did you specifically see this laceration?
The left upper arm, I would call it the distal or the end of the left upper arm, like right about here.
Thank you for demonstrating. Please let the record reflect the witness is identifying on his own body, pointing to his upper arm where he observed the wound on Faison Teal.
Thank you. Record shall reflect.
And prior to that morning, had you had occasion to treat individuals who had had a similar laceration to Faison Teal?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, would you label this laceration as a stab wound?
It was definitely a puncture type wound.
Were you able to tell based on what you observed what had punctured the skin?
It was definitely something sharp, relatively small. Yeah, that's all I can really tell.
Did you base that on your own personal observations as well as self-reporting by the patient or both?
A combination of both what the patient told me and what I was seeing.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 1 of State's Exhibit number 72. Is this where your notes begin?
Yes.
And I just may have one moment, Your Honor. Is that your electronic signature that appears there as well? As
Oh, you're so true. That is so true. Often even medical personnel will use their laceration incorrectly. What you doing, Diane? Hold on. I can't hear you. You're muted. What, dear?
I'm trying to find my information for my appointments. Those are virtual. Sometimes they forget to send it.
Okay.
And the date and time of when the patient was seen.
Yes.
And in looking at State 72 on page 1, what does it reference where it says HPI wound laceration? What does that acronym HPI refer to?
History of present illness.
And can you please read what it says under chief complaint and stated complaint?
Chief complaint is wound/laceration. Stated complaint is stab wound near left elbow.
What's the difference between the two?
So the stated complaint is exactly word for word what the patient says. And then our chief complaint is kind of like a general term for what's going on. It's a wound or laceration.
Still looking at States 72 under where it says history of present illness and HPI narrative. It indicates here that the patient indicated he was cut with either a knife or a bottle. That was self-reporting?
Yes.
And where it says he has a 2-centimeter laceration to the medial aspect of the left distal upper arm. Can you explain to members of the jury what that means again?
So it's the upper arm is considered above the elbow. And then this is the left distal is the end of the upper arm. The medial aspect is on the inside. So like right about here.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Still on page 1 of that same exhibit, what does it say under review of symptoms?
All systems reviewed and unremarkable, except as noted in HPI and below.
That term unremarkable, what does that mean?
Basically negative. So review of systems is like any other complaints, any other body system injuries. So what I'm saying here is that there's no other injuries or other symptoms other than what I noted in the HPI.
Directing your attention to page 4 into page 5 of State 72. Can you please read what it says underneath MDM wound laceration to yourself?
It is. It's already annoying me, Aaron. I'm already annoyed. Did you find it, Diane?
What does MDM refer to?
It's medical decision making.
Okay. And where it indicates in that paragraph where it says lacerations of the left upper arm, lacerations approximately 2 centimeters linear into the subcutaneous tissue. What does that mean?
It's a linear cut into the fatty tissue.
So when you observed Faison-Teal's laceration, did you see anything coming out of that laceration? And if you did, please explain, describe what it was.
Yeah, there was fat tissue coming out.
Is that what is withdrawn? When skin is cut, is that the first layer of skin that comes out, or is
If
it?
you go below all the skin, you'll see fat. There's several layers of skin, and then the fat is underneath that. And usually that fat is under some degree of tension and held by the skin. So when the skin is cut, it kind of comes out of the wound.
Can you estimate how far into the skin something would have to cut in order for that fatty tissue to be exposed?
That's a
Everybody's little
stupid
bit
question
different, but I'd say
entirely.
Probably maybe half a centimeter.
And where it indicates in State 72, underneath that MDM wound laceration paragraph, it indicates no evidence of any tendon injury, no signs of any vascular injury.
I think her question should have been, sir, and what is the average thickness of someone's skin? That would have been a little bit better of a question. I know it's so easy for us to sit here and criticize them, but that is the truth. That is true. Okay, let's get going.
Or muscular injury. What does that indicate?
I know, Aaron.
The wound was just into the fat, that there was no tendons cut, no muscle injury, no nerve injury. So he's able to move his arm, feel everything on his arm. There was no
No nerve
stop
injury.
bleeding.
Okay, so he's saying there is no nerve injury. None. What could that mean? Does anybody want to venture on that one? I do. I know.
It seemed to just be a soft tissue injury.
Based on your experience, would it be possible for a patient who suffered an injury such as this to still experience some numbness or tingling after the injury, meaning
Sure.
even months after the injury?
Yep.
Sure.
And why would that be?
Could be from superficial nerve damage.
There you go.
swelling,
He got there.
Just from a nerve injury that's not detected at the time.
Now, directing your attention to page 5 of State 72, to the start of the second paragraph, please explain what was done, or please read what was done to help mend the wound, the laceration.
Okay, so the wound was cleaned with sterile water and betadine. 2% lidocaine was used for local pain control. 5-3-0 nylon simple rapid sutures were used to approximate the wound. Patient tolerated it well. A sterile dressing was applied, and bacitracin was applied.
Did you personally suture Faison-Teal's laceration?
Yes.
And betadine, what is that?
It's like a iodine-based antiseptic.
And the 5-3-0 nylon simple erupted sutures, what are those?
So 5 is the number of stitches. 3-0 is the diameter of the stitch. Nylon is the material the stitch is made of, and simple interrupted is the type of stitch.
Are those dissolvable stitches, or would the patient have to come back to get those removed?
They were not dissolvable. They'd have to be removed.
Now, you had indicated earlier that you saw some fat coming out of the laceration, the wound. Explain, did you have to for all intents and purposes, lack of a better term, shove the fat back into the skin to suture it?
Yeah, usually as I partially close the wound, I start kind of tucking the fat back in. Sometimes if there is a lot, I may remove some of the fat to make it easier. Yeah, that's usually what we do is push it back in.
And was Faison
Oh.
given any kind of local anesthetic or something to numb the pain while you were doing this?
Yes, that was the 2% lidocaine.
I'm going to direct your attention still on page 5 where it says procedures. Laceration 1, site upper extremity. If you go down to pre-repair, it indicates wound explored, irrigated extensively, and deep sutures intact. When you say wound explored, irrigated intensively, what does that mean?
So that means I looked into the wound, I flushed it out with copious amounts of sterile water, and I felt that it did not go beyond the subcutaneous tissue, and all the deeper structures like arteries, muscle, tendons, veins were intact.
PA Black, I'm going to show you what's been marked in State Exhibit 70. You have a screen in front of you over there. Can you see State 70 clearly on there?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate, is this a good picture or indicate what you did to suture Faison's arm?
Yes, this would be days or even a week later, I would estimate.
Okay. And these black marks on State 70, those black lines, are those the sutures that you used?
Yes.
And this reddish mark around the sutures, what is that?
So that's bruising, probably from bleeding under the skin and in the deeper tissue.
And again, showing you State 71. Another photograph of the wounds. You see there that there is a measuring guide. Did that indicate how large laceration was when you saw Faison on May 15th, the morning of May 15th, 22?
Yes.
And I don't know if you can see it. Now, PA Black, directing you back to States 5 under patient reevaluated, which I believe is after where you indicate what you did with the patient. It says patient was reevaluated. What was the purpose of that?
Just to make sure there was no additional injury that I may have missed, that there was no arterial injury, that he was still doing well, and to give him discharge instructions.
Okay, and it indicates that wound care procedures were discussed with him. He was he's given instructions, advised to see his doctor, and told to come back in 3 or 4 days for a wound check. And did that indeed happen? Do you know?
I don't know if that happened.
Is that 3 or 4 day check back? Would that be when the sutures would be removed, or would that be at a later time?
No, that would be at a later time. Sometimes I tell patients to come back in 3 or 4 days just to make sure it's not getting infected if I'm more concerned or if it was a deeper wound.
Under, again, State 72, referring to page 5, where it says differential diagnosis, it indicates likely laceration, abrasion, and avulsion of skin. What does avulsion of skin refer to?
That's skin that's cut away from the body or removed from the body.
Still referring to State 72, directing your attention to PCS discharge summary, page 1 through 5. If you continue, it's towards the back.
Yeah, I think I see it.
You see it? Referring to page 1 where it says PCS discharge summary with reference where it says ED triage plan, triage pain rather. What does that mean and what does it say?
So the triage pain is usually 1 to 10 on how severe the patient's pain is. Might be on the wrong page. Is that that's in the discharge instructions, or is it?
So I could just refer you to it. So it indicates ED triage pain, pain present, pain reported, pain reporting scale 0 to 10 and indicates a 5. Was that a self-reporting from the patient?
Yes.
And that would be a medium pain level from the patient that
Yes.
reported that?
Yes.
Now, PA Black, regarding whether or not Faison Teal's blood was tested for anything at all, do you recall if his blood was tested for any kind of alcohol?
It was not.
Okay, and why was that decision made, or why was that not done?
I felt that he appeared clinically sober. And to me, that means he's able to walk, able to speak, acting normally.
So is it fair to say it's not standard at Griffin Hospital to take somebody's blood when they're admitted to the hospital?
It depends. For something like this, a laceration to the extremity without any other major injury, I didn't feel that it changed my management.
And to your knowledge, how long did Faison Teal remain in the hospital? Do you know when he was discharged?
I believe it was around 2:20 or so is what it said on here.
That same morning?
Yes.
I just need one moment, Your Honor. Of course. Does 2:35 sound about right?
Yeah, I think that's the latest time I see on here. Yes.
Now, before he was discharged, did you indicate to him that if he experiences anything at all, to come back to the hospital? What would you have
Yeah.
told him?
If there was excessive pain, swelling, redness, numbness, tingling, if he couldn't move the arm, something like that.
As far as any kind of signs of infection, what would be indicative of signs of infection?
Spreading redness, excessive pain, discharge of pus, fever, stuff like that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, PA Black. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We've never met before. Correct.
That is true.
And you're here today to tell us essentially about the treatment that you provided to Faison Teal, correct?
Yes.
And that treatment involved Mr. Teal arriving by ambulance around 1 o'clock, 1:15 in the morning, correct?
Yep.
You came in and saw him after he'd been brought in by the ambulance.
Mhm.
You had some information from that ambulance crew ahead of time to know a little bit about what you were going to be facing, right?
Yes.
And that information was that he had a 2 centimeter laceration to his upper left arm, right?
Yes.
And you confirmed that when you went in and actually met with him, correct?
Yes.
And that 2 centimeter wound, we saw a picture of what you did as far as sewing it up, correct?
Mhm.
And there was the reddish mark you described as bruising. That
Yeah.
wasn't there that night at the time, was
No.
it? What you saw was a 2 centimeter cut to the skin, correct?
Mhm.
You stitched that up.
Mhm.
And then you told us that you hadn't tested his blood for alcohol that evening.
Right.
And that he discharged that same morning, a little bit over an hour after he came in to see you, correct?
Mhm.
To your knowledge, did he ever report back for any follow-up, or did he encounter any of the complications that you just described for us?
Not to my knowledge.
And it was your understanding from him, he told you he'd either been cut by a knife or a piece of glass, right?
Mhm.
He didn't know.
Right.
But he indicated he'd been involved in a fight.
Yes.
And that was all he told you about that, correct?
That's right.
And you weren't there to investigate what had gone on. You didn't ask any further questions about that,
No.
correct? In fact, all you were there to do was to tend to his wound, right?
Yes.
And you would describe that as a superficial cut to the skin, correct?
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
No.
That is not a superficial. If fat is flying, that ain't superficial. Diane, hold on. Let me get you back. Now, what'd you say? You muted. Okay, there you go.
So true. Okay.
Fat is flying. That is not superficial, y'all.
All right.
What a picture. Ew.
And if this jury wanted to know why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you couldn't tell us or help them out in any way with that, could you?
No.
Thank you, DA Black. Appreciate it.
All right.
Anything, one follow-up, Your Honor. PA Black, superficial, what does that term mean in medical world?
I mean, to me, it means it's not going beyond the fat tissue.
Thank you. I have no
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Thank you. All right, thank you. You're discharged.
Thank you.
Just please watch your step as you exit the witness box.
So we're going to have to go through this on all 4 victims.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Tommy Connery.
You know, it kind of makes you wonder if he regrets what he did.
Yeah.
Because in the heat of it, he doesn't. But afterwards,
Good morning. Come on up into the witness stand. Please watch your step as you enter the stand. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk to my right is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Thomas Connery, C-O-N-N-E-R-Y.
Please state your.
He's a victim.
39
oh,
Southern Lane, Charlestown.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Yeah.
Good morning, Tommy.
Good morning.
If you don't mind, just sit close to that microphone, keep your voice up. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so the ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tommy, how old are you?
Me, I'm 21.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
Central Connecticut.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying finance.
And are you working this summer?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm self-employed. I work for myself. I do marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have,
Why have we met?
to discuss the case and what I saw.
So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school?
No, I was not in school then.
Where were you? So did you had just graduated high school?
Yes, I graduated in 2021.
Okay. And where did you go to high school?
Shawn High School.
And at some point in time on May 14th of 2022, were you hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I was.
And around what time did you get there?
It was around, like, I'd say 7 to 8 p.m. in that area.
And I'm just going to show you States 5. Do you know whose house that is?
Yes, that is Tyler Rich's house.
That's the house you went to on May 14th of 22.
Yes, it was.
And why'd you go there?
He told me to come over. We were going to hang out, just a little bit of us, some of my friends and some of the friends in his grade.
And when you said you wanted to hang out, what does that mean, hang out? What did you guys do there?
Well, we usually hang out in his basement, just a couple of us, and we would, just do normal stuff that, high school guys and graduate guys would do.
And how did you get to
I drove myself that night.
you did, okay. Showing you States 49. Do you remember where you parked?
Yes, by the far right red maple bush by the road.
So if I'm pointing at the States 49, you're talking about this red bush here?
Yes, that one.
Okay, so would you have parked on the side of the road?
Yes, that right there.
Would you be facing the driveway or facing away from the driveway?
Facing towards the driveway.
And when you got there, did you go in the house?
Yes, I did.
How'd you go in the house?
Every time I go there, I go in the same way. I went on to the left side where the side door is, to the left of the garage.
And when you went into the house from the left side of the house, where did you make your way to when you got in the house?
I started off in the kitchen, greeted Tyler, and then we proceeded to go into the basement and hang out with the other kids that were there.
And when you got there, how many kids would you say were there at the time?
It was still relatively early, so I'd say about 10-ish, a little less.
And what kind of things were you guys doing in the basement?
Hanging out. We were just having a couple drinks.
Okay,
Young
when you say
guys.
couple drinks, what do you mean by a couple drinks?
I had a few beers that night.
You had a few beers that night?
Yes, I did.
All right. And was anybody else drinking?
Yes, they were.
Were you
I
providing?
agree with you 100%, Aaron. I think that this guy was not the best expert witness, but he was a treating person.
Alcohol, or was it like a bring your own?
I don't recall if I was or not, but
But you had 2 beers?
yeah, I would say so.
And at some point in time, did anybody else?
Thanks, June. But when I interpreted the other night, I got a copyright strike and had to pull it down.
for what?
I interpreted Ian had 2 of Karen Reed's lawyers, Alessi and Iannetti, and I interpreted it. It was late. You were in bed, and I have permission. Ian and Rob both said live in front of everybody multiple times, you can interpret anything we do. You don't need our permission anymore because I used to ask. Just do it. And I did it and I got a copyright strike.
The
So I got to
lawyers,
try and get a hold of him.
the lawyers told you to do it.
No. Ian and Rob are Runkle of the Bailey and Lawyer is it Lawyer No, Law and Lumber. And I would do their Friday Night Frenzies, interpret it.
Yeah,
We've done one.
yeah.
Both of them told me I can interpret any show that they do, no matter what.
Well, why did you get a copyright strike? Because
I don't know. I'm going to have to get a hold of them. It could have been one of the two lawyers, not knowing, but I had to pull it down. It pissed me off.
oh yeah,
That's
Okay.
okay.
Show up to the
I'll
party.
fix it.
Yes, later. in
Thank
the
you.
night,
Yeah, it's cool.
The younger kids showed up, which was Ryan Hines and Griffin.
All right, prior to that, let me show you this exhibit here. States 54. You know who that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
Faison Teal.
And was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Showing you States 56. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Ryan Hines.
Was he there that night?
Yes, he was.
Show you States 57. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Was he at the party?
Yes, he was.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
He was friends with my younger brother. They would hang out all the time. They hung out a lot when they were younger in middle school, and then as high school went along, they would hang out here and there.
And who's your younger brother?
Charlie Connery.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Tommy, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I'm really good friends with him and his father and his mother. We grew up together once him and my brother met in middle school, maybe a little younger, 5th and 6th grade, and we became family friends through that.
And do you know if Ricky Fiola was at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Sal Perry?
Yes, he was there too.
You know him?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
Me and him, we grew up together playing baseball, Shelton American Little League.
How about Mike Sampieri?
Yes, I know him.
How do you know him?
He lives down the road from me my whole life.
Were they at the party? Two of
Yes,
them?
he was.
Alex Bernstein, you know Alex Bernstein?
No, I do not know Alex Bernstein.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yes, I know Jake Villalobos.
How do you know Jake?
We played football together when we were very young, and then I knew him from school from then on.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Hey, to
How
put
about
this
Matt
on
Lockett?
pause just a
Yes, he
minute.
was there.
How do you know Matt?
I know him from baseball too. We started playing
What?
when we were young together.
Put this on pause
Do
just
you know
a
if Matt
minute.
was at the party?
All right, paused.
Breaking news. Authorities have located 60 critically missing children in a Florida operation from ages, what were they? I read this 9 to 17. They were going to be sold into ST.
Send me the link, please.
I'll share it.
Well, not on the live. Send it in Discord or with me.
I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
sending
Yes, he
it
was.
on Messenger to you.
Now you say
Okay.
that Griffin and how do you know Griffin?
He's really good friends with my brother too.
So Griffin and Ryan showed up at the party at some point.
Yes, they
Do
did.
you recall what time it was?
It was later. I would say 9:30, 10ish.
Got it.
And what was the lighting out like that night? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was nighttime, so it was a little bit, darker, but it wasn't too dark. There was the moon was light, and his driveway has, they had lights there too.
So when Ryan and Griffin showed up to the party, were you made aware of an incident that occurred at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, I heard people saying that they were, jumped at a St. Joe's party down the road in Lazy Brook.
Were you made aware that this happened prior to Ryan and Griffin getting to the party or after they arrived?
After they arrived.
Were you aware about a group messaging or group chat? that
No,
was
I
going
was
on?
not aware of that in the moment. No,
Are you aware of it now?
I am aware of it now.
After the fact?
Yes.
But at the time when Griffin and Ryan got to the party, was there any talk about a group messaging that was going on?
Nothing that I heard of, but I assume there was.
Now, at some point in time in the night, did individuals who were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up?
Yes.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about that.
So people showed up in a Honda Pilot. They showed up and they were parked in the far side of the road across from the driveway, and they're facing down towards Farmhouse Lane.
So I'm going to show you States 30. Is this the car you saw that night?
Yes, that is.
And with regards to States 49, you said they parked in the road?
Yes, across from the driveway, but more towards the Adams Drive side.
So can you describe on States 49 where you actually saw them park?
So if you're looking, do you see the sewer grate on that side? The opposite of that. So
Here, so it would be over here?
nope, yep, right over there. Yep,
So they parked somewhere over here,
correct.
facing,
Down the road that way. Yep.
and when you when you heard that the car arrived, did you leave Tyler Ridge's house?
Yeah, I walked out of the basement. I walked out through the Bilco doors because I heard there was people there that weren't invited, and everyone went outside. So I followed the crowd out there.
And when you went out the Bilco doors, where are the Bilco doors located?
On the far side of the house, you cannot see them in that image.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5. Can you see in States Exhibit 5 where the Bilco doors would have been located?
Yeah. So if you see the AC unit to the right, they're behind that.
So right here?
Yes.
In this area behind the SH unit?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's pointing to the clearing in the area to the right side of the house in front of the blue truck where you can see an AC unit, and it would be behind the AC unit, I think is what he indicated.
Yes.
All right, record will reflect that. Thank you.
So when you came out of Bilco doors on the right side of the house, what path of travel did you go when you left the house in States 49? I'm gonna put that back up.
So I walked along the house line, so in that grassy area between the white and the blue truck.
Okay. And then you walked down the driveway?
Yeah, but not too far. I'd say I was sitting in the middle of it, standing.
Okay. And so you didn't walk all the way down the driveway?
No,
Why didn't you walk all the way down the driveway?
because I already saw there's some people in the road, and I didn't want to go and get involved.
How many people would you say were outside at that moment?
It was about outside or by the car.
Well, how about by the car?
Probably about 10-ish people,
And how many people were outside in total, do you think?
probably 20-ish.
So there were around 10 people near the car and another 10 people maybe.
Yeah,
back
more
where you
people in
were?
the driveway.
And did you, can you describe what the interaction was with regards to the people who were near the car?
So I just heard bickering back and forth. People were yelling, and it was loud. Did not hear exactly what it was, but that's all I was able to pick up from it. Just arguing.
And did you observe anything about, well, withdrawn, do you know who went and approached the car when you were outside?
No, I do not recall exactly who.
Okay. But they were your friends?
Yes, they were my friends.
And do you recall if, when they had this bickering back and forth with the individuals in the car, do you recall what, if anything, they were doing? Did they do anything to the car?
Nothing that I saw, no.
Nothing that you saw? Do you recall if anything was being done from the car towards
No,
your
I do
friends?
not recall if anything.
At some point in time, well, withdrawn, how long did the back and forth bickering last for?
Probably a good 5 minutes.
And at some point, did the car leave?
Yes, the car sped away very fast.
Can you describe what happened as the car sped away?
So the car drove down the road towards that way, and it sped off like full speed, full throttle.
And if I'm pointing to States 1 that's behind you, I think you have a pointer near you. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it sped off to?
So it was here, right here,
Yep.
and it sped off this way.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, he was motioning down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse Lane.
Record shall so reflect.
Okay. And at some point in time, where were you when you saw the car drive away?
When the car was driving away, I was still in the driveway in this area.
Okay. And when the car drove down the street, did you move at that point to see where the car had gone?
No, I went back into the house at this point.
And when you went back into the house, how'd you go back into the house?
Through the Bilco doors the way I came in.
Okay. And when the car sped off down the street and you went back into the house, what did you do when you went back inside the house?
I was just talking to my friends, like, what was going on out there? Like, it's over now. Let's go back inside and hang out.
So did you hang out inside for a little bit?
Yeah, I would say 2 minutes.
And were you guys drinking still?
No, there was no drink at this point. It was so brief between the incident that went outside.
Prior to you going back inside the house, do you recall seeing the car drive back towards the house at any point?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, you say you're hanging out inside the house. Do you exit the house again?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
They said they were down the road just sitting waiting, and that people didn't leave yet, and they were still on the road. So I went outside to see what was going on, and I walked out to the Bilco doors.
And when you went out through the when you went out through the Bilco doors, what path of travel did you go? If you can show me in States 49, or yeah, you can use that too.
Yeah. So I went out this way. I went along the tree line here, and then it goes right here.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49, then you walked along the tree line here, and you were kind of on the side of the road near this red bush where your car was parked.
Correct.
Okay, and you looked down the street.
Yeah, I looked down the street. Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe down the street?
I just saw a bunch of people in the road, and it immediately just made me think, what is going on? And I just didn't want to entertain it, so I went back inside again.
Prior to the car going down the street, did you recognize anybody in the car from your vantage point in the driveway?
Yes, when I was in the driveway, I saw the kid Jack Snyder was driving it, and Lido Valle was in the back seat behind the driver's seat.
And when you say Lido Valle, does he have another name?
Yes, his real name is Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black suit with a black tie.
Can you point him out for the?
Yes, that's him right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record can reflect the witness identified, Mr. Valle. Thank you.
And so when you noticed, are those the only people you noticed in the car?
Yes, those were the only people I was able to notice.
Do you know whether or not there were other people in the car?
Yes, there was other people in the car.
But you couldn't see who
I
they
could
were?
not see who, no.
So now the car's down the street, you're watching down the street, and you're thinking to yourself, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like, what is this going on right now?
Could you tell who was outside the car down the street?
No.
Do you know whether or not anybody from your group of friends was down the street?
There were people, but I was not able to identify.
Okay, the party was for the girls' team, so there were far more boys than girls there, that's for sure.
Well, of course.
Because it was for the lacrosse team. Oh,
Lacrosse.
playing lacrosse, check it off.
Yeah.
It was definitely a co-ed.
Yep. Anytime you got lots of girls, you're going to have more boys.
Oh, I know. Oh, 111 in chat. Hi, everybody. Haley Mouse. Welcome to the chat.
Hello, Haley Mouse. Haley Mouse.
Yeah. Yeah, no, multiple people have said it was for the girls lacrosse team. Yeah. Mods, please go to mod chat when you get a chance. Thank you.
Okay. And how long would you say you
Bingo,
were watching
bingo,
what was going
bingo.
on down the street?
Maybe 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, what did you do?
I went back inside to the Bilco doors.
And when you went back inside, what were you doing inside at that point?
The same thing, just kind of talking to the people about what's going on and saying that they're still out there. People are just in the road.
Okay. And how long would you say you were inside at that point?
Probably another 2 to 5 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house for any reason?
Yes, I later exited through the Bilco doors.
And why did you do that?
I heard they came back and they were back in front of the house parked.
And when you left the house, did you go outside the Bilco doors again?
Yes, I did.
And when you left the Bilco doors, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what path of travel you walked outside the house.
So I walked out through the Bilco doors here and went right to under this tree area.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49 again, you were under this tree area here,
Correct?
right? And that would be in the area in front of the blue truck in States 49.
Yes.
At some point in time, did you make your way over anywhere else in States 49?
No, not until a fight broke out.
What did you observe when you walked out of the house on May 14th of 2022?
I noticed that there was a group of Shelton kids face to face with who was Raul Valle and Tyler Silva.
And do you recall what they were wearing that night?
Who, my friends or the other kids?
What was Tyler Silva wearing?
He was wearing a blue, like a baby blue jersey.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
Same color, but a t-shirt.
I'm going to show you States 6, just so we understand what you're talking about here. Can you pinpoint where you were standing when you observed State 6, when you observed the initial?
Yeah, so I was standing in front of the blue truck by that mulch pile.
Okay, so if I point right here.
Yes, sir, right there.
Brown mulch pile.
just to the left of the red bush, but obviously it's behind the red bush.
Court will note it on the record. Thank you.
So in regards to state 6, can you tell us where the defendant and De Silva were standing?
Yeah, they were standing to the roadside of the red bush facing Shelton kids.
Right around here?
Yes.
Okay, so the left, so below the red bush to the left, down in this area here.
Correct. Maybe a little more to the right for your finger.
Right around
Yeah.
here?
No, left more a little bit.
Left?
Yeah, right there.
Okay,
There.
so the record can reflect, I'm pointing to the left lower hand portion of the exhibit, which is in the grass area, which is down to just slightly below and to the left of the red bush.
All right. Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you saw the defendant and Mr. De Silva in the yard, where were they standing? Were they close to each other?
Yes, they were close.
And who was on the right, who was on the left? Do you remember?
The driveway side was Tyler Silva, and the other side was Raul Valle.
And do you recall if any of your friends had approached them?
They approached my friends, and my friends were, yes, face to face with them.
And do you recall who out of your friends were face to face with them?
So from the driveway starting, then going to the left, from the driveway was Tyler Rich, then Tyler Wood, and then Ryan Hines at the time, who I believe was my brother.
And you thought Ty Woods was your brother at the
No,
time?
I thought Ryan Hines was my brother in that moment.
Okay. And who was Ryan Hines and Ty Wood closer to?
They were closer to Lido.
Okay. And Ty Rich, who was he closer to?
Tyler De Silva, I'd say.
And when did you observe them interacting?
Yes, they were.
What was the interaction like?
It was just talking back and forth, arguing at first.
They were arguing?
It was, yeah, they were talking. They weren't being.
Was it peaceful?
I guess so, maybe. Not really. They were just arguing. So I wouldn't say peaceful, no.
Okay. And do you recall what they were arguing about?
No, I could not hear exactly what it was.
You just saw arguing.
Yes.
And when you were witnessing the arguing, can you explain how long the arguing took place for?
For the time that I was there, it was about 20 seconds, and then there was movements.
Okay. Can you describe what happens when there's movement?
Yes. So it looked as Raul Valle was to go make a punch, and then someone from Shelton threw a punch and it hit him.
Do you recall who punched him?
No, I didn't, but it was someone on the right side.
But you say you recall watching the defendant make a move.
Yes, his body jolted like he was going to do something.
Can you show us physically what you saw? Like, can you see?
Yeah, he was like this, and he just like went back.
He like cocked like he was
Yeah,
gonna.
it's like that. Yes.
Okay. With his right hand, he cocked with his right hand.
Yes.
Now, after you said someone from Shelton threw a punch.
Yes.
Do
As
you
that
know who
was
they
going on.
punched?
Do I know who he punched?
Yeah.
Yes, Lido.
Okay. And when that happened, can you describe what happened next?
Yeah. So right when that happened, I knew there was a fight breaking out. So I ran over from the mulch pile into that fight. And then as that happened, I went to the far left which was Ryan Hines was standing, and I pushed him, and him and Lido were going at it at that moment. I pushed him and Lido away from each other, but I ended up taking his place. So now it was Lido and me face to face with each other.
Why did you run over into the fight?
Well, one, because I immediately thought he was my brother, since he was standing next to Ty Wood, who's my brother's best friend. And I knew that there was a fight going on, and I didn't want to see people fighting.
So, what did you witness about the interaction between the defendant and who you now know as Ryan Hines prior to you going over?
They were just tussling, no, like just pushing each other and like on like hand movement, no like full punches.
Now, prior to you going over to push Ryan Hines out of the way, did you have a weapon on you when you went over?
No,
there?
I did not.
Now, when you went over, you thought Ryan was your brother?
Yes.
When you said you took his place?
Yes.
What does that mean? Describe what
I
happened.
pushed him and Lido away from each other. And as that happened, I kind of mostly pushed Ryan, and I was now face to face with Lido, and he was to the side of me.
Okay, so when you say face Lido, are you like this?
Yes.
Okay, so you push Ryan out of the way with, you get in between them, push
Yeah, I
Ryan
get in
out of the-
between them. Yes.
Now, when you push Ryan out of the way, describe what happens next.
So me and him me and Raul had made eye contact, and he slipped back. So he was kind of down like waist level with me.
So he was like on like a knee?
Yeah, something like that. Not a knee, but bent over.
Okay.
Like he was slipping, holding himself up. And he looked at me, and then he proceeded to, at the time I thought he was punching me in the leg, which he was stabbing me.
So wait, so I want you to, can
You want me to demonstrate?
Yeah, let's demonstrate. Can you maybe step down, John?
That's fine.
I'm you, and I'm standing like this? Yes. Okay.
He's like this. Like, not here like this.
1, okay, 2, 3, 4, okay. At the time when he was hitting you in your left leg,
Yes.
did you know you were being stabbed?
No, I did not, but I felt like being punched.
Okay. And did you have any other feelings when this was happening other than being
Yeah, I
punched?
was able to feel like almost like a sharp pop, but I didn't acknowledge it was a stab. I didn't know in the moment, but I did feel stronger than a fist.
Okay. And at that point in time, when that happened and you had withdrawn, did the defendant hit you more than 4 times at that point?
Not that I know, no.
And after he hit you 4 times, what happened next?
So as he was hitting me, I was pushing him away, trying to get him to stop hitting me.
How were you trying to push him away?
Do you want me to just demonstrate it? So if you were on me, and I'm like this.
Yeah.
Heinz is here in this moment.
Yep.
And I was like this. Get off. Like that.
And did the defendant move away from you at that point?
After the times he was punching me, me and him for some reason just separated. The fight just stopped, and I just walked back, and he walked away towards the road.
Okay. And what did you do next? Well, withdrawn. Do you recall where the defendant went to after that?
No, but he went towards the curbside.
Okay. And after you and him separated, what do you recall about the things you went through after that?
So in
interaction?
that moment, I kind of just stood there and sat around I was in shock, my body. I didn't really have anything that I fully did after that I could, recall. I was just sitting there. My body was bleeding, and I was just looking around, like trying to soak in what's going on.
Did you realize you were bleeding? When did you realize you were bleeding?
When the car eventually drove away, I realized I was bleeding.
And when you realized you were, who did somebody bring it to your attention that you were bleeding? Or?
No, I brought it to my attention because I knew it was drizzling out, but I didn't think it was pouring. And I was like, why is my leg soaked? I feel like I'm covered in water. And then I took a flashlight out from my phone and I put it on my leg. And then I realized my leg from my quad all the way down to my ankle was covered in blood. There was no skin to see, and my shoes were covered in blood.
And when you realized that you were, stabbed at that point, what happened?
I immediately was like, I need stitches. And then I dropped to my right hip and laid there waiting for people to come over.
And who came over to help you when you dropped to your hip?
The first person there was my cousin, Will Berardi.
Your cousin Will Berardi?
Yes.
And did he render aid to you?
Immediately, no. I was like, call 911, call 911.
And did somebody call 911?
Yes, he called 911.
And when he was calling 911, did you notice anything else about your surroundings? at that
So
point?
when I was on my legs, I was on my right side, laying down like this, looking up towards Will, saying, call 911. And I looked over to my left, and I saw Jimmy McGrath standing there by himself by the basketball hoop.
And what did you notice about Jimmy McGrath?
He was standing there by himself, and I was like, Jimmy, are you okay? And there was no response, but he slowly pulled up his shirt to see that he had a blood coming out. And as I looked at that, I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And there was no response, and he collapsed to the floor. Like, he didn't put himself down, he just fell.
And when he fell, what, if anything, happened next?
People started running over to him because I was like, Jimmy's not okay. And he sat there and bled out for a while.
Now, when you were fighting, when the defendant was hitting you in the leg, did you observe any type of weapon at that point?
I saw something black in his hand, but I didn't realize it was a knife or anything. I didn't think anything of it. But I saw a hole in his hand as like a black spot.
Ada.
And did you notice any of your other friends that were injured that night? Did you see any of them get stabbed?
No, I did not.
And when Jimmy fell to the ground, did you say anything to your friends with regards to helping Jimmy?
I was telling people to go help him, yes.
Okay. And did people in fact go help him?
Yes, they did.
And at some point in time, did 911, did somebody call, did first responders arrive at the scene?
Yes, first responders arrived sometime later.
And when they arrived at the scene, tell us what happened. What did you observe?
So the officer came up to me and he was asking me if I needed some assistance. And he gave me a tourniquet and he put a tourniquet on my leg, as I already had some homemade tourniquets on my leg.
Yeah, moving your arm. Yeah, approach your arm.
I'm gonna help you.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 77 for identification. You recognize 77?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 77?
It is me on the ground with a tourniquet on my leg and another homemade tourniquet and stab wounds.
Is this a screenshot or a picture of what your leg looked like on the night in question?
Yes, it is.
I'll show you State 73. Recognize 73?
Yes, I do.
What is 73?
That is my leg sometime later, weeks later.
And is this a good representation of what your leg looked like weeks later after the incident?
Yes.
I'll show you State 74. Recognize 74?
Yes, I do.
What is State 74?
That is my leg in November, I believe, this recent November.
And does that accurately reflect what your leg looks like?
Yes.
After the post-injury in relation to this case?
Yes, it does.
State 75, do you recognize 75?
Yes, that is my leg the next morning.
The next morning after this incident? Okay, and does this picture accurately reflect what your leg looked like the next morning?
Yes, it does.
State 76, you recognize 76?
Yes, I do.
And what is 76?
It is my leg a month later, still bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like a month to the day after the incident on May
Yes.
14th? State 78, recognize 78?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 78?
That's my leg a couple days later, bruised and bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like after the incident a few days later?
Yes.
State 79, you recognize State 79?
Yep.
And what is State 79?
That's
Y'all be
the
ready
November,
for some
November,
gruesome
November.
stuff.
Recent November? And
Yes.
does this
How are you
accurately
seeing
reflect
them?
what the left side of your leg looks
Huh?
like?
I just know I can see through the
Yes, it does.
look when he's holding it. Watch.
Finally, States 80.
Let me look. You can see it through the back. See right here?
No, I don't.
You can see through the picture in his hands.
Oh, okay.
As he's, yeah. And I'm suspecting this is going to be gruesome, so I'm going to put up the warning to
Yeah.
say
Yes.
State 79, you recognize State 79?
Yep.
And what is State 79?
That's my leg in November, this recent November.
This recent November? And
Yes.
does this accurately reflect what the left side of your leg looks like from this past November?
Yes, it does.
And finally, States 80, do you recognize 80?
Yes.
And what is States 80?
This is my leg recent November too.
And does this accurately reflect what the, the back portion of your left leg looked like
Yes.
this past November? Yeah, I would offer these exhibits.
Okay.
All right, with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence as full exhibit states 73 through 80. Thank you.
Ada, in Discord, all I see is rules. Welcome to Discord
Now,
rules.
prior to
Need to
your
check.
testimony
I have
today,
no
were you
idea.
able to
Can we do
review
Discord later?
Video in relation to this case.
Sure.
Yes.
And
I have
that
no idea.
video, Do you, in reviewing that video, do you recall whether or not that video was shot at the beginning of the fight or in the middle of the fight or at the end of the fight?
It was middle towards end, was not the beginning.
And in your review of the video of the fight, do you know whether or not when this video starts, based on your review of it, can you determine if you were already stabbed at this point, or are you stabbed during the video or after the video?
I believe I was stabbed before the video.
Before the video
Yes.
starts? Okay, can we just-
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go, man.
when that video starts, the fight had already been going on.
Yes.
How long did the fight go on for, do you think, in total?
In total,
Yeah.
45 seconds to a minute, if that.
So that video was about 17 seconds. There was about maybe 30 seconds that happened prior to the video starting.
Maybe a little less, 20.
Now, we just went over these pictures. I wanted to give a quick opportunity to mark. I'm going to show you now. I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 77. You see 77, Tommy?
Yes, I do.
So was this picture taken the night that you got stabbed at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And I see that there's these things on your legs here and here. Can you tell us what these are?
Yeah. So the black one is a tourniquet that was provided by the police officer.
It's right here?
Yes.
Okay.
And the one on the left, right there, that is my t-shirt.
So you took your t-shirt off,
Yes. When I went to the ground, I took my t-shirt off.
and when the cops got there, they put the top one on?
Yes.
I may have a moment. Tommy, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is State's 24? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that is my shirt, one shoe, and one sock.
Okay, you see how it looks like it appears to be ripped.
Yes.
Why is it ripped?
So at first, we only knew there was one stab wound. So what we did was my friend Brett Wadico ripped my shirt to put that one on, and then later to realize there was a lot more stab wounds. So we needed to cover them up and try to cover as many as we can.
So you took your shirt off, you wrapped part of it around you, and at some point was that left on the front lawn of 43 Lower
Yes.
Line? Okay. I just want to go through these pictures with you. This is State 73. What time of year was this taken?
This was weeks later. I would say this is probably the last week of May, 2 weeks after it.
You don't have any stitches in your leg. How come?
The doctor only gave me 2 stitches. He gave one on the really big one and then one on the top left one because they said my wounds were too deep and they were dirty. So they could not stitch them properly.
So they wanted, what was the purpose? Do you know the purpose of leaving them on
So I wouldn't get infected to stay clean.
State 75? When was this picture taken?
This was the next morning.
And it looks like here, your left quad is affected.
Yeah, it's bulged up and swollen and bleeding.
State 78. When was this picture taken?
That's a couple days later. That's bruising and still bleeding.
State's 76.
That's
Actually has the date on it.
yeah, so that's in 1 month later and I was still bleeding in that top one.
State 79. This was taken this past November.
Yeah, so that's the entrance wound where the scar is, and then above it is the deformed quad from the actual wound right there.
So do you have an issue with your left quad as a result of this?
Yeah, it's deformed. There's no lower left part of the quad.
So do you look at yourself in the mirror, you look at your legs?
There is a lower left part of the quad. It's still there. It's just not what it's supposed to be.
They're very imbalanced, yes.
It didn't disappear.
They're very imbalanced.
last?
Yes, the right one is bigger than the left one.
Do you work out?
Yes,
How often do you work out?
5-6 days a week.
Have you hit legs hard?
Been trying.
Yeah, and has it done made a difference as a result of this?
Nope.
States 80. It's the rear portion of your leg. Again, scarring as a result of this incident.
Yep.
Okay, you can see where the quad, the way it's supposed to attach to the knee is different,
Yeah, it goes in.
but it's still attached
Yeah.
because you can walk.
And then you can see the
This
indent
past
too.
November.
Yep. And you could also see the indent in the leg.
This is state 74. This is the most recent
Yeah.
picture of your scarring.
Exactly.
Now, with regards to your friends that were at the Rich's house that night, when you were outside and the fight broke out, how many people would you say were outside at that moment?
10 to 15.
And how many people were actually involved in the fight?
From what I saw, it only looked like 3.
Fair to say that everybody else not involved?
Yeah. In the
What were they
beginning.
doing? Do you know what they were doing just prior to the fight?
No, I did not.
Do you know what they were doing during the fight?
No, not during the fight, but I've seen the video. I've seen more.
It appears, what does it appear most people are doing?
Most people are sitting watching.
And with regards to the lighting that night, when the fight, just before the fight started and during the fight, were you able to see in front of you,
Yeah, I was able to see in front of me.
to recognize people you knew?
Yeah, I was able to recognize faces.
Did anybody have any lighting or cameras or anything else out?
Yeah, there was flashlights on.
Do you recall if anybody, we know now that there was a video of the fight, do you recall in the moment though, was anybody videoing it?
No, I did not know it was being videoed.
Mr. You stayed 61. This is a still shot from
Comfort break. I'll be right back.
the video you just watched. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And this individual right here with the white shirt and pink shorts with the camera, the phone in their hand, do you know who this is?
Yeah, that looks like Ricky Fiola.
States State 63. You've seen this still shot in the video?
Yeah.
This individual here with the green sweatshirt,
Yeah, that's Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines. Who is this person here with the to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt and black shorts?
Sal Perry.
This guy here with the jeans on and no shirt on, do you know who that is?
That's Alex Bernstein.
This guy right here with the black shirt, red hat, and jeans, do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Michael Samperry.
Do you know who this is on their knees with their shirt pulled up?
Yeah, that's Tyler De Silva.
Do you know Tyler De Silva?
No, I do not.
Did you know him before that night?
I knew of him from his cousins. I knew his cousins.
Where did you know his cousins from?
I grew up playing baseball with them.
I'll show you state 64. You know who this individual is right here on the right with the white shirt, black shorts?
Yeah,
Who's that?
that's my brother.
And again, 65. Is that your brother?
Yes.
66. Do you know who this individual is? Looks like just to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt, tan shorts.
Yeah, that Jacob Villalobos.
And this guy right here with no shirt on, with what appears to be camouflage shorts and white shirt hanging out the back.
Yeah, that's Matthew Lokovich.
And this guy right here with the blue shirt, white pants. Do you know what that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
Jimmy McGrath.
This is state 67. Again, this person who appears to be shoving somebody, you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Jacob Villalobos.
State 68. This guy right here with the jeans on and the shirt pulled up, going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Tyler De Silva.
How about this individual here to his left?
That's Raul Valle.
That's the defendant.
Yes, it is.
69, the individual in the street, you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Tyler De Silva.
And the individual standing right here to the left in the dark shirt and white pants, do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, as a result of your wounds from May 14th of 2022, can you tell us about what other treatment you had to go through? Tell us what about your recovery.
So the first night in the hospital, I was there for some time, and I wanted to stay the night because they weren't giving me stitches. So I thought I was going to bleed out. I didn't know. I'm not a doctor, so I didn't know how much blood is too much blood. So I was very scared, and I wanted to stay in the hospital. But they told me I was going to be good to go home. So they gave me the 2 stitches after asking, and they sent me home. And then exactly 1 week later after the incident, I stood up and I passed out and had to go back to the hospital.
And what happened when you went back to the hospital?
They had to, retreat me, just clean me up. And they told me that I was really deficient in iron in my blood. So that's why I was passing out. So I had to go back and get that.
Do you know why you were deficient in iron?
No, but I'm assuming it's from lack of blood, lost blood.
And what was your recovery time like as far as were you able to walk right away?
I was in a wheelchair for some time, I think 7 to 10-ish days. And then I was crutching around after. And I was crutching for a while. I couldn't walk for over a month, maybe like about a month.
And were you bedridden at all?
Oh, I was bedridden for 3 weeks, no movement. I couldn't bend my leg. It was stiff. And when all the bruising was happening, I couldn't do anything.
And you're in fact still bleeding a month later?
Oh, yeah.
Show you State's Exhibit 55. You know who that individual is?
Yes, that's me.
And do you recall about when this picture was taken?
A couple days later, maybe the next day.
Now, have you had any other effects as a result of this besides the physical effects?
Mentally, I mean, it was really hard to get through for the first month. My parents would try to help me, and I was telling them to get off of me. I wanted to try to do things on my own, but I couldn't. So I was frustrated with everybody around me, and then frustrated when I was trying to start to learn to walk again. And mentally, I mean, it hurts, but that's really it.
And on May 14th of 2022, did you give any type of statement to the police that night, or did you do it the next day?
I did the next day.
And was that the only statement you gave in regards to this case?
No.
You gave multiple statements?
Yeah, I gave 2.
And what you told police, is that any different?
Okay, I got to stop this because he's driving me crazy. He's sitting here saying that he had to learn to walk again. Oh, boo, please. You had to have physical therapy. That kind of wound is not going to make it to where you cannot physically walk again. No, I've got a scar on my leg just above my knee where I had a bolt go into my leg and they had to reattach a tendon. And yes, I have a little deformity, but did I have to learn to walk again? No. Dramatic much? Just
Today
saying.
than what you told police back then?
I mistake my brother with Ryan Hines.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Get my coffee. I haven't had any yet.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor and Jerry, I just want to let you know how big of a wuss I really am. I had to learn how to walk again. I had to learn to think again. I had to learn everything over again because somebody put a piece of metal in my leg. And I was going to die. It was so horrible.
And I'm
It
never,
really does suck. I won't dispute. It does suck.
and I'm never going to be able to have S again.
Oh, please, Diane. I don't want that picture in my head. Ew.
I have to go. I'll leave you with that statement.
Of course you would. Bye. Love you.
Guys.
So I got my order of Hitchman Homestead coffee in. I'm going to be putting it up while we listen to this baloney.
Bye.
Bye. Guys, it was traumatizing. They are kids. I'm not going to dispute that. I get it. It was traumatizing getting stabbed. I understand. And a lot of people don't have those kind of injuries or problems for most of their life, if ever. And I get it. But I understand you want the jury to understand that you had it hurt and it was difficult and all of that good stuff. I get it. But to sit there and tell me, oh, gee, gads, hold on. But for me to sit there and for you to sit there and drum it up like that to me is just a little bit much. I'm just saying, it's just a wee bit much. It's a beautiful morning. Oh, so I'm going to be, while we're listening, I'm going to restock my coffee because this girl is out.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connery.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry it is under these circumstances. I want to go over your testimony and just review a few things. But let's start kind of close to where we left off with some of these photographs, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 63. You see that on your screen there?
Yes, I do.
And you identified this person as being Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he's wearing black shorts with a white stripe, you would agree?
Yeah.
And a green hooded sweatshirt.
Yes.
And this person next to him, you identified that person as being Sal Perry.
Yes.
And the person on the ground, you identified that as being Tyler De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You told us before that Mr. Hines was fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in this photo, you'd agree that Mr. Hines is actually over near Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't see Mr. Valle in that picture, can you?
Oh, not in that one, no.
You see Alex Bernston here.
Mhm. Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 64. You still see Alex Bernston there?
Yep.
Correct. You see Ryan Hines here, correct?
Correct.
And you see your brother here, correct?
Correct.
Where are you at the time this picture was taken?
So I am behind that crowd towards the car, not towards the curb, but behind that crowd. So away from the driveway.
You are behind this crowd towards the driveway?
No, no, no. Like directly behind that crowd. Like you cannot see me.
Closer to the pile of mulch that you described earlier?
No, 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 no. Like if towards the other property line. So directly behind it from our point of view. The pile of mulch is to the left in this angle.
Okay. This is your brother Charlie here.
Correct.
And you are somewhere behind Charlie and this other unidentified individual?
No, I'm behind the Alex Bernstein angle.
You think you're behind Alex Bernston?
Yes,
How far behind him do you think you were at that time?
5 to 10 feet.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Faison at any point that evening?
No. Well, during the evening, yes, but not during the fights.
And you see Mr. De Silva in this photo, correct?
Yeah, you could see him a little bit.
You see that Mr. Bernston appears to have his hand somewhat on Mr. De Silva, right?
Yes.
And when this photo was taken, you're behind Mr. Bernston.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Valley?
In the moment he was towards the road.
He was towards the road.
Yes.
And who was around Mr. Valley?
I do not recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valley?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
After he was with me, I do not know where he went besides towards the road.
So when this photograph is taken, or with the image captured here, this is a still shot from the video, right?
Yes.
This image captured here, you think you had already separated Mr. Hines from Mr. Valley at that point?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Yes.
You've already been stabbed?
Yes.
When you were stabbed over behind Mr. Bernston?
Yes.
And then after Mr. Hines was stabbed, he got up and he came over to the fight where Mr. De Silva was?
That's what it looks like. Yes.
Is that what you saw?
No, I didn't see him.
And at this point, are you already laying down on the ground on your right
No.
hip?
I'm not.
What are you doing at this point?
Standing in the back, just in shock.
I'm going to show you now states 65. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And do you still see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us who's beside him?
No, I can't tell on that.
This is your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
Who's behind him?
I think that is Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Where is Will Berardi in this picture?
Nowhere to be found.
Now I'm going to show you states 66. Do you see that photo?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Hines here with the black
I think since this is going to be a self-defense case, I would assume he would need to testify based on the evidence I'm seeing.
shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And he's still standing over top of Mr. De Silva, who's blocked by Mr. Villalobos and
Yes.
Mr. Lakovich, correct?
Yes.
And you see Jimmy McGrath here to the right, correct?
Yes.
Wearing a navy blue shirt and white shorts, correct?
Correct.
That evening, you yourself were wearing a dark shirt, correct?
Yes.
Was it navy blue?
Yes, it was.
Did it have anything on it?
Not that I recall. No.
No graphic on the back?
Nope.
And I'm going to now show you States Exhibit 67.
Poll
You can see that
posted.
on your screen.
I posted a
Yes.
poll.
You still see Mr. Hines' black shorts with the white trim at the bottom?
Yes.
And you would agree that this is showing Mr. Villalobos is shoving Mr. De Silva into the road, correct?
Yes.
And do you see a figure here with a dark shirt on?
Yes.
Do you think that could be you, sir?
Not that I know. No.
You see what you think is Mr. McGrath here to the right again, correct?
Yes.
You
He's not going to admit he's in there.
only engaged in fighting with Mr. Valley, correct?
Correct.
You were never engaged in the fight that was going on with Mr. De Silva,
No, it was
correct?
not.
It's just pinned.
So let's go back to the beginning of the night, all right? You told us that you'd started off hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., right?
We're 50-50.
Because he had told you to come over and hang out at that time, right?
Correct.
Correct.
You got there, you went down to the basement after going first to the kitchen,
Yes.
correct? What did you do in the kitchen?
Said hi. Greeted each other.
Who was there in the kitchen?
I don't recall exactly, but a couple of our friends.
Okay. Was there any drinking going on in the kitchen?
No.
You're welcome.
You said you went down to the basement and just normal things were going on, correct?
Correct.
And those normal things, that involved drinking down there, right?
Correct.
You would typically go over to Mr. Rich's house and there would be underage drinking going on, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't tell us, you didn't recall who provided that liquor, correct?
No, I cannot recall.
But you said you think you had 2 beers, right?
Yeah.
Just 2?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes,
How can you be so sure that it was only 2?
that's what I recall.
Could it have been more? And you said when you got there that there were 10 kids there, right?
Yes, about.
Were there any drinking games being played downstairs?
No.
Just music, hanging out,
Yeah, music,
drinking
hanging
some
out.
beers. Did anybody have anything other than beers?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said that later that night, younger kids showed up, right?
Correct.
And those younger kids were Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines, right?
Yes.
And you had some inkling, did you not, that they were on their way over because your brother Charlie had picked them up to bring them there, right?
He did, but I did not know that.
He didn't let you know ahead of time, hey,
No.
I'm picking these folks up?
Nope.
Had Charlie been at 43 Laurel Glen Drive at any point prior to bringing Mr. Marcinzik and Mr. Hines?
Yes, I believe so.
While you were also there?
I believe so, yes.
So you were there, he was there, he left at some point to go get Ryan and Griffin.
Yes.
He didn't tell you he was leaving to go and
No.
get them. But you had seen him there that night, right?
Yeah, I've seen him there.
Was he also drinking?
Not before he left.
Not before he left.
No.
After he left, he was drinking?
I guess, maybe.
Well, did you see him drink?
No, I did not.
So you don't know whether or not he was
No, I
drinking?
do not know.
You assume he was drinking because that's what was typically done. at
Yeah,
that
I
party.
assume. Yeah.
Anybody ever drink to the point of getting sick there?
No,
Not on that night.
not on that night, no.
That is the shirt and a shoe that you were wearing that night, correct?
Yes.
That is State's Exhibit 24. And what color shorts were you wearing that night?
I think gray.
And are those gray shorts you were wearing reflected here in State's Exhibit 77?
Yes.
They some sort of a sweatsuit material?
Yeah, they're cotton.
You identified for us earlier a couple of photographs.
Thank you, Aaron. You're correct.
With State's Exhibit
As always.
7. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you identified that as being Jimmy McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. McGrath is wearing the same shirt and shorts as we see later on in the video, correct?
Yeah.
You weren't there when that photo was taken, were you?
No.
Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
That's Mr. Jesus' home.
Mr. DeJesus' home?
Yes.
And who is he to you?
He is a family friend and a father figure to people.
He's a family friend and a father figure to people. How old is he?
I don't know. I don't know his age. I'd say the 50s.
Mr. DeJesus?
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
And
I don't know. Let's say the
is this
50s.
also a place where drinking goes on a regular occasion?
Yes.
You see a Bud Light there in the photograph?
Yeah.
You weren't there that night at Mr. DeJesus?
No.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
We grew up playing football together when we were young.
Did you see him there that night?
I do not recall seeing him, no.
You don't recall seeing Mr. Chernowski that evening?
No.
Do you hear him in the video that we watched of the fight?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you hear him doing in that video?
Saying, yes, sir.
Do you recall hearing him say that when the fight was going on?
No.
So Mr. Hines and Mr. Marcinzik show up with your brother around what time?
I would say 9:30, 10ish.
And once they arrived, shortly thereafter, you learned that Mr. Hines claimed that he had been jumped over at a party earlier that night at 5 Lazy Brook Road, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And what was the reaction of the folks in the basement at that point?
Who did it?
I'm sorry?
Who jumped you? Why were you jumped?
So they started to ask, who did it?
Yeah, who and why?
And then once they asked who did it, shortly thereafter, they started texting the people that they thought did it, correct?
That's what I heard, but I did not know that night.
You didn't see anybody texting?
No, I did not know there was
You
a
didn't
text thread.
hear from anybody that, hey, we're trying to get these kids to come over here?
No, I did not know that.
You didn't see Griffin Marcinzik taking a photograph of the address and sending it out on a group chat?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik that evening?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him doing?
He was in the basement hanging out.
Just hanging out?
Yes.
You didn't see him on his phone?
I mean, everybody's always on their phone. He was probably on it. That's what I thought.
Did you see him on it?
Not that I recall, no.
And you don't recall Mr. Marcinzik, Mr. Hines, your brother telling you that they were texting with these kids that they claimed did this to them?
No, I did not know there was a text.
Did you hear from anybody that they were trying to get these kids to come there?
Not that I know of, but probably, yeah. I'd say that.
What do you mean, not that you know of, but probably, yeah?
That people were talking about that there was something going on, but I didn't know exactly that they were getting them to come over.
What did you think they were talking about when they said something was going on?
I was staying out of it. I'm not involved in the younger kids' situation.
That was just the younger kids' situation?
It wasn't my friend's situation, no.
The other kids weren't talking about this as well?
They were not talking about it, no. They heard about it, but they weren't going on about it.
And so it was a surprise to you then when the Honda Pilot showed up outside?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Nobody was outside waiting at that time?
Not that I knew of.
And you heard that the car had showed up, right?
Yes.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall who.
Just someone said the St. Joe's kids were outside, right?
They said somebody was outside, yes.
Right. And someone said that, but you can't tell us who that was.
No, I don't know who.
How did they know to look outside to see that somebody was out there?
It was probably a
Objection
relay.
was to- It's speculation.
Sustained.
Was anybody looking outside to see if there was a car arriving?
Objection,
know
does he
of.
know?
It's been answered and it seems sufficient that he didn't know. I'll allow it to stand.
So you don't recall who said someone's here?
No.
But then everybody got up and went outside as a group together, correct?
Correct.
People went outside, yes.
Well, you say people went outside. Who went outside?
I don't know exactly who, but people went outside.
Who was in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone behind you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone to your side?
I don't recall.
Did you walk outside by yourself?
I walked outside.
By yourself?
I don't recall.
I am so tired of I don't recall.
You do recall that there was a group of you and you said at least 10 people were by the car and 10 people were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall who any of those people were.
I don't recall who I went out with, no.
These were all very good friends of yours that you had grown up with and played sports with since you were little.
Yes.
You can't recall who any of them were.
It wasn't important to me at the time, so no.
Wasn't important to you that your brother was going outside towards this car that you didn't know anything about?
I didn't know my brother was going outside.
You didn't see your brother outside?
No.
You can't tell us anybody that you saw outside.
There's people outside. I don't know the specifics of who was where and what was what.
How close was the nearest person to you while you were standing in the driveway?
Probably me to the judge.
And there were 10 of you in the driveway?
About, yeah.
Who were the other 9?
I don't recall
Objection, it's
exactly.
asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered, counsel. I'll sustain the objection.
There were 10 people by the car?
Yes.
Can you tell us who any of them were?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Rich by the car?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. He's
don't
already
recall.
answered. He doesn't know, Council.
Did you see anybody reach into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put their upper body into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
The 10 people that were around the car, they were surrounding the car, right?
They weren't surrounding it. They were on one side of the car from what I
Only
saw.
on one side of the car?
From my vision, yes.
How far away from the car would you say you were?
It's about 25 feet, 30 feet.
25 to 30 feet away?
Yeah, maybe a little farther.
Further than that even?
Yeah.
35, 40 feet away?
30.
You told us all you could hear was bickering, right?
Correct.
Did you hear anybody say somebody was flashing a knife?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
I'll ask if he asked if he's heard it. I'll allow it overruled.
I don't recall hearing that.
Did you see anybody flashing a knife?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything from the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody throw anything at the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a smash or a shattering sound?
No, I did not.
Did you see the car being rocked by the 10 people that were surrounding it?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put hands on the car?
No, I did not.
Were you watching this whole thing the entire time?
No.
What were you doing?
Probably engaged talking to other friends.
So your attention was back and forth from the car to your friends?
In that moment, yes.
But you're sure that you looked over at that car and you saw Jack Snyder driving and Raul Valle in the car as well?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Not really, somewhat. I've seen photos of him on social medias.
So you couldn't identify any of your friends that were around the car, but you'd seen photos of Jack Snyder before, and you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah, I saw people on social media from other times.
Okay. Were you familiar with Raul Valle?
Yes.
Had you known him just from social media like Jack Snyder, or had you had interactions with him?
No interaction, just knew of him from social media.
So you knew him from social media, and again, you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
But you couldn't tell who your friends were that were around the car.
No. I was able to tell from his hair.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Jamie McGrath?
Not in that moment, no.
Who were you talking to in the driveway?
I don't know.
I have to say, I think if they truly did not recall, that they would say, do you know what? I really can't remember because, it was 4 years ago. I can't be 100% certain, that kind of talk. But the answers that they're giving us is, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. That is coming across every single witness. These kids would not use that kind of language across the board. What are your opinions on that?
You said the bickering lasted 5 minutes or so, correct?
About, yeah.
And then without any other interaction between the vehicle, just the bickering, it sped off towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And you stayed in the driveway, correct?
I went inside.
Well, you were still in the driveway, and then you went back into the house through the Bilco doors, right?
I went in through the Bilco doors, yes.
Who did you go back into the house with?
I don't recall who exactly.
Was it just you?
Probably.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were in there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody that was in the basement?
No, not really.
Did you think about calling the cops at that point?
No,
Why not?
because I thought they had left. They sped away.
Didn't feel like it was a threat and you should call the cops?
No, they were told to leave and they sped away, so they left.
And if you called the cops and they came and they found out that there was some underage drinking going on, that might be a problem, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to call the cops because you didn't want them to come and get everybody in trouble. Is that fair to say?
No.
When you went back inside, you told us you talked with your friends about the incident, right?
Said we briefly talked about it, not a full conversation. More of mimicking it. Like, what was that?
Mimicking it.
Just saying, like, why did that happen? Why is that important?
Was there some talk about these guys are pussies? They didn't even get out of the car.
No.
None of that.
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lakovich?
No.
Did you see Michael Sampieri?
Nope.
Did you see Sal Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
Nope.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery?
No.
You were all alone in that basement?
No, there was older kids my age and girls my age.
Oh, okay. Who were they?
I don't recall exactly who.
And you told us that you were down there for about 10 minutes and there was no drinking going on at that point, right?
I said 2 to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I said like 5 minutes.
You said 5 minutes
About, yeah.
that you were down in the basement?
Yeah.
You don't recall telling us just earlier when you were speaking with the state's attorney that you were down there for 10 minutes?
No, I said 5, I believe.
5 minutes, no drinking going on.
No.
You were talking to some folks, but you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who, no.
And then you exit.
They make these, and you're supposed to be able to tear the top off, and you never can. That irritates the hell out of me. Just saying.
The house again, correct?
Correct.
You said that was because people claimed the car was outside still waiting, right?
Yep.
Who were those people?
I don't recall. It's just people.
More than one?
People were saying it, yeah.
People were saying it.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who exactly.
But whoever it was that told you this, it grabbed your attention enough that though you don't remember them, you do remember them going outside to see what was going on, right?
Yes.
And when you went outside, could you see the car when you first came out the door?
No.
You had to go down along the tree line, correct?
Correct.
Over to where your car was by the far end of the tree line, right?
Correct, yeah.
And you looked down the street, right?
Yep.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No, that I saw.
Kind of hard to miss Faison, right?
Why? I didn't see him.
You didn't see him at all.
No.
He wasn't there in the yard.
No, I was by myself along the tree line and right into where my car was.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the yard.
No, I didn't even look for that.
You looked down the street, you told us, and you saw people down there, right?
Yeah.
Who were those people?
I couldn't tell. They were far away.
Did you see the car down there?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell that it was the car?
Same car, yeah.
How could you tell that?
It was the same SUV car with a Honda facing this way. I know the structure of the car.
Well, it wasn't the only car that was in the street that night, was it?
The only one I saw.
That was the only car that you saw?
Yes, when before I came
There
back
weren't
in.
other cars parked along both sides of the street, up and down?
Well, where the cars were parked at the house, yes, but not down where that car was.
That was the only car that was down there.
That I saw, yeah.
And what was the lighting like?
There was streetlights that way, and there was also flashlights on people's phones. It wasn't too dark. It was not dark at all.
Did you see a group of Shelton High kids going down the street chasing that car?
They were already down there by the time I viewed it. They weren't chasing.
What were they doing?
I couldn't hear or see what they were doing exactly.
You couldn't hear or see what they were doing.
Not exactly, but I saw people.
Who did you see?
It was too far to judge.
Did you see any fighting going on?
Down there, no.
Did you see anybody throwing anything?
No.
Did you see anybody spraying anyone in the face with a can of PB Blaster?
No.
Did you ever hear about a can of PB Blaster that night?
No, not that night.
Did you see Tyler Rich anywhere?
In that moment, no. Later, yes.
How many people did you see in the shelter?
I'm not either,
that was
hon.
down the street.
They were
I am
scattered
not
through the
either.
road, so I couldn't really. I wasn't counting.
How many would you estimate were down there?
I don't know. That wasn't. I never thought to count how many people were down there.
No, but you went back inside and you told everybody what you saw, right?
I went inside and I was like, "They're down there, sitting there. That's all."
Like that, calm and just, they're down there, they're sitting there.
Sure. Yeah.
That's how you told the folks?
I don't recall exactly.
Who was it that you told?
I don't recall who.
Who was in the basement at that point?
The older crowd,
Who's the older crowd?
kids my age. So the kids who graduated in 2021.
Like who?
The girls as like Michaela Holton and them, and then my cousin Will.
So it was just you, Will, and Michaela Holton, and another girl that were in the basement at that point?
No, there's a little more people, but I wasn't engaging with them, so I wasn't picking up on who it was.
Where was your brother at this point?
I don't know.
And again, you told us that you heard that they came back, right?
Correct.
Who said they came back?
I don't know who.
How did you hear that they came back?
Someone said it.
How did they say it?
They came back.
Like that?
Yes.
They just calmly said they came back.
They said they came back.
You can't tell us who that was.
I don't recall who it was.
You're sure you were down in the basement?
Yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal down there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich down there?
No.
You didn't see Matthew Lokovich down there?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson down there?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi down there?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry down there?
Nope.
Didn't see your brother down there?
No.
Didn't see Ryan Hines down there?
No.
In any event, you went back outside once you heard that they were there.
Correct.
Why did you go back outside at that point?
Because I heard they were back, and I was curious to see what was going on.
Did you go out by yourself?
Yes.
Nobody else was with you.
No, I went alone.
So when you got outside, people were already there in the yard.
Correct.
You went to the tree area in front of the blue truck in the exhibit that you were shown, correct?
Correct. By the mulch pile.
By the mulch pile. And you stayed there until the fight broke out, you told us.
Yeah.
And when you came out, you saw a group of Shelton High kids face to face with Tyler Da Silva and Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
Who were those kids that you saw face to face with Tyler Da Silva?
Tyler Rich was on the right. Ty Wood was in the middle. And then I thought was my brother Charlie Connor in the left, but that was Ryan Hines.
And that was it. There were just 3 kids that were there
Face
with
to
them?
face. Face to face, yes.
Okay.
There's kids in the driveway who I did not identify.
Only these 3 kids that you saw were in the yard.
That's all I saw, yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal in the yard?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Matthew Lokovich in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry in the yard?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi in the yard?
No, I did not.
Didn't see your brother in the yard?
No, I did not. Well,
Were you
yes, I
looking
did.
for him?
I thought it was him.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was my brother, but that was Ryan Hines to the left,
You'd seen your brother earlier that night, correct?
briefly.
And he was wearing a white shirt, right?
Correct.
Ryan Hines was wearing a green hooded sweatshirt, correct?
Yes, that's what I was able to tell from the video. Yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what I was able to tell from the pictures. Yes.
But you thought that Ryan Hines in the green hooded sweatshirt was your brother in the white shirt.
Correct. I wasn't picking out what color clothes they were wearing. I did not think to take notes of that.
So as best you recollect, it was just those 3 people in the yard facing the 2 from the St. Joseph.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Was anybody blocking your view of things?
Of where they were? No.
Of what was in the yard?
No. Not where they were. No.
How close, when you came out, were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle to the curb there, the road?
I can't tell how close they were to the road. That was their backside. So that'd be looking through two lines of people.
Will you describe for us where you saw them in one of the exhibits before? Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I do.
How far into the yard were they?
Right by that bush.
Right by that red bush that you
Do
had
you want me to
described
point?
before?
To where?
The red bush?
Yes, the red bush. Oh, the exhibit's not up.
And you told us you stayed there until the fight broke out. And that was to the roadside of the left red bush, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. They were, Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle were to the roadside of the leftmost red bush. Do you recall describing that to us?
Can you pull up an
Sure.
exhibit so I can
Pull
see what you're talking about?
There's the big one behind it too.
States Exhibit 6 is what I'm showing you there. Is this the red bush that you're describing here? This one?
Yes, right where your finger. Yep. Yep.
And do you see this sort of debris field here in the front?
Yes.
And you see the curve here?
Yes.
How far is it from the curb to the red bush?
I don't know. 15 feet, 20 feet.
15 feet, 20 feet. How far into the yard were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle?
I would say a little more than halfway to that bush.
So 7 to 10 feet in, if that bush is 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, in that range. Yeah.
Halfway or so to that bush.
Yeah.
And they were standing close together, right?
Yes, they were.
And you could see their faces.
Yes.
You could see their hands.
Yes.
And did you see any weapons?
No, I did not see any weapons.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife out, flashing it around?
Not in that moment. No.
Did you see Mr. De Silva with any weapons?
No, I did not.
Did you see their hands?
Yes, I did.
Were they in fists?
They were by their side. I don't know if they were in fists or not.
They weren't raised?
Not until I saw the jolt.
And you said that they approached your friends, right?
Yes, they came onto the grass.
They came onto the grass. And you said initially they were just talking back and forth, right?
Yes.
And you described it, well, maybe it was arguing, right?
Talking and arguing, yeah.
And you were asked, was it peaceful? And you said, peaceful, I guess so, maybe. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that.
And that's what you saw that night, right? Mr. De Silva was trying to talk with Mr. Rich.
It wasn't talking. It was not so peaceful as I described. Like they were arguing with each other face to face.
Okay, so it's not as peaceful as you described it?
Yeah, it was not, no.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that in fact it was not peaceful at all.
It didn't start off as immediately throwing hands, but they did walk up. There was talking before a fight.
What was the talking about?
I was 10 feet away. I was not listening.
You weren't listening?
No.
And then you said it looked as though Mr. Valle was going to do something. Do you recall that?
Correct.
You told us that he cocked his right hand, right?
I didn't say cocked. I said he made a jolt like he was going to throw.
You don't remember when the state's attorney asked you, he cocked his right hand and you agreed with that?
He jolted. He went back. Like he went like this.
He flinched.
No, he did not flinch. A
Can
flinch
you
is when
describe,
someone
you're
makes you
showing
flinch.
your shoulder coming back.
Yes, like that. Like you're going to do something.
Was his hand in a fist?
I did not see that, no.
Who was close to him when he did that?
Ryan Hines and Ty Wood.
Neither of them punched Mr. Valle, did they?
I didn't see who it was that punched him.
And again, at this point, your recollection is that there were only 3 people facing Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, that's from my view, yes.
Did you see Mr. Teal anywhere?
No,
Did you see Mr. Lokovich anywhere?
no,
Did you see anybody other than those three?
no.
people?
Those are the only 5 people that I saw.
And then you said a Shelton High kid threw a punch, right?
Someone in that line, yes.
In fact, that was Tyler Rich, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I didn't.
What blocked your view?
I just didn't see who it was. I said it came from the right side.
And that person threw that punch at Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
Knocked him down to the ground, correct?
Stumbled, didn't fall to the ground.
He didn't fall to the ground?
No, not that I saw. No.
Do you recall telling officers when you gave a statement to them that you saw Mr. Valle on the ground?
When he was stabbing me, yes, he was bent over as I described.
And you described not that he was bent over, that he was crawling on the ground, right?
He was on one knee coming towards me as I described with
You
State's
told
attorney.
police officers that he was crawling on the ground, correct?
I do not recall.
And you told police officers that they were trying to start things, and one of them said, "We have a knife on us," right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to officers Kozlowski, Ianati, Muyo, and Bango on May 15th at 12:30 in the afternoon when
I
you were at
don't.
your parents' house?
No, I don't.
Do you recall them saying, one of them saying that they had a knife on them?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you all went over to help?
I don't recall saying that exactly now.
Okay. You've told us that it was just you who went over to break this up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was engaged with, yes.
Nobody else was with you when you went over to break
No,
this
I
up?
ran by myself. There could have been other people, but not with me, no.
And you described for us that you were able to just get in between the two of these folks and push Mr. Hines away, right?
Yes, I pushed him
And
down
that
to
then
his
you
spot.
took his place.
Yes.
Nobody else around you at that point.
Not that I was thinking of, no.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand filming anything?
No.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand with the light on?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski anywhere around?
No.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
I thought my brother was Ryan Hines.
Okay, I understand that. Now you understand that he's not your brother. He was Ryan Hines, right?
Correct.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
Not after that, no.
Council, whenever you feel there's a good time to take a break.
Your Honor, I think perhaps if we stop here, that would be a good spot.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and move into our lunch break. So we will stand in recess from now until 2 p.m. We'll pick evidence back up at 2 p.m. I remind you of your rules of juror conduct, the oath that you took, and the instructions that I have repeatedly given prior to our recesses and our adjournments. So please remember to stand by those rules and your oath, and have a good lunch, and we'll see you back for 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll call you then.
All right. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Bye.
You're welcome. Thanks.
I'm sorry, guys. That was an interesting little phone call. Corporation out of California called and wants to talk to me about me possibly being on their board and getting paid for it, for the disability stuff. Okay, so they have stepped away for lunch. We're caught up. Please don't forget to comment and also subscribe, click that bell button so you know when I go live. This trial is expected to go through July the 1st. Fighting with manners. You know, that's a problem you have when you have very young people testifying. They don't have the the knowledge and learning and the skill, and that should be up to the attorneys to educate them, and they are not. You're right. They have had 3 years to get their story straight. They were all out about there and engaged in this fight, but didn't see one another. You know, that is driving me back crazy. What I'd like to do now, let's do a little palate cleanse. First of all, let's go over our bingo card, y'all. We're not too far. If I have missed one, please let me know. The only thing that's withstanding is asked and answered. Wooded area, that was said. Snapchat, I don't remember if I heard that. I heard a lot of texting. I don't remember hearing black truck, and court, I will allow. So if those have been said, please let me know in the comments below and I will mark them off. Now, we have a video that I want to show you from Court TV, and I'm permitted to share. And I thought, let's watch this because this is O'Keefe Friends and Family verdict reaction. We've not heard a lot from the O'Keefe family. So less asked and answered was said. Thank you very much. I wasn't sure. There we go. So we got black truck, Snapchat, and court, I will allow. The court, I think she has said I'll allow it. The court has said that. So we only have Snapchat and black truck left. I'll show it. Those are the only two left. Okay, so we're going to go over here for a short time and watch this court video from Court TV. It's an interview with some of the Karen Reed. I'm going to skim through all of the, there we go.
They felt it was an injustice. They felt like Karen Reed was falsely accused. That's that side of the story. There's two sides to every trial that we cover on Court TV. There's the accused, that was Karen Reed in this case, and then there's the prosecution representing the state, the Commonwealth, the people, but also really representing the victims in the case. And the victims in a case where you are alleging murder, where someone died, the victims are those who loved John O'Keefe. And that brings me to the first question in our investigation tonight, and it's about the other side. How are the friends and family of John O'Keefe handling the verdict? It was obvious to me what they believed happened here. They believed Karen Reed was responsible. So how are friends and family handling this not guilty verdict? To help us answer that, I'd like to bring in John Jackson. He is a close friend of John O'Keefe. They were good friends since college. I can understand this can't be easy, but I need you to help us understand what it's like from the other side. That story hasn't been told enough. How are you personally handling what transpired and the verdict in this case?
That's the lead-in. That's the lead-in to this. That's the footage of the lead-in to this. That's Vinny, we saw you out there. We saw you with your pink tie. We saw you just bathing in the
whoa.
Yeah.
Didn't wear a pink tie, John. Didn't wear a pink tie,
John. You hold it up. You held it up, right?
No, I didn't. I held up a red tie, John. If you've watched me, if you've watched my career,
so
every verdict I wear a red tie. So I switched from the purple. From the purple.
The career is interesting.
Okay, this is the way it's going to go. Let's go.
The career is fantastic. The career is fantastic. Look, up until this case, we all watched you. We all did. We all watched, any case that had any kind of interest to us, we watched. But I just watched that interview with that juror. Well, I was here to talk about something completely different. And it's unfortunate because...
Okay, let's talk about whatever you want to talk about, John. I'll give you an opportunity. It's not a problem.
I can't believe what I just heard from that. I just watched the show, so I can't believe what I just heard that juror say. So many things. I mean, I just went over it. I couldn't believe what I was listening to. It believes the dog bite theory, but they didn't really present it at trial. Those are her words. Barros, she talked about Officer Barros. She apparently missed the cross-examination, although she did hat tip to Mr. Hank Brennan for his cross-examinations. But hey, look, I'd love to talk about Johnny.
John, let me give you an opportunity. You could talk about whatever you want. As a guest on this show, you can talk about whatever you want right now. You've got the microphone, we've got the camera. You have a question for me? If you want to talk about the juror, the way she saw the case, that's fine. You've answered my question that I have already. I sense that you are absolutely livid. You're unhappy. There's a sense of anger. So my question's answered.
Yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
So let me just run through it. Okay, it's been a couple days. So the first couple days, you know, obviously we were all together when the verdict came out, and it was rough, man. It was you know, you sat through the whole case and you watched everything come and go, all the evidence come and go, and look, to us, the prosecution put on a good case, and to us, that data from her car and from Johnny's cell phone told the whole story. Right. So we're not hearing too much about that right now from these jurors. I'm a little surprised. Look, I came out that night. I said, look, we respect the jury's decision. I mean, that's how it is. And it's okay. That's the process. I'm to be honest, I'm stunned at what I just saw. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I wasn't really there until I just saw that interview, and it kind of put me there. It is literally like the social media side of this and the blogging side of this and the law tuber side of this just came out of that juror's mouth. I'm actually stunned. I was calm. I wasn't here, but I can't believe I just heard it. It kind of put me in a position, and I'm sorry. Didn't mean to start off that way.
Hey, John,
the video.
your emotions are real. You're entitled to your emotions.
Of course they are.
This is an incredible loss. And I've seen cases of not guilties before. I know it can be crushing. I know it can create anger. And I just want to hear it. I want to hear your side of this. So hearing what we heard from juror number 11 tonight and the way things went down, where do you point blame anywhere for why this result came out, a result that you don't believe in at all?
Yeah, so obviously, there's a couple places we'd like to put some blame, but let me start off again. We respect the process, right? If the process is fair, if there's no fingers on the scale, we respect the process, and the jurors spoke. So that's it, right? I mean, we understand that's it. But you know, what we don't appreciate is the narrative that got away from us pretty early was a false narrative. So, you know, trial 1, trial 2, both of them, in the, you know, the popularity of the movement grew, and as the movement grew, it drew in more and more media types, you know, traditional media, new media, drew them all in, and they went and chased the clicks, and they chased the likes, and they chased the popularity, which is fine. That's what they do. But what we feel is that at some point, I mean, look outside that courthouse, right? The family heard the cheers. Brother, friend, son. I mean, they heard the cheers, and it was devastating, right? So the media needs to take responsibility for their part in this. I'm not saying it was totally there, but for their part in this, for allowing themselves to choose sides, for allowing themselves to be part of the fuel for that fire that caught and wound up outside of that courthouse. So yeah, some of the blame goes there.
So go ahead. No, continue. I don't want to cut you off. I thought you were done. Continue.
Look, so the problem is for us too. We've lived this for 3.5 years, and you know, we've every piece of evidence that came in, both sides, you know, we can be objective about it and say when things went poorly for us and when things went well for us. And it just, even when things went well for us, I mean, again, juror 11 here, look, Ms. Hank Brennan, Adam Lally, Attorney McLaughlin, they put on a good case. And it's unfortunate because I'm looking now, this doesn't look like it ever had a chance. It doesn't. A couple of other jurors I've spoken to, and I wasn't going to go there with this, but I can't even, literally raw emotions are coming out here. So that's not where I wanted to go tonight. I wanted to be calm and talk about Johnny and the pain that this family is definitely experiencing.
So, yeah, and we've heard from other jurors that are speaking, do you at all look at the investigation itself, the way things were handled that night?
Sure.
I know there was a nor'eastern coming in. I know that is difficult, but it's Massachusetts, not securing the scene, other things that were pointed out to the jury, because they kept saying to me, not just this juror, but other jurors, holes in the investigation. There were holes in the investigation.
Sure. I can address that. Sure. So again, me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else here, but I will say that, the investigation found the right person. My personal opinion is that maybe, especially with a police officer involved, maybe a little more follow through, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. And I'm being, I'm softening it a little bit, but am I happy with the investigation? No. But did they come up with the right person? Yes. Right. So the evidence in this case points to one person, or one person only. And we've followed the social media, we've followed the online stuff and all the other media. And it, the reality is the wrong narrative still exists. The wrong narrative is still out there. They're talking about third-party culprits, and it's all nonsense. One person did this. We know it. We've known it since the beginning. And you want to talk about the investigation? I understand. Look, beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard. We get it. And we can have an honest conversation about whether or not, beyond a reasonable doubt, the threshold was met here. I believe it was. But if you want to talk about specifically maybe the collision, whether or not a collision happened, I mean, you can have that argument. I think a totality of the evidence shows, yeah, it happened. But if you want to have like an honest conversation about whether that happened and whether they proved it or not, I think they did. If a juror came out and said, look, I just don't believe in a collision, fine. But when they come out and they say things like, it wasn't 100%, instead of, if it's 99, then you can't convict. I mean, not understanding reasonable doubt, totality of the evidence, not understanding that their job. I mean, they say they understood their job, but they didn't get it. Or at least that one, I should say.
Right.
So yeah, again, investigation found the right person. I would have liked a little more follow through, but maybe things will change because of this case, right? You would hope that when investigations happen now, they would have to sort of foresee that maybe a wealthy defendant would be able to purchase the circus, So that's how I see it. So yeah, if you want to have an honest discussion about reasonable doubt, I could probably get on board with that. But the other stuff, she said, this last juror talked about the dog bites, Barrows. She never listened to Hank Brennan's. I mean, Aperture was unprofessional. I mean, look, you say what you want, but you can go after the individual if you want. But Shannon Burgess, he found the chip that put the data that put her car there. She was the one who drove the car forward 30 and change feet, and then reversed and another 50 feet at a high rate of speed. Even that juror said she said it. She says she doesn't know what. Maybe she hit him, but then he went in the house after with the socks on. I mean, oh my God, he didn't have a shot. There was never a shot here. And so the emotions you hear now is I'm transitioning away from the grief and the disbelief. We're pragmatic about it. We understood that this could happen, but this is not what we expected. We expected a more deliberate jury, I guess, would be the best way to say it.
John, and then there are commercials and there are segments in a show.
Sure.
But
Sure.
I want to extend this segment and give you an opportunity. Again, is there any other area that you would want people to know about tonight? Because I think your voice is an important voice in all of this.
Sure. If you want me to stick around, or you want me to just do this now?
No, we're pushing the commercial. We're pushing it, so we're giving you a little extra time here. I'm sorry for the confusion.
This is your thing, So yeah, no. Look, let's just talk about the family for a moment, okay? Let's just talk about Johnny's family. They've been through a tremendous, and you hear it. You hear people say justice for John O'Keefe. The reality is, We knew, guilty or not.
Well, I didn't know it was gonna go there, y'all. It's a palate cleanse from the other case. Oh, I had no idea it was gonna go this way, y'all. I apologize, but I'm too into this now.
That Johnny's never coming home, right? He's just not coming home. The pain, the
I'm sorry.
The damage was already done. He's never coming back, and that pain's never going to change. You know, the O'Keefes, obviously, most know the story now about his Johnny's older sister passing, and his brother-in-law, and how he took in the kids, and you know, that is heroic stuff. That's not run-of-the-mill stuff. That's stuff that when the moment arises, and you feel like, oh, you know, I'd be that guy. I would be that guy. I don't know. You hope you would, but he was that guy, and he was that guy for everybody. That wasn't just his niece and nephew, who he loved and cherished more than anything. That's who he was to all of us. That was who he was to people he didn't know. He was a helper. He was a giver. He was charitable. He was an amazing man. And the O'Keefes need to be left alone to grieve now, right? We're going to put a period at the end of this chapter. We're going to move on. The O'Keefes need to grieve. So anybody who's online still talking, you know, still, oh, peg this, peg that. First of all, it's Mrs. O'Keefe to us. Okay? Stop talking about them. Start looking. You know, people invested their lives in the last 30 plus days or even 3 years or so in this. And they're zeroing in on people on the family side of that bench. And they would constantly go on social media, point things out and say terrible, terrible things. This is a grieving family. It's unacceptable. And we know in the first trial, walking in that door, everybody screamed and yelled, cop killers, cop killers. It was unbelievable. And then they learned, you know, it's bad PR, so we're going to stop that now. And they did, but they didn't stop online. And I won't say the names, but, you know, the niece and nephew that Johnny took in, they're incredible, incredible kids. But the kids, they're on social media. You can't stop that. And they see it. And they see the pain of the family, of their grandparents. So when you consider saying something about the O'Keefes, well, Paul, leave Paul alone. It's time to leave him alone. He deserves to grieve. We understand the verdict is in. You know, she's free to do whatever she wants in this life, right? But that pain is not going to stop for that family or for the friends or for any of us. And the world is going to miss out on a tremendous individual. And it doesn't change the fact that we know who did it, right? We know who did it. Just didn't get the guilty. Wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt in this jury's eyes. It's unfortunate. And anyway, I appreciate you let me say that.
Yeah. Well, John, I appreciate you coming on. It's not easy, and what you said, everyone heard, and I think that's important. And I'm sorry for your loss of your good friend, and for going through all this and all the pain. John Jackson, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
When we come back, more of our investigation. Don't go anywhere.
Wow,
brutal murders
he handled
of 4
that
University of
beautifully,
Idaho
y'all.
students.
Oh my God.
He handled that beautifully. I will tell you, that was a hard bullet to handle, and he did it great.
And that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
It's Alan Jackson asking for 3 not guilties, and pretty much what he got. Pretty much what he got in the case. Again, we thank John Jackson for coming on and showing us how the other side has reacted to all this and their thoughts and feelings tonight. I thought that was important. I thought it was powerful. And he mentioned something that I want to talk about now. You know, in an interview with TMZ, that juror that he was speaking about, identified only by his first name, Jason, explained how he viewed this concept, which is the backbone of our system of criminal justice, this concept of reasonable doubt.
I don't know what happened to John. I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes. Is there an angle of reasonable doubt to where we're not really sure? Like, are you really sure? Are you 100% or are you 99.9%? You know, if you're that 99%, you know, we can't convict you.
Did you hear that? And that's what John was talking about. 99% cannot convict you. You need to be 100% to erase, if you're 100% sure, to erase all the reasonable doubt. And that brings me to the next question in our investigations. In light of that, did prosecutors stand a chance here in this case? If you've got to prove the case 100%, that 99% is still leaves reasonable doubt. Here to help answer that question, criminal defense attorney Bob Mata, also the host of the Defense Diaries podcast, which is amazing. Also with us, longtime Massachusetts attorney Rick Grundy. All right, Rick, I'm going to start with you on this one. As a former homicide prosecutor in Norfolk County, did prosecutors stand a chance with this juror if it's got to be 100%, that 99.9% still leaves reasonable doubt?
And another juror didn't catch in the instructions that when something's objected to,
Hey, Tinkitude, how are you?
you don't take it into consideration, such as the garage. I want to say first, Vinny, just that to Mr. Jackson, I appreciated hearing from him very much. And I thought he brilliantly, in his final segment, put forth the caring of the O'Keefe family and their wishes and needs for the future. The raw motion before is an exhibit of how crucial the work that is done here in the prosecution is and how it affects people's lives. There was an article in the Globe today. Former Trooper Proctor gave an interview. Two things jumped out at what he said. First was that the investigation targeted, he didn't use the word target, but found somebody that he was assured of quickly, negating the need for further investigation in these outlying areas that the defense seized upon. In doing so, he indicated that number one, that it was his decision to make and that it was allowed by the office. Something I didn't invent, but I installed in there was for every death, along with the investigators, when it happens, goes a trial attorney and appeals attorney. They're there because they need to present that case to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. A trial attorney equal to leading the evidence to the guilty party is looking at it with an eye towards what is the defense going to be. An investigation needs to be done to address that defense, and it needs to be done then and there, which is why the trooper doesn't make that decision. The appellate attorney is there to look for what those legal hurdles are going to be to get to reasonable doubt and work with them there in the time. This case was lost because the Norfolk District Attorney's Office sent out a message and a team ill-equipped to address a case of this nature. So no, by the time it was at the courthouse step, there wasn't an opportunity to reach that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Bob, did prosecutors stand a chance here?
Ironically, coming out of that first trial, my gut was telling me, and then when we ended up hearing from the one juror, Ronnie, from the first trial, it became evident to me that what the defense didn't do in the first trial was really pound home with the jurors exactly what reasonable doubt was or is. And it's amorphous. It's a hard thing to really define. And you know, instructions in every state are different. Massachusetts has that moral certainty portion of it, which is pretty intense. I mean, that's some of the more intense language I've ever heard in terms of, explaining to a juror what that means, what reasonable doubt means. And here, I think it was the polar opposite. I think what happened for Hank Brennan is he failed to explain what his burden is and where that jury has to be. It doesn't have to be I'm 100%, because that's not what a reasonable doubt is. A reasonable doubt is not 100%.
And that's coming from
what that is.
Criminal defense attorney Bob Motta. Okay, guys, you're going to stick around. When we come back, were the Alberts and McCabe's treated fairly? I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe and the dramatic acquittal of his girlfriend, Karen Reed. Many people's lives were impacted by the case and this trial. Here's the story. The death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe sent shockwaves through Massachusetts, but the chaos that followed was a storm no one expected.
Thinkitude, you could order one. I do them on cowboy hats. I could do a baseball cap, and I can do the felt, the felt. I even do them on glasses.
Expected. Found lifeless in the snow outside of 34 Fairview Road in January of 2022, John O'Keefe's mysterious death ignited a fiery legal saga. Karen Reed, his girlfriend, was accused of backing her SUV into him during a snowstorm. But as her defense launched counter allegations, a war erupted. The Alberts and McCabe's, who were at the home where O'Keefe was found the night he died, were thrust into the...
Kind of sounds like the Hatfield and McCoys when I hear the McCabe and the Albertsons and the McCabe's, Hatfield and McCoy.
Spotlight, accused of covering up a violent altercation inside the house. Protesters showed up outside their homes. Careers were upended. Reputations shredded. The courtroom became a battleground. Corruption, conspiracy, and a deep distrust of law enforcement on display. The first trial ended in a hung jury, but the retrial brought a stunning twist. Karen Reed was acquitted of all charges but drunk driving. Vindicated, she walked free, leaving behind a community torn apart and a truth still bitterly contested. Like I said, other people were impacted by all this, particularly two families. You know, the Alberts and the McCabe's did an interview with ABC's Nightline, and they talked about how they've been treated.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis. Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the next question in our investigation, and it's about these two families. Were the Alberts and McCabe's treated fairly? Let's bring in our guest going to help us answer this question. John DePietro, host and creator of Road Patrol Live, and attorney Ali Crothamel. Great to have you both here. John, from your perspective, what do you think about the Alberts and the McCabe's? Were they treated fairly throughout all this?
Hey, first of all, I want to say that was really powerful interview with John Jackson. I know John. This is really incredible how much he was impacted by it. You saw outside the courthouse, you saw when I walked out and what the reaction was. And when you think about it, that's just because I believe the case that the Commonwealth put on. I don't have these crazy ideas of conspiracy, and you saw the reaction. So the answer to this is a very, very dangerous atmosphere right now that is being perpetrated with, we need the search for the real killers. There was an investigation on this. The Alberts, the McCabe's were friends with John O'Keefe. These people did nothing wrong. Now, since the verdict, Vinny, their lives have been turned upside down just the past 2 days. And some people are not going to be happy until something very dramatic happens. The other night at the courthouse, Hank Brennan wanted to walk down the front steps. I talked to the troopers. They told him not to because they didn't feel they had enough police for the crowd. There's something wrong with that. There was something wrong that people were cheering that someone was found guilty on an OUI. This case is upside down. But as far as the McCabe's and the Alberts, they were targeted early. This was a concerted effort to make their life hell, as they talked about. They're now starting to talk about it. But this is a classic example, as they talked about, of witness intimidation, dehumanize, attack, vicious, lies about them, and just trying to make their life hell so they wouldn't testify. There is no rationale. Someone has to step forward and stop this narrative that the search is on for the real killers, because that's code to go after those two families.
Allie, do you believe that the Alberts and McCabe's were treated fairly here?
Well, I do, because they signed themselves up for this. So they're deleting Google searches. They're butt dialing people. They signed themselves up for it. In fact, they're going up online right now, going in social media, asking for attention. They're doing interviews. If they were concerned.
The Google search was disproved.
John, you got to let Allie finish her answer, please, John. Go ahead.
All right, fair enough.
So they're going on interviews. If they don't want attention, if they're so distraught over John dying, why don't they stay in their house and be quiet? They're going on national TV acting like they're the victims. Let's be clear here. There's two victims here. There's a fallen police officer who is now deceased and an innocent woman who is now exonerated. Those are your two victims. It's not the McCabe's. It's not the Alberts. And they're making themselves out to be that.
Go ahead, John.
Listen. These people, she either is ignoring or doesn't realize what started, and it was a concerted effort to go after them, to target them. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? Just be silent? Stay in their house?
They're not supposed to lie. They're supposed to say the truth.
Do you understand that people were showing up where their children go to school, where the third-party culprit was debunked? Does she understand that? There are people that still think you have a juror saying it happened in the garage.
You don't have to talk in the third person.
Stay in their homes. They're fighting for their lives. What do you mean lie? Who lied? What? Why? If there
Did you watch
witness,
the trial, John?
These people were witnesses. Do you understand?
Correct. So they shouldn't be deleting stuff. They should.
What are you talking about? This was all disproved. All right, and I'll take that. Then why didn't the defense put a witness on the stand to challenge Ian Whiffen? They didn't put anyone on the stand to challenge that.
Why didn't?
Hold on, you won't answer that. 227 never happened. Do you accept that? Do you accept that 227 never happened?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not do I accept that.
How is that
McCabe's
possible?
and the McAlberts should be asking Hank Brennan if they want to say their truth, if they want to testify as to what happened that day. Why aren't they asking Mr. Brennan to get on the stand and to testify in trial number 2? Why? Because they're liars. That's why.
The defense could have. You're just trying to flame people up.
It's not the defense's burden.
To do what you're trying to accomplish.
It's not the defense's burden. You can't accept that Karen Reed is.
Whoa! And Vinnie Politan sitting in the background going, oh, my ratings are going to go up. This is spicy, y'all. All right, y'all. I have to do it. I love you, Vinny, but I got to do it. This is spicy.
Not found not guilty. That's the problem here, John. You can't accept it.
We're talking about witness intimidation, as they talked about. I think you'd feel differently if you witnessed something and then suddenly a gang of people were showing up in your driveway, coming by your house, sending things to your employer.
Wouldn't make collusions and conspiracies, John. I wouldn't lie.
Do you think that's our system?
They are liars. They signed up for this. Go to the FBI. Go tell the truth. Don't delete searches. All
right. How did Brian Albert lie?
All of them lied. It's a collusion. It's a conspiracy. You're right. I can't sit here and say.
Play it out. Let me know how many people are involved in the conspiracy. I want to hear this, because why didn't the defense do this? The defense didn't use the third party.
It's not the defense's burden, John. It's the Commonwealth's burden.
They
They,
were
have to
making the
prove beyond a reasonable
accusations.
doubt, not the defense.
They were making.
I feel like we're in the
accusations
jury
against these
room right now. I feel like we're in the jury room during the first trial. And I appreciate the passion on both sides. John DePietro, thank you so much. Ali Crothamel, unfortunately, we're out of time for tonight, but this conversation
No problem.
will continue. When we come back, final question of our investigation tonight. Was the 5:07 a.m. video the most important piece of evidence?
You look at this angle. Keep going.
Coming soon to Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering.
These murders have shaken our community.
As Jason explained.
Okay, guys, what do y'all think about that little spat? OMG. Yes, Tink, we do need to talk. How do you like this hat? This was my sister's. My sister and her best friend went on a cruise, and so I made both of them these hats. This one has a little lace border on it. Yep. Even if I don't believe in the conspiracy, the Commonwealth did not prove KRJOK. The police did not investigate Brian Higgins, someone else. All they had to speak. Yeah, let the woman speak. That is, and the thing is that it was said, and there was evidence in the other case, it didn't come in this case, that Morrissey is the one that told Trooper Proctor to get rid of the SIM card in the phone, and also told him to tell Brian Higgins to do the same. I never heard of him either. Hello, Eagle Cobb. How are you? I'm beating a hat for my dear friend's birthday is this week, and I'm making her a beaded hat. So we're watching some Vinnie Politan while we're on lunch break for the Valley trial. Yep. The hats are not as bad. The hats are not too bad. Depends on how much pattern work. If you just want the straight lines up and down, it's much cheaper. But if you want pattern work like this, it gets a little more expensive.
He viewed the taillight evidence from 5:07 a.m. when Karen Reed was backing out of John O'Keefe's garage and then driving down the driveway to meet up with Jennifer McKay.
What I don't understand is why are people not realizing how much Morrissey has done in the background? And why is it staying in the background? That's what I want to know. Morrissey is the was he the district attorney or attorney general? District attorney. And he's the one that was really running some of this from the background. And I don't understand why they don't bring him up on misconduct charges.
Abe and Kerry Roberts.
Like
Take a
Trooper
listen.
Proctor.
The videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. How come it's red in this video after the alleged, collision happened, and then it's not, it doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red. I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
Okay.
I can answer that. I can answer that. I can answer that. Okay. The clear pieces inside the tail light connect at the top of the tail light digitally, and then the light is transposed through those using those little itty bitty dots. Now, there is a red cover that covers those other pieces of plastic, okay? What happened was that the outer red plastic got broke, but not the inner plastic. And thus, when she stepped on the brakes, since that inner plastic was still connected to the connector at the top, it showed red. There are no light bulbs in her taillight. But why did they find a taillight light bulb in the debris? That's why I immediately thought it was planted, because her taillight doesn't have a light bulb, but yet they found light bulb debris. That to me tells me somebody did something stupid.
investigation tonight. It's all about the video. Was the 5:07 a.m. video the most important piece of evidence? That juror said it was all red. And then the only way it could be all red is if it wasn't broken. Here to help us out, criminal defense attorney Bob Mata, host of Defense Diaries, incredible podcast, also a longtime Massachusetts attorney Rick Grundy.
I know,
Bob,
right?
$500,000 spent on experts and everything else going on in this case, getting into the weeds. And a simple video is what really helped convince this juror that she was not guilty. Was this the key piece of evidence?
I mean, for that juror, but it's the totality of the circumstances. As I've said, Vinny, I mean, to me, this trial, in terms of how the defense decided to try it, was the science. And the fact of the matter is when you learn that if a diffuser, that little piece of clear plastic that had the dots on it, if that diffuser is removed, the taillight doesn't illuminate at all. Not red, not white, nothing. There is no illumination. Yep. So the fact of the matter is if it went down the way the Commonwealth had said, in terms of Karen hitting John and that diffuser, which they say they found in the lawn, was in fact out of that taillight is black. It's dark. There's nothing. So to me, it was a huge win for the defense when Hank Brennan decided to lean into that, because if they were listening carefully to Alan Jackson's argument, he brought up that fact that diffuser was a big deal. That was really kind of a low-key piece of evidence.
See, that's where they got it in trouble. That's where the troopers or whoever messed with the taillight, I believe it was Proctor, got in trouble, because had he just left that diffuser piece in, the outer casing was broken, not the diffusers, and just based it off of the outer casing, he may have had a better shot. But because he panicked and removed everything that he removed and threw it in the yard, causing a bigger problem. If they wouldn't have messed with the taillight and just say that she broke it and that's what hit him, I think they would have had a better shot, but they screwed it up.
And to me, it really, I think, probably turned a couple of the jurors.
Rick, there was so much done with these experts, but neither side did a video to try to show what the SUV would look like at night. Like the prosecution could have taken a tail light, could have carved it exactly the way it was broken, and then put it on the SUV and show the jury how it would illuminate. Defense could have done the same thing. Obviously, at this point, they didn't have to, but nobody did that. And for this juror, he looked at the video. In this case, that was, I don't know how many times I did this segment, looking at the images of the tail light. So was this the most important piece of evidence, and was it slightly overlooked?
I think I can tell you how many times you addressed it, Vinny, because I think every time you did it to me, and it gave me a headache because I couldn't make out what I was seeing on it. So I agree with you. I think there was tunnel vision with respect to a number of things that the juries seem to have seized upon. They got into this war of their experts. The Commonwealth had to do that because they had to put out an explanation for how the injuries were concerned. But I think on a large degree, that canceled each other out and they looked towards other things. Also, with respect to any individual piece of evidence, and depending on when it was introduced at the case, I've learned a lot from some great trial attorneys over the years, AKA stolen it from them. One of the original things that I had was when I teach trial advocacy, the beginning of discussing opening statements is I tell them you've got two hurdles to get over. The first hurdle, and the most difficult hurdle, is to get the jury wanting to decide in your favor. Your second hurdle is then give them enough information and evidence to do that. And I think once you get to these individual pieces of evidence, they have started to lean one way or the other. I think it also plays a part when they listen to the jury instructions and they hear 100% instead of reasonable doubt. 2 words, reasonable and doubt. Or they think the objection to the garage was a crucial piece for them. So you got to win them. You got to get them over there. It's hard to do over a period of 29 days. Your opening works to do that in a 4-day trial. not so much in a lengthy trial.
All right, Bob, we have 10 seconds left. Just give me a final word on your thoughts of everything that has happened here.
You know, at the end of the day, I hope the O'Keefe family is allowed to grieve. It's a tragedy. I thought that Mr. Jackson was a pretty poignant guest to have on. I hope that the biggest takeaway for me is that, in my estimation, the system works.
All right. Bob Mata, Rick Grundy, thank you so much. We've learned a lot about this case in the last 3+ years of our coverage. But with this verdict, the one thing we have not learned is what happened to John O'Keefe. And the truth is we won't. Everyone who has an opinion will hold on to it. We may get some additional facts from a civil case, but our criminal courts are where we go for the truth. But nothing was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So we didn't get it. Instead, we have even more questions. I'm Vinnie Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
Thank you, Vinnie Politan. Thank you very, very much. I will tell you that, sometimes I think Vinnie gets a little out there, but I do appreciate his investigative show. I appreciate the fact that he did bring on this guy. And I thought, wow, you handled that explosion well. Oh, shoot, I shouldn't have done it. I'm getting myself in trouble here. I don't think that that guy was, you can tell emotions are running high. I don't disagree. I think that the families need to be, both families need to have time to grieve. What people don't realize, and that's something that's been very difficult for Karen Reed, is that she's not been able to truly grieve. Why? Because first of all, she was not allowed to go to his trial. The funeral of John O'Keefe. They had a restraining order. And unfortunately, she could not go to the funeral. And as I understand it, she's not even been permitted to go to his grave. So, because of her conditions of her release, even though the family cannot ban her from going to it because it is a public place, unless it's a private plot somewhere. So she now, and of course she's been in a fight for her life. So now Karen Reed herself is having to go through this grieving process, and I feel for her. I mean, it's a bittersweet victory in the sense of, okay, she's safe. She's not going to jail for something that she has been not convicted of. Whether you believe she's innocent or not, she's not convicted. And she's lost her home. The parents got rid of, I think they bought another home. They downsized. They have double, triple mortgages. I don't know. All I know is that they are so far in debt, they can't even see the light at the end of the tunnel. And she's lost her job. Both jobs. Now what's going to happen? Now she's got to get her life back. And while she's doing that, she's got to fight again in civil court. And that's a whole new ballgame because she will be deposed. She will be forced to talk. And so, now understand that I think it's her homeowner's insurance, car insurance. One of the insurances is going to pay for the attorneys. And because an insurance is handling the case, the civil case, the family have asked for $50,000. And I'm surprised that's all they've asked for. But that is what she's being sued for. And that is a drop in the bucket compared to what they just got done with. Estimated amount. The lawyer fees alone are pushing anywhere from $10 to $13 million. At the end of her first case, they had, Jackson said that they had over $5 million in billable hours that they have not billed her for and do not plan to do so. So now with an additional attorney, they did have some interns helping them, thank God, and all the additional expenses on that part, the billable attorney hours are well over $7,000, could be as much as 10. That's anywhere from 12 to $15 million. So you got 5 million on the first case, 7 to 10 million on the second case. That's 12 to 15 million dollars just in billable attorney fees, which I don't think they're going to bill, not including the millions upon millions upon millions upon millions for all the expert witnesses and all of the court filings. Every time there's a paper, there's a fee. Every time you get a filing of the opposite side, there's a fee. So this has to be, in the history of the United States, the most expensive OUI conviction anybody has ever seen in their entire life. I would be venturing to say between both sides, you're looking at about, well, based on my experiences with my ex and other people, possibly 30 million, possibly. You know, not including the cost and that it's the city's incurred because of the police and all the expert witnesses and all the lawyers for the prosecution and the judge. And when you really sit pen to paper, how much that city has forked out, I would say it'd be close to, I'd say again, 10 to 15 million dollars. It has really gotten out of control. People have no idea. No average family could have afforded a defense like Karen's. Karen is a financial advisor. She teaches finance, I think, or taught at a college. She had a good income. She was not married, no children. She invested her money wisely. She had some money. I think her home sold for well over $500,000. So now she's got to get it all back. I think I'm happy to see she's not spoken publicly yet. I think that because she's got a civil case, that may not be a wise decision to do so. But I think that when she is ready, book deals, movie deals, and everything else are going to be crazy. Turtle Boy's already signed a movie deal or a series, I guess like a Netflix series. He's already signed a deal. He's going to come out like a bandit, but he's also got his legal fees. All right.
Good afternoon.
Now we're switching cases.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Back
Thank
to
you.
the
You may be seated.
Valley case. Back to my
We'll have the
needling.
witness back in the witness stand. Thank you. Yep. Come on up, have a seat. And I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the witness box, okay? Thank you. And Attorney Smith, you're welcome to come up at any time. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's all right. All right, counsel.
Hope you had a
at this
good
time, I would
lunch.
like you to please stipulate to the presence of our jurors.
They will stipulate.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Connery, let's see if I can reorient myself to where we were. Okay, I think you had just told us that a Shelton High School kid threw a punch, but you can't recall who that person was, right?
Correct.
How far away were you from where the person threw the punch?
I was at the mulch pile, so 5 to 10 feet.
5 to 10 feet away.
Yeah, that's about that from the.
You couldn't tell who it was that threw the punch,
No.
but you could tell that it was a Shelton High kid.
Yes, it was from someone's back. Someone's like their backside was towards me.
And you said that when you ran over to where Ryan Hines and Raul Valle were fighting, that they were just tussling, right?
Yeah, they were fighting.
No full punches were going on.
Don't recall the specifics, but they were fighting.
And they were fighting on the ground, right?
I don't think so.
And you said at some point you took Mr. Hines's place after you'd pushed them apart, right?
Correct.
And that you made eye contact with Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
And in fact, when you described that to Officer Bango on July 9th, you told him that he stared into your soul and made creepy, demonic eye contact with you, correct?
Yes.
Demonic eye contact?
It was eye contact of someone who knew what they were going to do. It looked very unpleasant and very scary.
And then you said at some point the fight just stopped, right?
Yeah.
Do we see the fight just stop on that video?
No, it keeps going.
So this end of the fight where it just stopped, that occurred sometime after the end of the video, right?
When I referred to the fight just stopped, that's referring to when me and Raul have separated.
Okay. So after you and Mr. Valle separated, the fight continued, right?
Yes.
And who did you see involved in the fight at that point?
I don't recall seeing what happened after that point.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Matthew Lokovich?
No, I did not.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
No, I did not.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
Did you hear Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to watch what is labeled as States Exhibit 60. And if we can see the 25% with the frame numbers on them, please. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
And I may ask this to be paused at various points, okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir!
Pause it right there, please. Do you see at frame 330 the person that you've described as Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And is he the person to the left of the screen wearing the green sweatshirt and the black shorts with the white trim?
Yes.
Can you play it again, please? Just from where we are.
That sounds like a horror movie.
Did you see rain falling through the course of that video?
Yeah.
Do you recall it being misty and rainy that evening?
Yes, I do.
Do we have the ability to go to certain frame numbers on there? Yeah. Okay.
That
Can you
sounds
take
like a
us
horror
to
movie.
Frame, just start at the beginning at frame 0. This is the very beginning of this video, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, I'm going to point that on this screen.
Okay.
Your screen. Do you see the green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim here to the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
Do you see beside that a pair of lighter colored shorts with a dark shirt on top?
I'm sorry. I can't see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry, just to the right of the person you've described as Ryan Hines.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see that on your screen as well?
Yes.
Is that you?
No.
You were wearing a dark top and light shorts that day?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's not me.
How do you know that's not you?
Looks like there's a logo on the back of the shirt.
Okay. Can we go to frame 10, please? And I'm going to point here on this screen again. Do you see the green top, black shorts with white trim that you've identified previously as being Mr. Hines?
Yes, I do.
And do you see beside him the dark top with graphic on the back and the white shorts?
Yes.
Do you see beside that another person apparently wearing light shorts and the dark top?
Yes.
Is that you?
Not that I recall, no.
You recall telling us that you were close to Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes, but before the video is when I had my interaction with him.
Before this video is when you had the interaction.
Yes.
And can we go to frame 14? We're gonna have a little trouble zooming, getting to that pinpoint. Okay, that's fine. Let's go with 16 there. Oh, okay. And do you see in frame 14, again, green top, black shorts with white trim over to the right-hand side of the
Yes,
frame?
I see that, yes.
And do you now see two people with lighter shorts and dark tops, one of which has a graphic on the back, one of which does not appear to have a graphic on the back?
I see they both have graphics on the back.
When you say they both have graphics on the back, the farthest one to the right, you believe that's a graphic as opposed to that person's head?
Yes, it looks like a graphic to me.
What color shoes were you wearing that evening?
White.
Would you agree that these two people both appear to be wearing white shoes?
No.
No. Okay.
That looks like black.
Can we play through to frame 29? I want you to pay particular attention to frames 25 and 29. Can you see the counter on the bottom?
Yes, I can.
Do you see from frame, here we are at 22, is there a way to make it progress frame by frame?
Oh.
Do you see now, okay, here we go. Let's stop there. Did you see those two people kicking their legs?
No.
No. Is there a way to, does that have a playback speed on it? Slow it down. Really just want to focus in on 25 to 29.
Yes, sir!
Okay. Can we go back then to frame 79?
I feel sorry for the family having to sit here. I did it again. Dag nabbit.
Thank you. That's fine. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Now,
The
can you
family having to
see
sit here and
this on your
watch
screen
this.
as well?
Oh, yes, I can.
And do you see sort of center left, again, Mr. Hines, green top, black shorts, and white trim?
Yes, I see that.
And do you see this person with dark pants, a white top, and some?
I don't know, Ronnie. I thought that myself.
I can't see where you're pointing, sir.
To the right of Mr. Hines, sir.
Oh, you're talking about the, looks like long black pants, like the closest person?
I think so, yes.
Can you point it again? Because you're actually, I'm sorry, you're blocking my vision.
Do you
Really
have
no
the-
way for me to do
excuse
so.
me, Do you have a pointer here?
Yeah.
Could you use that?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Do you see this person right here
Yes.
with the dark pants and the white top and the multicolored graphic on the back?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who that is?
I cannot tell. No.
Where were you while this frame is being seen?
I believe I'm in the far back.
In the far back.
So-
When you say in the far back, behind this group of people?
Yes, behind that. Yes.
And you see Mr. Hines here,
Correct.
and you believe at this point you'd already been stabbed.
Correct.
You believe Mr. Hines has already been stabbed.
Correct.
Can we play forward to 112? You see a person on the ground here, Mr. Connery?
Yes, I do see that.
Do you believe that to be Tyler De Silva?
I can't tell in this, but
Well, you described him before as wearing a blue baseball-style jersey, correct?
yes.
And can we play it to 135? Here we are at frame 135. You see the gentleman with the white shirt, multicolored graphic on the back, and the dark pants to the right?
Yes.
You see beside him a person with a dark shirt, light shorts, and some light shoes.
Yes, I do.
You see beside him another person, dark shirt, light shorts, white shoes.
Yes.
Would you agree that this person that we've just described in the dark shirt, light shorts, and white shoes is going to the left of the screen towards this altercation happening to the left?
Yes, it looks like that.
Would you agree that these other folks we've described, these two on the right-hand side, they are participating in something that's going on to the right side of the screen?
Yes, they look like they're looking that way.
And do you see on the far left what we've already identified before as being Enrico Fiola holding a camera?
Yes.
And can we play that ahead to frame 182, please?
I don't know
This is
why
frame
he's saying yes,
182.
sir. That I
Would you
wanted
agree
to know
that's
that.
the still shot that we've seen earlier when you were shown the exhibit. Easy for me to do. Would you agree?
Yeah, it looks similar to it. Yes.
Right, because we see Enrico Fiola here again, right? He's looking towards the screen. We can see the light in his eyes.
Yes.
And he's again holding the camera, correct?
Correct.
And there's, again, this person on the ground, which I believe earlier you identified as being Tyler De Silva.
Yes, that's him.
And that's Tyler De Silva on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And then can we play it forward? Just a frame or two ahead. One more. I'm sorry, can you back that up to maybe 180? 180? Yep. And one more. There we go. Do you see here, again, Mr. Hines with the black shorts, the white trim, and the green top?
Yes, I see him
What is he doing there?
standing over the kid on the ground.
Can we play that forward to 183? Sir, would you agree that he is kicking that person that is on the ground?
It looks like he's doing something.
Doing something, but you're not sure what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
All right. Can we play that forward? And I'll just ask you when to stop her. Thank you. Can you stop?
Reminds me of whales in the water.
Standing here in the front of the frame
Sorry.
with the white
Just does.
shirt and looks like some sort of dark bottom.
It's hard to tell with the light on his face.
Can we play that forward just a little bit more? And again. Stop, please. Any idea who that was?
It looks like someone named Alex Zaborek.
I'm sorry?
Alex Zaborek.
Alex Zaborek.
Yes.
Do you remember him being there that evening?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody about Alex Zaborek being there that evening?
No one has asked me about him.
No one's asked you about it. Can you play that forward again? Can you pause it there? We're at frame 332. Do you see that, Mr. Connery?
Yes, I do.
And do you see here to the left, standing beside somebody with their camera out, Ryan Hines with the white trim, black shorts, green top?
Yes, I see him.
Do you see Mr. De Silva on the ground with his baseball jersey up over his head, hockey style?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Alex Bernson leaning over him?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Michael Sampieri also coming towards him?
Yes.
Is this your brother coming into the frame here from the right-hand side?
Yes, it looks like it.
Can we play that again, forward ahead? And can we pause that? And do you see your brother being followed by this gentleman in the gray top with the dark shorts?
Yes.
Who did you tell us that was before?
Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Did you tell anybody that Joey Romano was there that evening?
No.
You weren't asked?
No, and no, I was not asked.
Do you see this gentleman here with his shirt off and the dark colored, maybe camouflage shorts?
Yes.
That's Matthew Lakovich?
Correct.
And he's in a group, you would agree, with Mr. Romano and your brother.
Correct.
Can we play that forward again, please? Can you pause it, please? Do you see right behind Mr. Lakovich a person with white shorts and a dark top?
Yes, I do.
You believe that to be Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Can you play that forward again, please? Can you pause it there, please? And you see Mr. Hines standing to the left of frame 400, correct?
Correct.
Green top, black shorts, white trim, correct?
Correct.
Jacob Villalobos shoving Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You see the leg and part of the body of Mr. McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing in close proximity to this group that is shoving Mr. De Silva away. You would agree?
Yes, somewhat close.
Can we play that forward, please? Can we pause it there, please? We're at frame 490 now. Can you see that?
Yes.
Where were you located when that was going on?
In the back area where I was saying before, behind the crowd.
Still behind the crowd.
Correct.
Are you laying down at this point?
No, I was not.
What were you watching at this point?
I was just in shock and just staring off.
You still see Mr. McGrath here in frame 490, correct?
Correct.
Where were the rest of those people that were just with Mr. McGrath?
There to the left of him.
You could see them?
No, but just from the last clip before.
You're inferring that they didn't just disappear.
No, they did not disappear.
Just going to hand this back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, is your testimony that at least when you saw Mr. Hines engage with Mr. Valle, that they were just tussling and there was no punches, correct?
They were tussling. I didn't see punches or anything else.
Did you see Mr. Hines kick anybody?
No, I did not see him kick.
You didn't see him punch anybody?
I didn't see punches.
Did you see him tackle anybody?
It wasn't tackling. It was just tussling. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but they were going at each other.
And after you claim to have separated them, did you see Mr. Hines go and do any of the things that we just saw there on the video?
No, I was not looking for that.
You couldn't see any of that.
No, I was not looking for it.
Did you see Faison Teal stomping anybody?
No, I was not looking for him.
And it's your claim or your recollection that you were stabbed even before the video started.
Correct.
And it's your claim that there were only 3 people involved in the fighting.
From what I saw, from what I was looking at, the angle I was at, yes.
And that most people are just sitting watching.
From my point of view, correct.
You were dressed similarly to Mr. McGrath that evening?
Different color shorts and no logo shirt.
Dark top?
Yes.
No logo on your shirt?
Nope.
White shoes?
Correct.
Light gray shorts?
Correct.
What are you, twins? Just curious. Are you twins? Oh, for those of you who
All
are
of the
just
kids
starting
that
to
were
watch
there at
with
that
us, thank
party
you
that
so much. I'm AdaKay. I am your host for this channel. I am excited to have you here. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you do, comment with the words ILIKED. Let me see if I can find one or somebody say it. Comment with the words ILIKED. We'll do it like this. Comment those words and put that in the comment. When you do, it enters you into a drawing for the end of the month giveaway. If you have shared or subbed for the first time, if you're a new sub, if you have shared, put I shared. And if you bingo, we are playing a bingo game. Please put your bingo into the comments just as I showed you. And we have drawings. Thank you so much, Ronnie. Oh, that's okay, Ronnie. It won't double count you. It's okay. And if you win and you don't want to be a part of it, I'll pull you out or draw a second. I won't pull you out. I'll just draw a second one. But thank you guys so much for doing that. Let's get back to the beautiful bean footage.
Other than the kids who showed up in the pilot, were very close friends of yours, were they not?
Oh, yeah, they were, I wouldn't say super close. Some were closer than others, but they were friends of mine, yes.
Many of them you had grown up with since childhood, correct?
Correct.
You would get together almost every weekend over at Mr. Rich's house, correct?
Not at his house, but we would get together with everybody every weekend, different places.
Different places, but engage in a similar sort of party wherever those places were, correct?
Not every weekend, but here and there, there'd be something to do.
And when you would get together, there would typically be drinking, you told us.
It depended on the situation.
And you wouldn't want to see your friend's reputation or memories be harmed in any way, would you?
No.
After watching that video the way we just watched it, does that change your recollection of anything that you've told us?
No. What I remember is what I remember.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
I have questions. Hey, Tom.
How's it going?
Council just asked you about this video.
Correct.
This is frame 252. Do you know who that is by the car?
Yeah, that's Raul Valle.
You didn't see that, right?
No.
At the time?
No.
You know that now?
Yeah, I know it now.
Can you play the video, please? Stop. And frame 287 on the
Is that me or is it them? I didn't do it.
ground. That's Tyler De Silva, right?
Correct.
Wasn't me.
But you didn't actually see that at the time of the video, right?
No.
Tinkitude, just so you know, I had a cowboy hat. Go back into my old videos, you can see it, and it was beaded like this all the way around with turquoise, black, and silver and white. And I just auctioned it off for a fundraiser to fundraise for a new service dog. I don't have to pay a penny, but I wanted to help them. So anyway, yeah, it was beautiful. I did good. I did real good.
Now, frame 397, who is this individual starting to push Tyler De Silva out into the street?
Jacob Villalobos.
Go ahead, please. Stop. Now, frame 416, who is that stumbling out towards the street?
Towards the street is Tyler De Silva.
Who's directly behind him?
Raul Valle.
Do you remember that happening on the night in question?
No.
And who is this individual standing by himself right here on the left side of the frame?
The one with his arm right
Yes.
there. That's Jimmy McGrath.
And was it at this point that you looked over and you saw Jimmy McGrath stabbed?
No, no.
Say it, please. Stop. Who's standing out in the street all by himself in frame 453?
Tyler De Silva.
That's not the defendant right there?
No, that's not the defendant.
Play, please. Now, this individual on frame 489, who is this right here?
I'm sorry, you're blocking.
Frame 489 on the left side of the frame.
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Standing all by himself?
That's what it looks like.
Do you remember seeing this happen on May 14th of 2022?
I saw him standing by himself, but after they drove away.
Please play it. Frame 533. Do you see Mr. McGrath?
Yes, I do.
What does he appear to be doing at this moment?
He's backing up away from something.
Did you see that happen on May 14th?
No, I didn't see that.
Who is next to Mr. McGrath in this frame?
Tyler De Silva.
So you remember certain things happening that night, but not everything that you saw in the video.
Correct.
Is that fair? Safe assessment?
Yes.
So at what point in time do you remember seeing Mr. McGrath after you realized you're stabbed?
So after I realized I was stabbed, they have already driven off, and actually he was standing somewhere near where he is in this video, and that's when I saw him stabbed and fall to the floor.
You saw him lift up his
He
shirt.
pulled up his shirt, there's blood, and he just dropped.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about you giving a statement to the police about the defendant making eye contact with you just prior to him coming towards you and hitting you in the leg, right?
Correct.
Describe why you said what you said.
Because the way he looked me in the eyes, no one's ever looked at me that way before. And it was, now when I think about it, the punches that I thought were being punches was some.
Here's the brim of the hat. That's not the best of pictures of the hat, but there's the brim. That'd be the hat. And then, my daughter getting engaged. Let me see. Let me back out of that. That's not what I want. Here I am.
Right now, she's on the list for her success.
Of everything. I can't.
Yes, I'm deaf.
Why can I talk? I grew up hearing just like all of you. I'm a 3-time cancer survivor. I've been on chemo, drugs, thank you. That's just, that is on my Facebook page, but that's me in the hat. And the lady just off a center over here, I don't know if this woman will get it. Let me see. No, she doesn't. Ox paid for the hat, bought the hat. So anyway, that be it. Back to the story.
Someone who looked at me knowing what they're going to do.
So how would you describe withdrawn when he looked at you? Is that the moment that he came towards you?
Yeah, we made eye contact and then we engaged.
So describe how, when he made eye contact with you, how he engaged you.
He was on literally bent over, as I described before. He looked me up right into the eyes, and I looked at him.
I'm going to take
and then
a
he came
quick
right at me
comfort
with the
break.
leg, and
I'll
that's
be
when
right back.
hooking motion into my leg.
And when he came at you, what was your reaction?
Too much coffee.
I immediately was doing the thing, get off, like this.
And when counsel asked you the fight just stopped, what did that mean? The fight just stopped. It didn't just stop.
Me and him had our separation, and then that's when I stood there in that back, just looking around in shock.
And when you were in shock, were you
what were you doing? Were you focusing on what was happening?
I
around
think
you?
I don't recall exactly what was happening around me because my body was just telling me like, you're hurt, like, figure out yourself. So I was just sitting there, standing.
Were you engaged in who was around you and taking notes on
No,
all your
no.
friends around you?
Not at all.
So when counsel asked you, was Matt Lockovich there, and you said you can't recall, why did you say you couldn't recall?
Because that night I was not thinking, where is Matt Lockovich right now at this moment?
And when he asked you where Mike Samperi was at any particular moment, why weren't you?
I wasn't thinking, where is Michael Samperi?
And how about where your brother was?
I thought I already had pulled my brother out.
And what about where Jimmy McGrath was?
I wasn't thinking, where is Jimmy McGrath right now?
And how about any of your other friends that have been mentioned?
Not a
during
single
your drug
person I
test?
was thinking about. No, not where they are.
So with regards to when counsel asked you about when the car initially drives up and people say someone's out in the front yard or the car's here, and you walk out into the driveway, but you stand at about, I think, 30 feet away. How many people were around you that were from the Shelton party?
Like I said, there was 10 people in the driveway around me,
How
about
many people were close to the car?
another 10.
And at that moment, were you taking notes about who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you?
Not at all.
Why weren't you taking note of that?
Because I was taking note of who were the people that were not supposed to be here in the car.
So where was your main focus at that point in time?
The people in the car.
And with regards to when you go back into the house and then you come back out a second time, remember when you just testified on cross that the car was down the street and you
Yeah.
come down the tree line area?
Correct.
So I think your testimony, this is State's Exhibit 49, testimonies you were somewhere down near the second red bush towards the street.
Yeah, correct.
Down the street. You remember when counsel asked you about, do you recall Faison Teal was in the yard at that time?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember what your response was?
No, I did not see him. I do not recall seeing him.
Why didn't you see Faison there?
I wasn't in the yard. Hey, where's Faison Teal? Thinking that.
But was Faison Teal at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, he was at the party. Yes.
You just can't recall whether or not he was in the yard at that particular moment?
No, I cannot recall.
Could he have been at the yard?
Sure, he could have been. Yes.
Maybe you didn't see him?
Wasn't looking for him.
So with regards to anybody that may have been around you, in addition to Faison Teal, again, was your focus on your friends around you or what was happening down the street?
I was looking down the street. I wasn't thinking who's next to me in this moment.
Now, with regards to one final question. Counsel asked you about this picture. State Exhibit 57. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where that picture was taken?
Yes, I do.
Where was that picture taken?
Mr. DeJesus's house?
You didn't take that picture, right?
No,
How do you know that this is Mr. DeJesus's house?
I've been over there before.
Okay. And when you say Mr. DeJesus, who are we talking about?
The father, the person who owns the house.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. DeJesus has any children?
Yes, he does.
And who are his children?
He has 3 boys and 1 daughter.
And are you friends with any of his
Yes, I am.
children? Who are you friends with?
Nicky DeJesus through my brother, and then Joey DeJesus because he's older than me.
And was any of those individuals at Tyler Rich's house then?
Yeah, Nicky was.
Nikki was?
Yeah.
So when you're referring to Mr. DeJesus, who's 50 something years old, you're talking about the father, not the son.
Yeah, the father.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
You were just asked about when you had been out in the driveway looking across the way. There were 10 of you in the driveway, you recall, and another 10 across the street with the car, correct?
Correct.
And you told us you were just focused on who was in the car that wasn't supposed to be there, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you didn't see anybody rocking that car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you didn't see anybody put their hands on that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see anybody throw anything at that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see any of your friends do anything to that car that night, correct?
No, I
Because
did
you were
not see
just
that.
focused on who was in that car.
Correct. I was focused on who was
So
in it.
focused that from 30 feet away, you could tell us, despite the 10 people being in front of you, that Jack Snyder was the driver and Mr. Valle was a passenger, right?
Yeah, I had a sight on them. I looked at them, and that's what I acknowledged.
Thank you. Nothing further.
When you noticed the defendant and Jack Snyder in the car, did you hang out there the whole time or did you make your way back into that?
No, I went inside.
Okay, so you didn't stay outside the entire time during that?
No, there was
time?
already so many people out there. I didn't need to be out there.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you're dismissed, Smith. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit, okay? Thank you. Attorney Messina, the state's ready.
Sorry, I've been sitting here. I forgot to turn me back on. I apologize, y'all.
Good afternoon. Yes, please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk, to my right will put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Roselle Crombie, C-R-O-M as in Mary, B-I-E.
Thank you. And please state your business address.
My business address is, it's 888 White Plains Road, second floor, suite 206, Trumbull, Connecticut, 0661.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Hi, Dr. Crombie. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Tatiana.
Good afternoon. It's a little bit difficult to hear in this courtroom.
Okay.
So as much as you can keep your voice up, we appreciate
Sure.
it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Crombie, what is your current profession?
I am a surgeon.
And explain to members of the jury what degrees you hold.
I hold several degrees. I have MD, MPH, which is a Master's in Public Health. I have a FACS, which is a Fellow of the American College of Surgeons, and FABA, which is a Fellow of the ABA. I'm double boarded in general surgery and surgical critical care, and I am fellowship trained in burn surgery, which is traumatic burns and reconstructive plastics.
And what hospitals are you affiliated with?
I'm part of the Yale New Haven Health System. My primary home hospital is Bridgeport Hospital, but I do also at times go down to Greenwich Hospital. And many years ago when I first started, I was at Yale New Haven Hospital.
In Bridgeport Hospital, that's located in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
That's correct.
And how often are you at Bridgeport Hospital?
At this point in my career, most of my practice is outpatient ambulatory surgery that's done at Park Avenue Medical Center. And then I'm on service, meaning in the hospital to cover burns a certain number of weeks per year. But about once a week, I cover on call, which means that for a period of time, my surgical group has to cover trauma, general surgery, surgical critical care, burns, and wounds over a period of time. Is typically a 30-hour shift.
And for how long have you been affiliated with Bridgeport Hospital?
I'm at the end of my 16th year of practice. So it's been a very long time.
And if you can give us a rundown of your work experience.
My work experience, it's all of those specialties, in addition to some outpatient and ambulatory surgery as well. So it's general surgery, burns, trauma, critical care, which means people that are sick or very sick on ventilators, need a lot of vitals. I do wound surgery. I do a lot of reconstructive plastics as well.
And could you please explain to the members of the jury in what capacity your expertise is needed at Bridgeport Hospital?
Primarily for burns is what I'm renowned for. If you look up my name nationally, but additionally, again, I do reconstructive plastics. I cover trauma when I'm called to about once a week, whatever comes in through the emergency room that needs addressing by a surgeon at certain times.
In your specialty of trauma,
Mhm.
Explain to the members of the jury, are you in one particular department at Bridgeport Hospital, or are you called into any department when needed?
Good question. So a lot of the general perception is that we're just sitting there in the emergency room, and that's exactly not what happens. So I'm a surgeon. I'm part of the Department of Surgery, Surgical Critical Care, General Surgery, Burns, Wounds. I know I keep repeating, but just to stand the point, when there are different types of consults that come throughout the hospital or outside of the hospital, and we're called to either different floors or different sections of the hospital, then we go and we see the patient and we evaluate them. Sometimes it's up on the 10th floor where there's a cardiology issue. Sometimes it's in GI or gastroenterology. Anywhere where there is a need for either any of those particular specialties that we cover, that's where we go. And the emergency room obviously is one as well,
Have you testified in court before?
multiple times.
And do you have any teaching responsibilities?
I do. I'm faculty at Yale School of Medicine, Department of Surgery.
Does that involve teaching residents? and
It
whatnot?
does, yes. Many residents, we got over 100.
Do you belong to any professional societies?
Multiple professional societies. So the American Burn Association, the American College of Surgeons. I also belong to a number of wound societies as well. I'm chair of the Physicians Special Interest Group for the American Burn Association. I'm a board director at large for the American Board of Wound and Surgery, effectively. I'm the chair of a conference that's called the John Boswick Symposium, named after a former burn surgeon. So I do quite a bit at the national level and also within the state of Connecticut, the American College of Surgeons within the state of Connecticut.
I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022.
Yes.
Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital at that time?
I do.
And at any given day or night, how many patients would you see?
So I'm on call tonight. I was on call Saturday. I'm typically the Tuesday person or the Saturday person. It can be anywhere between typically 17 and 20 consults, and then I'm covering about 60 to 65 patients that are on the floor. In addition to that, if anything emergently needs to go to the operating room that needs to be addressed, then I'm also operating on that as well.
What you just recounted, was that about the same way in 2022?
That's a typical night on call for me.
And directing your attention specifically to May 15th, the early morning hours, May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working at Bridgeport
She's a
Hospital?
smart cookie.
I was the overnight person, yes.
And overnight, what hours is that again?
So we usually, in addition to working a regular day, which for me starts about 7 a.m. operating, at about 4, somewhere between 4 and 6, I have to come back to the hospital and relieve my partners that have been covering the hospital. And then I cover all of those services until about 8 a.m. the next morning. So it covers the overnight shift effectively. Each one of us takes our turn. That happened to have been my turn.
Did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Thomas Connery?
Now,
Yes.
somebody asked me a question on my other media. So they said, does that mean that this woman has been up for 24 hours and then she goes in? No. They do have what's called an on-call room. It's basically a hospital room with a bed, a couple beds in there, and they do sleep. I know I was married to a physician, and he did on-call shifts at the hospital, but they do get some time to sleep. So if they're not being utilized and they're not doing their charting, then they're going to be sound asleep. I put too much wax on my thread. My hands are too sticky. I'm going to go wash them. I'll be right back.
And do you recall reviewing Thomas Connery's medical records before testifying here today?
I did.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Yes. Virginia witness. Dr. Crombie, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 81 for ID purposes only. Just please review this and let members of the jury know, what is that document?
This is the medical record of the said patient, Thomas Connery. It gives a medical record number, which is a number within our Healing Heaven Health System and a date of birth, 11/27/2023, and it is the contents of what is taken out of our electronic chart now since 2015, but the government required us to be electronic and is printed into paper.
Were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
Yes,
And is it in the regular course of business for Bridgeport Hospital to record such documentation?
it is.
And you had an opportunity to review these records before coming to court today?
I did.
And are those records the same records that that were generated on the date of service, which was May 15th?
That is correct.
And are these records certified?
Yes.
I'd ask that you mark as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence dates 81 full.
Dr. Cromie, giving you back states 81. Now a full exhibit, you can now reference states 81. Dr. Cromie, looking at states 81, when was Thomas Conry admitted into the hospital that morning?
5/15/2022, I recall that it was just at the turn of midnight is when we got paged
Okay. And to your knowledge, how was he brought to the hospital?
by ambulance.
And where was he brought upon his arrival?
Oh, in the ER, there is an ambulance bay where the EMS providers bring them down the hallway and it goes into a trauma room. We have 3 of them, and effectively they're just big rooms that have a lot of equipment that we might need for emergencies or anything that we need to do.
When Thomas Conry arrived, did he arrive as any kind of specific level, meaning a trauma level or something otherwise? And how do you know this?
So the American College of Surgeons and the American Association of Society of Trauma, they grade the levels of trauma on 3 levels. So the lowest one, meaning that you can just consult the physician, it's not emergent. The second one being that there are some injuries that may be concerning and we require certain people to be there. And then the top level, which means that the patient is in extremis, everybody should be there, including respiratory anesthesia, surgery. Everybody that is needed possible. It denotes a call to the blood bank, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know what level Thomas Conry came in as?
I believe he was a trauma alert, which is the mid-level.
And from your experience and expertise, why was he labeled as a trauma alert?
So per the criteria of the American College of Surgeons for certified verified trauma centers, because he had a penetrating injury of some sort, he immediately bumps up to at least a 2nd level, maybe even a 3rd, depending on a bunch of different factors.
Would that be for all patients who come in with similar injuries such as his?
Penetrating trauma does trigger the 2nd level.
And please explain to the members of the jury how you came about, how you were asked to assess his injuries. How were you called to assess his injuries?
So in a typical night on call, I'm the attending on call. I have a chief resident, which is anywhere between a PGY 3 and a PGY postgrad year 3 to postgrad year 7, basically. And then there's a mid-level resident, which is the person that primarily covers any consults that come through the ER or any emergencies like this, and then an intern. So what typically happens in many hospitals throughout the United States is that the mid-level or the consult resident goes and evaluates the patient. There's also a separate residency program called the emergency medicine residency program that also evaluates the patient. And it's part of both the learning process and the incredible need to have multiple parts to patients' care in medical care. And the mid-level resident, we all got the page. The mid-level resident then speaks to the chief level resident, and then they evaluate the patient and call me and give me a head to toe. And then I go and examine the patient.
I'm going to direct your attention to Stacy's exhibit, I believe it's 81. Page 2, under where it says history chief complaint. Can you please read what it says under that line?
Stab wound, multiple stabbings to the left thigh, trauma alert called at 0042, so 12:42 a.m., direct to trauma 4, which is one of our main trauma rooms in the ED.
Trauma room was trauma 4.
Correct.
And how many do you have at Bridgeport
We have
Hospital?
3
Okay.
that are active, but we can spin to more than that if needed in a mass casualty incident.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 81, page 6, towards the bottom of that exhibit under the heading ED Notes by Messer Marissa RN. Can you please read what it says there, starting with the sentence on assessment?
So on assessment, the patient with 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect of the left thigh, inferior and superior wounds with hematoma, bleeding controlled, pedal pulses present bilaterally. Cardiopulmonary monitoring initiated, VSS, which means vital signs stable. GCS is a measure of the activity and movement and response of the patient. IV axis established in the right AC, which means antecubital, which is the inner part of the arm. Lab work collected. Please refer to the trauma narrator for further documentation.
What is
Bingo,
all that
bingo,
mean?
bingo, bingo.
Okay, let me break it down. The assessment.
And I
we
understood
do,
all of it.
There's parts of a note in the way that we communicate in medicine, which is basically, and the medical students and the residents, they evaluate by hearing the history first, and then by doing a physical exam head to toe. And then there is an assessment, meaning based on the description of the history, the physical exam, and examination of all of the imaging labs, et cetera. What is your assessment? So this is the individual that wrote this, who is a nurse. This is what she is reporting as her assessment for this patient. So 4 puncture wounds, so 4 stab wounds, lateral aspect of the left thigh. So there's laterality, so there's left and right. Lateral means to the outside of the body. Medial means to the inside of the body. So it appears that there were 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect, so outside of the left thigh. Inferior means, again, inside. Superior is above, so towards the top, with a hematoma, which is basically a collection of clotted blood. Bleeding is controlled, it appears, is what she is assessing. Pedal pulses means that she touched, or somebody touched, the bottom of the feet and examined the arteries there. And what that indicates is that there is good blood flow that goes beyond those stab wounds to the feet. And cardiopulmonary monitoring meaning was initiated, meaning that they hooked them up to the monitor, which is blood pressure, O2 saturations, respiratory rate, amongst other things. Vital signs are stable, so they fell within a specific range. GCS is a Glasgow Coma Scale. It is a universal way that in the emergency room and surgeons communicate, and it's based on eye movement, verbal, and then overall movement. And there's a score, 15 is the best that you can get. The minimum we typically give if somebody is even deceased is a 3, because they got basically a 1 for nothing. IV access means that the nurses were able to put the IVs in the right arm, and then they collected the typical blood work that we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Referring you to State's Exhibit 81, bottom of page 6 into page 7. This is where your notations begin.
This is part of my note. Yes.
Okay. And is that your electronic signature on this documentation?
It is.
Okay. And you personally examined Thomas Connery,
I
is that
did.
correct? And on that same Exhibit 81, where it says pre-hospital information, what does that refer to?
Pre-hospital information means that before they got to the hospital and rolled in, emergency medicine services are also providing some type of medical care, and they're documenting that in some capacity. Now, I don't see anything other than when the patient rolls in. So I know nothing about whether or not that's valid or invalid. It just is.
And emergency medicine services, that's EMS?
That's correct.
And it indicates here on States 81, page 7, arrival time and exam time. Is that when you actually examined Thomas Connery?
No, as I stated before, the way that it works is based on the grading of the system. He is a middle grade, so I don't technically need to examine him for a certain period of time. If it's the highest grade, we have to be there within 15 minutes.
Moving to page 8 of States 81, what is the difference between a primary survey and a secondary survey that is listed there?
So again, with the American College of Surgeons and the trauma, a primary service survey means primarily we're identifying the things that can kill you. So airway, breathing, and circulation. And so those are the primary survey that we have to evaluate. Airway, I'll give you for an example. So if airway is not working because they don't have a breathing tube in, you stop there. You cannot move on to identify whether or not they're breathing, because they may not stop breathing until you have an open airway. So that's the time that we get anesthesia to come in, put a breathing tube. And then you keep going down until you're done with circulation, evaluating all the vessels throughout the entire body and making sure that they have good pulses. The secondary survey is then after you've got the patient stable and you've got all that documentation, is really looking at things like eye movement. Do you have blood in your ear? Are there any other deformities because of fractures and stuff like that? So that's all documented as a methodical way so that nobody misses anything.
Now, prior to assessing Thomas Connery that morning, had you had occasion to treat patients with stab wounds in the past?
I have.
And upon examination of Thomas Connery, were his wounds consistent with stab wounds to the thigh?
They were.
And do you base your conclusions on self-reporting, your personal observations, or a little bit of both?
In terms of that they were stab wounds? So it's a little bit of both, but there are also some imaging studies that are done. And within the imaging studies, things that we're looking for are communication of air into the deeper tissues. And he did get what we call a CAT scan. So it's evaluation of the actual soft tissues and bones that showed that the injuries on the skin were consistent with a deeper injury down below.
I'm going to direct your attention back to State Exhibit 81 on page 9. Are those notations a continuation of your secondary survey of Thomas Connery?
They are.
And directing your attention to page 9 under where it says extremities. If you can please read that to the jury and then explain why this was concerning to you.
Sure. So this is an evaluation of the extremity on the secondary survey. Left thigh with 4 stab wounds with no active exsanguination, meaning no active bleeding at the time when we saw him. Inferior anterior stab wound, again, that's the inferior, so inside in the front anterior stab wound with a small hematoma, so small clotted blood. Range, ROM means range of motion intact at the hip joint, knee joint, and with the foot, meaning that his hip, his knee, and his foot moved completely normally for what we would expect of this age. No focal neurological deficits, which means that we tested both motor and nerve, and it was equal to the other side, and there was nothing missing. No vascular deficits, meaning that they were palpable with the different pulses, femoral, popliteal, dorsalis pedis. These are all anatomic as we're working down from the hip all the way down to the foot with an ABI of 0.94. Distal pulses palpable and symmetric, except for, as noted above, no gross deformities or bony tenderness of the extremities, normal passive range of motion, meaning that there wasn't anything inhibiting us from bending his legs, of the extremities without pain, except noted above, no abrasions, lacerations, contusions, ecchymosis, hematomas, or foreign bodies were noted on the physical exam. I just also want to point out the ABI, which is stands for the ankle brachial index, is another completely subjective where we measure the blood pressure at the brachial, meaning arm, and the ankle index. It should be equal and bilateral on both sides, and it should be 1. There are some elderly patients that have some vascular disease, meaning that they have smoked or they've got atherosclerosis. Sometimes you can have a decrease between 1, but in a normal young man, such as it should be close to 1. So in the area where the stab wound was on the left thigh, that limb was slightly decreased.
Why was it alarming to you?
So when you cut through a muscle, and if you think about it like a steak on end, there's a white thick tissue on the end called fascia. And what that does is as you injure the muscles, which are very vascular with a lot of arteries and vessels and lymphatics, they can swell to the point
and then
where
the fascia
it swells within
restricts
that
it.
tight vascular tissue, that tight tissue called the fascia, and it can actually compress important structures
Right.
like veins, nerves, and arteries. So that's why that number was concerning to me, because A, in a young man, it should not be less than 1, and B, it just shows that there was a significant amount of hematoma, meaning blood, that was starting to decrease some of the flow that was adding to our measurements.
In your professional expertise, would that be something that would be life-threatening?
It can be life-threatening.
Can be.
And it
Cause
also
blood
can
clots.
be limb-threatening
Yep.
for a young man. So limb-threatening, meaning that as it starts to compress some of those
Cuts off
arteries and
circulation,
veins, what
could lose the
happens
leg.
is effectively it decreases the perfusion or the carrying of blood to the areas distal or further away from where the blood comes. The blood comes from your heart, it comes down.
In other words, it cuts off the circulation. You can lose the limb, can throw blood clots. It can do a lot of things.
Into your hips where your femoral artery is, and then it goes out to the furthest point in the lower extremity. And what can happen is if the thigh is pretty muscular, if you continue to bleed, you can actually squeeze to the point where no blood flow is going down to below the knee or below where the thigh is. So that can typically in a non-responsive patient, end up being an issue. And even in a responsive patient, it can lead to something called a compartment syndrome, meaning that the compartment is so tight that the pressures in the different area are damaging key structures. And that can ultimately, obviously, we call it ischemia, meaning not blood flow to a limb. And if it's not dealt with in a timely fashion, it can be devastating.
Yep.
Now, directing your attention to page 11 to page 12 of States 81, at the way bottom of that page where it indicates soft tissues, there's a subcutaneous gas noted within the soft tissue of the anterior lateral thigh, best visualized on lateral view. What does that indicate?
That means kind of like I was describing for the CAT scan before. It just means that there was a communication between the outside air and the inside air. And what happens, as you can imagine, is just when I kind of akin it to like if you were cutting like gelatin, the knife goes in and there's parts of it that will close, but there's going to be a track of air that communicates with the outside. That basically is illustrated by this picture.
And that would be indicative of a knife penetrating
Some
wound.
sort of, and not specifically a knife, but a penetrating object.
At the very end of page 12 in States 81, it indicates attending comments that Thomas Connery was admitted for observation as the thigh muscles are highly vascular. Why was it important to keep Mr. Connery for a little bit of time at the hospital?
To make sure that he wasn't going to continue to bleed to cause that ultimate demise of what I was.
Okay, remember a while back we had this trial and we were talking about the fact that they kept saying button instead of button. It was button. Important, not important. Important. You're a lawyer. It ain't important. It's important. I just hate it when people don't finish their words.
Alluding to before, called compartment syndrome.
And at some point in looking at page, I believe it's page 14 of States 81, there's a notation there from the nurse that indicates that at 3:15 a.m., dressings found to be drenched in blood, dressing changed with Sarah, who was one of the nurses. Is that a notation indicating that the wounds that Mr. Connery had sustained were still bleeding even
That's
after several
correct.
hours?
That's correct.
Dr. Crombie, are you aware if Thomas Connery blood was taken to be tested for anything at the hospital?
It's very standard for all trauma patients to have their blood drawn.
Standard, and why is that?
Because we are looking for not only to see how physiologically deranged they are, because often, despite the fact that our EMT providers are excellent, it just gives us a better clinical picture of what we need to do. But additionally, related to that, it gives us a little bit of an insight into some of the substances that may be masking some of the physical exam symptoms and the radiologic symptoms.
Direct your attention to page 23 of States 81. It does indicate that Mr. Connery's blood was tested, and it was tested for ethanol, which is alcohol. Do you recall what the level was?
125.
And what is that for BIC?
So blood alcohol level.
Sorry about that. So the blood alcohol level was not tested on the other person, but it was on this one. Why do you think that would be important? Does anybody have an idea? This will affect his blood flow. Just saying, just letting y'all know. His alcohol level will affect the blood flow. And that is very, 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 very important when you have the situation he's in. I just don't understand why the other guys was not checked. And I just got myself a problem. Okay,
as a way for us to measure how what the law has deemed as being impaired, and 0.8 or 80 milligrams per deciliter is what's considered the impaired amount. I mean, obviously that's going to vary depending on your body mass and et cetera, but that's what's legally done. So technically at 125, he has an alcohol on board, and it's significant enough to cause impairment.
Is that a BAC of 0.125? Is that without the conversion?
0.125. Yep.
Would the fact that Thomas Connery had alcohol in his system, would that have affected his injuries or how he was treated at all?
So Full disclosure, we don't get these numbers right off the bat. Like this is something that comes afterwards, but it is incredibly helpful when it comes afterwards that then the team knows that they need to give more fluid and that the alcohol might be affecting the type
The
of entry that
medication
he
or the
has.
blood?
More specifically for him, it's just that he is intravascularly, so he bled and then he's intravascularly dry because of the alcohol, because alcohol is a diuretic. It actually signals, it overrides your kidney's normal homeostasis or balance and doesn't allow you to reabsorb the water when you're dry. It actually signals for you to pee, and that will make you drier effectively. So that's the significance of that in him.
Okay. Being that you did not have these levels beforehand, did you see anything that was concerning to you that you thought maybe he had alcohol in his system, hence causing more bleeding, or he wouldn't heal as fast because he had alcohol, anything to that effect?
No, that shouldn't affect it.
Dr. Cromie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, one moment. It's exhibit 77. Can you see that on your screen over there?
I can, yes,
This was a picture that was taken
at the scene.
Do you recall if this is similar, Mr. Connolly was taken?
It is similar. So we don't see these pictures, obviously, unless EMS has it. I just see the patient as they roll into the emergency room.
And
We may get some graphic, be warned.
showing you with the marked state 73. This was a photograph that was taken of Thomas's injuries about a week after, I believe. Are those consistent with where you saw the wounds the night of the morning?
Correct. They are consistent. So the left leg, and you can kind of delineate that because there was another leg underneath it that shows the right leg. Lateral is the outside of the leg, like I was saying, and those are three of them. There was one on the other side. So when we talk about this is the lateral, the opposite of that is the medial.
No, they don't always stitch up wounds. Sometimes, depending on the location, and I don't know. No, those may have been taken before he was stitched up. I don't know. But I do know that they did surgery and left a wound open for it to heal inside out because they didn't want infection to set in. And I went to wound care.
There's clear description throughout. At the chart multiple times of an inferior medial one as well. And the significance of that means that the object, whatever it was, went through and through could have gone through and through to the other side. And that's the concern that I have as a surgeon.
So pointing to this exhibit, indicating here, I don't know if you can see that, which injury was this? You termed it as?
It should be superior lateral.
Okay. And pointing here to the middle exhibit.
That should just be lateral or anterior lateral.
And pointing to the lower end.
It's technically inferior lateral because it's still on the outside of the leg.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the one we're not seeing here in this state exhibit is, you said, on the inner thigh?
Inferior. So inferior medial thigh. So inside thigh.
Now, Dr. Crombie, referring you back to States 81, page 12, under assessment plan, what does this say was initially done to help heal or tend to Mr. Connery's wounds?
So the wounds were washed thoroughly with betadine, which is an antimicrobial, and saline, which is effectively salt water. Xeroform gauze, which is a yellow gauze that has some bismuth salts in it, was applied and secured in place with Kerlix dressings, which are the types of gauze that you can kind of wrap around a leg.
Why weren't sutures used for stitches?
Good question. So I don't know what he got stabbed with. It could have been a branch for all I know. And that is not sterile. That's got a ton of bacteria, a ton of stuff that might still be in the wound. So you do not want to close the wound because then what that allows is to have growth of specific bacteria that are not, they're called anaerobic bacteria. So they thrive where there's no oxygen. So we always leave stab wounds open when we don't know what it is, how deep it was based on the imaging. So it heals from the inside out. So you just need to clean them, irrigate them out, and allow them to heal.
If Thomas had told you or told one of the nurses that he had gotten stabbed with a knife, would you still have not put sutures? So even if it was a knife, not a tree branch as you indicated, would you still have had the same course of treatment?
Yes. I don't know how clean the knife is.
And I'm going to direct you, well, withdrawn. To your knowledge, do you know how long Thomas Connery was in the hospital for?
I don't know. I know that he came in around 12:54. I know that the dressings were changed at 3:15. That's why my note and my attending note doesn't match my residence note, because I wanted him to be observed. So, and then what happens is 8 a.m. is there's a new team and a new partner of mine that comes and takes over.
But you do know that he was kept for some time for observation.
He was.
Dr. Crombie, I am going to ask you, in addition to treating Thomas Connery that night on May 15th of 2022, did you also recall tending to a patient by the name of James McGrath?
I did not know his name at this time, but yes.
And do you have a clear recollection of when James McGrath was brought into the hospital on May 15th of 2022?
Yes. So in my recollection, the way that we kind of describe it in the surgery team is they both came in around the same time. What we have to do is identify and treat the more critically ill patient, which was, he was unidentified at that time.
Is it safe to say that James McGrath was, you tended to him prior to tending to Thomas Connery based on the level?
Correct.
Of the critical care?
So he came in as a trauma code, which is the highest level. So anesthesia was there. I was there. Everybody that I mentioned earlier was there.
And how did your team initially know that he was coming into the hospital? Was it an alert that you had gotten from EMS?
So throughout the emergency room, and again, we're not there. There's something called CMED, which is a radio system that the EMTs and the paramedics and the ambulances do to basically triage and give a heads up.
Hey, y'all.
for
Hello,
the patients that are
Britt.
coming into the emergency room. They had given them a heads up of the nature of how in extremis he was, how much blood there was on the scene. So that automatically bumps him up to a trauma code. So the way that I'm notified is I get on my pager, it says trauma code and gives a very brief description of what it is.
Okay. And why did he come in as an unknown? Explain that a little bit.
Oh, that's just if there is nobody at the scene that can identify them, very well, that's one reason. The other reason is it's unclear whether or not he's a victim of violence. And we also want to just make them an alias and be unknown so that we can just focus on that and not have to worry about all the other stuff.
Prior to coming today, did you have an opportunity to review medical records for James McGrath?
I did.
And when he came in, do you recall what his appearance was?
Very pale and white, and he was on a Lucas machine, which is an automatic machine that performs CPR. There is a plunger that goes over the chest, and then there's an archway where they put the patient's arms to, and it's Velcro too. And the EMS can start and stop, as can the team. This Lucas machine is what it's called. And that allows the EMTs or the paramedics to focus on things such as fluids, managing his airway, et cetera, things that need to be done, yet CPR is being performed.
If it's noted that his appearance was toxic looking, what does that refer to, or what does that mean?
The nurses say that if for some reason the patient looks like they're either dead or imminently dying, but very sick, not good.
Do you know what the acronym ETT refers to?
Yes, endotracheal tube.
And what is that?
That is the breathing tube that gets put into your airway when you can't breathe for yourself.
And the term asystole, what does that refer to?
So there are different types of heart rhythms. Asystole means that there is no electrical activity that the heart is actually showing, nor is there any waveform that will transduce to the heart to be able to give meaningful pumping to circulate your blood.
From both your personal recollection as well as your review of the medical records of James McGrath, when the patient presented, do you recall what type of a stretcher he was in?
He was in a bucket loader stretcher.
And what is that?
So backboards are typically flat. If you've gone to any swimming pool, you've seen it on the side there, and it's to allow people when they fall down, emergency people, to be able to slide them onto some sort of board and fix their neck and make them secure and seatbelt them in. I don't know why he was in a bucket loader. I'll be honest with you. Maybe there was a lot of things going on at the scene and that's the only stretcher that they had, but they scooped him up into that and then they put him.
They had multiple ambulances, probably did not have enough regular stretchers, so they used a bucket. And they may have had to carry him a little further. I don't know.
Onto the regular rolling stretcher. So they brought him in and we moved the bucket loader over to the there's another, so the ambulance, stretcher that fits in the ambulance comes in, they put it side by side with the emergency room stretcher, and then they move the patient over, whether it be in the bucket loader or typically just the backboard, over to that. And then we try to take the backboard off, but he was in such extremis that we didn't even, it was just really scoop done all the way into and continued CPR.
So you immediately started working on him without even taking
There
him out of
was
the bucket stretcher.
there was no stoppage whatsoever.
Now, the term ED disposition, what does that refer to?
So at the end of the evaluation of care, sometimes we have to decide where we're going to put the patient. So like, for instance, somebody that needs ICU level care, their ED disposition is to the ICU. If they need to be admitted and they are floor level care, meaning they're not as sick, they don't need intensive care, then they go to the surgical or medical floor.
If it says ED disposition expired, what does that refer to?
So that means
passed
that
away.
the patient is deceased.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Dr. Crombie, showing you what's been marked as states 82 for IV purposes. Do you recognize this document?
This is the medical chart of Mr. Unidentified, who's now identified as James McGrath from 5/15/2022.
Did you have an opportunity to review those medical records
I
prior to
did.
testifying here today? And were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
They are.
And is it the regular course, is Mr. Hahn, is it the regular course of business for doctors and nurses at Bridgeport Hospital to generate such a report when treating a patient?
It is.
And are they under an obligation to record information accurately?
They are, and I am.
And is it a certified documentation?
It is.
I would like to do this marked as full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states Exhibit 82, full exhibit.
Dr. Crombie, I have a few questions just to ask you about state 82, which is now a full exhibit. Let's reference those needed. Direct your attention to states 82, page 13. Is this where your notes begin in attending to James McGrath?
So it's page 13, halfway down the page. This is my history and physical note that is written after the event occurs.
And page 15 into 16 of that exhibit, attending comments. Just refer to
That's
that
me.
page. That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just please read what it says at the bottom there.
From my attending comments?
Yes.
Patient came from over 20 minutes away and clearly was on scene for greater than 20 minutes prior to that per EMS. The patient remained in cardiac arrest, meaning his heart had stopped per EMS and no other rhythm other than asystole, which is what I described to you before. Since they had picked him up, a significant amount of blood was described at the scene. Head to toe exam, his pupils were fixed and dilated and non-reactive. Stab wound noted in the left chest axillary region. No other injuries were noted on the secondary survey. Patient was intubated. However, there was clearly food substance near the ET tube as he vomited on intubation per EMS. End tidal CO2 was confirmed and placement was confirmed of the endotracheal tube. Upon turning off the Lucas CPR assist device, there were no pulses noted in any of the proximal carotid or femoral areas. Asystole was confirmed multiple times between the Lucas device and self-performing CPR. One round of ATLS, ACLS was done to include treatment as well with bicarbon calcium in addition to the epi that was given. No return of any signs of life were noted. Again, it is confirmed on the monitor that he was in asystole, and an ultrasound evaluation of the FAST reveals no cardiac motion, so time of death was called. Father was told of the condition of the patient.
Referring to page 14 of your notes, where it indicates under chief complaint HPI, where it indicates patient was reportedly found on scene in extremis with asystole as his read. What does that mean?
So meaning that the first note of what the EMS does is they have their own monitors that are portable monitors. And when they hooked it up to his chest with all the leads in the proper area, there was no cardiac rhythm whatsoever.
And EMS, and he presented in extremis 30 minutes after starting CPR. On arrival, he had a GCS of 3. What does that refer to?
So that is the Glasgow Coma Scale that I was telling you about earlier. And it's an evaluation of eye, verbal, and movement. So his eye exam was not moving, he was not talking, and he was not moving. So that's a 3.
No palpable central pulses. That's pulses anywhere.
So central specifically means that the first place that your heart pumps to is your carotids, which are the 2 big vessels in your neck, and then your femorals, which are down in your groin.
And bilaterally dilated unresponsive pupils and ongoing CPR.
So what that means is when the brain does not have oxygen for a period of 3 to 4 minutes, you start to lose, your brain dies and you lose the ability to react to light. And that's seen typically in exactly this fixed and dilated unresponsive pupils.
Directing your attention to page states, I believe we're on 82, page 15 of James McGrath's medical records under trauma bay events, where it indicates resuscitation. Those 4 bullets underneath.
Yep. So
resuscitation.
epinephrine times 2. So they gave adrenaline, which is a drug that we typically give that is naturally occurring in our bodies in the adrenal gland to try to kickstart the heart. He was given 2 times with continuous CPR. No ROSC achieve means that there were no spontaneous live events that were no return of spontaneous circulation was not achieved. Cardiac ultrasound, we have a ultrasound in the trauma bay that can look at a bunch of different things, but we specifically looked at the heart and it was not moving whatsoever. And then patient declared dead at 12:52 a.m.
Dr. Crombie, who declared James McGrath dead?
It was technically my resident, but I was there supervising.
And do you recall who went out to tell James McGrath's father that his son had passed away?
So I immediately asked so there's a team that comes in with everybody, and we have pastoral care. We have pastoral care residency program. So they typically try to figure out where the family is. So I turned and I asked where the family was, and they brought me to where Mr. McGrath was. And
Do you have a recollection of telling the father that his son had passed away?
I do, very vividly.
And directing your attention, withdrawn. Dr. Crombie, there was some indication that James McGrath had an elevated blood alcohol level that night. Anything about that fact that would have affected his injuries or the fact that he had died
No,
regarding the alcohol?
no,
Would you have treated him any differently if
we would
he
have
had
not.
alcohol in his system?
We don't know that at the time, as I stated earlier.
And would he have still succumbed to his injuries even if the alcohol was present?
For this particular injury, yes.
And
Stabbed in the heart.
anything, Dr.
Yeah.
Crombie, that you vividly remember when you took, withdrawn, was James McGrath ever taken out of that bucket stretcher and put somewhere else at some point?
Yes. So before I went out to go find Mr. McGrath, what we typically do to try to help the family see their loved one for the last time is the whole team, particularly the nurses, will
Prep
clean
the
up.
body.
It's a little messy after we've been working on somebody particularly that had bled significantly. So what we had done is all hands on deck because it was a big bucket stretcher, which is much heavier than it. And when we went to basically pull the bucket stretcher onto a clean stretcher, there was liters and liters of blood that spilled all over the floor in the trauma bay. All over. It was in the bottom of that bucket. So we had to clean that up again. Which is consistent with the type of injury that he had.
You have a vivid memory of that?
I do, because I did not want to go get his dad before we cleaned all of that up.
Final question, Dr. Crombie, from your expertise with an injury to the heart, such as the one that James McGrath suffered, what were the chances that he would ever survive such an injury?
Impossible, unless it happened in the hospital and we were right there to crack his chest.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Attorney Smith?
Would you like me to begin, Your Honor, or would you like?
Do you have an estimate on how long the cross will be?
I think if Your Honor is okay with going perhaps a little past 3:30, that we should be able to complete the cross-examination.
All right, why don't we keep going then? Thank you.
Yeah, she's a doctor. She needs to get to work tomorrow. She doesn't need to come back.
Good afternoon, Dr. Crombie.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
We've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
You are here to tell us today about the things that you did after the events that led to these injuries, correct?
That's correct.
And you were telling us that as part of what you did, that some blood was drawn from Mr. Connery, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know that at the time, but you told us that his blood alcohol level was a 0.125.
That's correct.
And you said that 0.8 is considered impaired, correct?
Correct.
And 0.8 is considered impaired as far as for legal purposes for driving or for medical purposes or both?
Well, it could be a little bit of both. And I believe it's 0.08 when we do the conversion over.
Okay. So a 0.08 is too impaired to drive under the law, correct?
Correct.
And is also medically, is that a different sort of level of impairment than what we
It is.
use?
It
Okay.
is. So I guess I should explain that to you. So just like I was saying, like depending on your body mass index, depending on your age, depending on there is a enzyme in our livers called alcohol dehydrogenase, which breaks down the alcohol into the different components. And then the free components are what make us impaired. And depending on how fast those enzymes work, and then the size of our bodies has to do with the depot, and then our bodies, processing through that. The enzymes itself can be affected by multiple different factors, including any meds that you're on. Even if you were to take a Tylenol because you had a sore knee and you were 21 years old, it's going to be a little bit delayed in the metabolism or breakdown of that and clearance of that. In individuals that have a history of utilizing alcohol regularly, they tend to have more of this enzyme around and can clear it quite quickly. So they can seem very functional despite the fact that the legal limit or what's measured is, significant. There are various tables on this, but there's various different things that affect that. But when this all evolved years ago, legally driving and operating motor vehicles was the 80 deciliters or the 0.08.
In fact, it used to be higher than that,
It-
correct?
that's correct.
0.10, and it's
Yeah.
been lowered as
That's
we've
correct.
developed more information about the impairment effects of the alcohol,
Correct.
correct?
That's correct.
And when we have a BAC, that number reflects the amount of alcohol that's already been metabolized and is in the bloodstream at that point, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a fairly standard sort of metabolism rate for most people. Is that fair to say?
In general, yes, but just like I was saying with all of those different factors, and it's kind of like dive tables. They create them based on a bunch of different data, and they come up with the metabolism. It's certain. In an hour it should be this, and an hour it should be this, and another hour it should be this.
Have you heard that for a male, about 2 drinks per hour would get you to a 0.08?
It's again, there's so I have heard that. I don't know if I necessarily think that that's totally accurate because when you say male, it could be a 5'2" male, it could be a 6'7" male. And it could be something that one guy's never had a drink in his life. This guy drinks regularly, so it's completely different.
Okay. Age can affect that as well?
Age can affect it, yes.
And you mentioned a dive table. What's a dive table?
For those individuals that do scuba diving, the Navy tested exactly almost similar to alcohol, that amount of nitrogen that is in your blood that precipitates out if you dive a certain depth. And they tested it on various naval individuals. And then very similar to the alcohol tables, they have a level of clearance per hour, depending on the depth and the time that you were exposed to the oxygen.
Okay. And you told us that a 0.125 would indicate significant impairment, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say it's significant, but it is impaired again.
Okay. So you don't recall telling us that would be significantly impaired?
No, significant is 500, 600, which I have seen. That's significant.
500 or 600, that would be close to fatal, would it not?
Depends on the individual again.
a 0.50, half of their blood being alcohol, and that would not be fatal?
So it's not a half. So you think 0.5 is 50% of your blood volume. It's actually a measurement of the ethanol or whatever is in your system. So they measure it on an assay, and they actually, it doesn't mean 50% of your blood. It's an assay.
And at a 0.125, you said that may have some effect on his injuries as far as bleeding or things of that nature?
It has an effect, exactly what I was explaining before, is that it's a diuretic. So what that means is that he's legally drunk. Level of impairment, as we've just discussed, depends on the individual. But what doesn't depend on the individual is that alcohol signals you to pee out and override your kidney's regular homeostasis. So how that can affect your injuries is that if you're already dry to begin with, you have a certain blood alcohol level that your body's trying to clear. I'm assuming they aren't drinking water in between the alcohol that they're drinking. He's bleeding. And then in addition to that, his kidneys are peeing out, taking some of the intravascular volume out of his body. So that can affect your injuries.
Okay. At 0.125, would you also expect that to affect his ability to accurately describe how he'd come by these injuries?
Again, it depends.
Could
When
affect
I
his
examined, when I examined him, he was telling me exactly what was described to him.
Could it affect his perception at that level?
It's hard to say. Again, it just depends.
Depends on the person.
It depends on the person. It's very different.
Would you expect
Me?
somebody who had
I
only
wouldn't
had
be walking.
2 beers a few hours before?
I had 2 beers. I'm out. You'd have to carry me home. Well, I don't drink when I can't stay. I don't drink very seldom. Very seldom.
Beforehand to have a 0.125?
Unless it's International Moonshine Day.
It depends. It has to go back to that alcohol dehydrogenase enzyme that I'm talking about, how active it is or how inactive it is. And then some of it is also just genetically, some people have more active alcohol dehydrogenase than others.
So you're saying that you would expect somebody who'd had 2 beers a few hours before you saw them to still have a 0.125?
It can happen.
Just 2 beers to get us to 0.125,
Depends on the individual.
even if it was a number of hours beforehand.
It depends.
He's
How do you know
not
it
going to
was 2
give
hours
you
before?
what.
If that's what the person said.
Right. Doesn't mean it's true.
It's hard to say.
It is hard to say. It would be unusual. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it's unusual, but it's
Oh my gosh. I love her. Absolutely love her, y'all. Okay. Do you know why I love her so much? Because she's like, and how do you know? Because that's what they said. And she goes, okay. Believe it if you want. I don't know if I do. Love it.
It's possible.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
And we also talked about a 0.20 blood alcohol content level. You recall that?
I do.
That is more than twice the legal level of impairment of
It
0.08,
is.
correct? And would you consider that to be a significant level of impairment?
It depends on the individual. So if it's a 6'8" football player, maybe not.
When you say if it was a 6'8" football player, why would a 0.20 not be significant impairment?
Body
So,
mass and size.
Again, the way that the law, and I didn't make the law, deemed it is they took an average of individuals' impairments and they measured what their deciliter was. They did a bunch of tests and they said, do this cognitively, move this way. And that's how they came out with a 0.8. And that's now in a larger, more massed individual with a bigger liver, they can metabolize just better is the line. And if it happens to be an individual that, has a history or has that genetic predisposition, each one of us is different. We're a mosaic of all of our genes. It depends on what their level of impairment is.
But you would agree that the law has said that 0.08 is
To operate a motor vehicle
impaired to
or
operate.
motor, yes,
or both
or both.
heavy machinery.
Correct.
And so if this jury was interested in why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, that's not anything that you could help them learn about, is it?
Nope.
So I am here to describe the two patients that I took care of. I don't actually know who Mr. Valle is, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
But I'm
I
here to
assume
talk
he's
to you
next
about
to
the
you.
injuries that we treated that night and how we intended to save one of the victims.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect? No redirect. All right. Thank you, Doctor. You were dazed. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit the witness stand.
I liked her a lot. We needed that for Karen Reed trial when they were talking about the blood alcohol level. Oh, I like the way she's dressed.
Just a quick question to the state, if I could inquire, was that the last witness that the state had lined up for today, or do we have another witness to call?
I believe we actually have another witness if you want to start the witness.
All right, why don't we do our 15-minute recess then, and then we'll get started on that. All right, court's going to stand in the afternoon, 15-minute recess. Thank you.
All right, court.
Y'all. Oh, somebody asked how long does it take me to beat a hat? It literally, if I'm rocking and doing well, an inch and a half an hour. But if it's an intricate pattern like this, like these here, come on. Let's do it this way. If it's a pattern like these here or more intricate, it can take a little longer. Yep. That said, a usual hat, I have about anywhere from 20 to, I have as much as 90 hours in my old hat. My hat that I auctioned off, I had 90 total hours because not only did I read the brim, I did the beading. I did beading around the band. I beaded feathers. I beaded the leather that went around the feathers. So, y'all, that was a lot of work. This hat here has a, are you kidding? You're stuck to my hair. Damn it. That hurt, y'all. Damn it. See, this is ruffling. This is like a lace, like a ruffle bead work. Come on. That right there will cost you about $75 to $80. That hurt. And then the average cap though starts off at 60. So we go about 60 for a baseball cap. That does include the cost of a cap, unless it's a specialty cap, and then I charge accordingly. So for your kind of hat, about 40 hours, give or take. It really depends on how much I'm doing, what kind of stitch work I'm doing. It also depends on the size of beads. So these beads here are bigger than these beads. See how much smaller these beads are? Versus, let me put them side by side and see if I can get them side by side. See the size and the beads? That also makes a huge difference in time. It does. It does depend on the design pattern. Now, like I said, the hat that I did was 90 because I beaded a lot of stuff. I also, it just had a smooth band, and I cut leather and made little leather loops, and I beaded on the leather. I beaded a fringe on the top and bottom of the leather. I think those pictures are way back. So that hat was a lot of work. That's why I wouldn't let it go for anything less than 1,000. But 40 hours is good for an average. Yeah, now for a baseball cap, this is about 10 hours, 8 hours to 10 hours, depending on the design. If it's, but if it's straight striped, just striped, I can do that in 6. No. So if it's a straight up and down stripe design, no other design, just row after row after row, solid color, about 6. Row after row. But here's the difference. You can do it in half that time if you're just stitching it straight through, single threading it. But the problem with it is when you single thread it, I wish my GoPro was working. It stopped working on me. So let me do it. I'll show y'all what I mean. I'll get you. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. What color am I going to go next? We'll go green. Let me load it up and I'll show you what I do. So we load it on the needle and I have to count the beads out. I'm doing 13 beads on this hat per row. So I load it up. It is coming out the top, so I'm going to come through the bottom. Let me get it. I do have lines to show me where I need to go, and it's painstaking to get those lines perfect, let me tell you. So I come up through the top. I wish I could get this better on camera, but my GoPro is not working. So you see me pull it. That's one time through. Then maybe I'll do it this way. Let me move the mic back. So it's one time through the beads. You can see the beads here. So what I do is I loop it, and you'll see me do it this way if I can. Let me get it here. I go through the thread, grabbing every bead a second time, which takes time. And I pull it through. So this bead now has all these beads have double threads. And then I hunker it down, come back up from the bottom through the top. Got to get my bottom lined up and my top lined up. And by the way, this felt is not easy. In fact, I haven't broken, I know it's hard to hear, I haven't broken a needle yet, but if you notice, I have pliers and I pull it back through and we do it again. What takes the time, if I just do a solid row like I just did there, double threading, it adds more time. It doubles your time. But the reason why I do it that way is because if the thread, one of the 2 threads break, the second one will hold the other beads. Yep. Oh, I know. I do get a little cross-eyed with these. My eyes aren't the best, but I got to go back and fix the front half of this again. But when I started this yesterday, I only had that 1 inch done. So I have done all of this in 2 days, but the 1 inch. The door's wide open, Matt. So my problem is also coming up with different patterns. The thing about these needles is they're super thin. And if you see it's curved here, well, maybe it shows up better on my shirt. It's curved. What's happening is I am rubbing it thin in the middle. And so I know by looking at this, any stitch now is going to go, which is, it's okay. It's okay. It happens. It happens, y'all. It does. But anyway, ow! Just poke myself. Because you know you're going to break a needle. I go through about 4 or 5 needles per hat. 4 or 5 needles per hat on cowboy hats because they're that straw and it's much harder to get through. Now, the problem with the straw hat on a cowboy hat is every time you put a hole in it, if you got to make sure your spacing is just right. Otherwise, and I've had this happen, the first time I did it, I didn't heat the needle. So, or an ice pick. So what happens is that the rim fell off the hat with all the beads because straw is not like fabric. Where's my pick? I had a little ice pick looking thing. Well, I did up here somewhere. And it is little itty bitty fine. It's like another needle. And I heat that and I poke it into the hat to make sure that on a straw hat, if you burn the hole, it doesn't damage it as much. So, and with these, I have to use the same thing going through. And I don't know where it is. It was right up here. Did I drop it? So basically, you use a very thin ice pick. Well, I thought it was up here, but I guess it ain't. I'll find it. Oh, that's right. I took it in the other room. So anyway, you have to use an ice pick. The reason on the hats, these take longer what takes longer than the actual beading is you're going through and poking the holes because this is cardboard type material and it's harder and denser. So now I have to heat the tip and I go through it. Now if you don't heat the tip, a lot of people don't. But what happens when you don't heat the tip is sometimes you get a little fraying starting to happen over time. And I don't want that. I want the hat to remain intact. So on a hat, you have to poke a hole with a dowel, load your thread with your beads and push it through every single time. I got to wash this. You can wash them. You can wash them. But this being a light colored hat, I was concerned about heating it up because it can change the colors. So what I did was I heated it up from the underside. So if anything is seen, and I see a loose thread I got to deal with, if anything's seen on the underside. So I have this thread, we don't tie knots. What I'll do is we use a torch and we burn the thread and we push it into the bead and then you don't see it. This thread melts. It's fabulous, but I got to wash this one. I have worn it like crazy. You can see it's dirty, but I love what it says. Raised on Dolly. Raised on Dolly. And then I beaded so something like this pattern. Yeah, I can do this. If I don't buy the hat, I'll charge you $40. If I don't buy the hat, I'll charge you $40 and I can get it done quickly.
How did you get to Natalia Ridzik's house?
I believe we walked.
I know. I love
It's
it.
only 2-3 streets away.
And when you got to Natalia Ridzik's house, what kind of things were you guys doing there?
Just sat down, hanging out. She had a couple people over. It was no more than like eight of us there.
Now, were you guys drinking alcohol?
Yes, we were.
And were you drinking?
Yes, I was.
And how much were you drinking?
I would say at her house, no more than 2 beers.
Did you drink at Griffin's house prior to going to Natalia's house?
No, I didn't.
When you went to Natalia's house, did you bring any alcohol with you?
Yes, I did.
And what did you have with you?
I had a 12-pack of Bud Light with me.
And you said you drank 2 beers out of that Bud Light?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Natalia Ridzik's house for?
30, 40 minutes, something like that.
And at some point in time, did you and Griffin leave Natalia's house?
Yes, we did.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Because we were invited to Austin Leifer's house.
And do you know where Austin Leifer's house is?
Yes, it's on Lazy Brook.
And did you in fact go to Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get there?
Tanner Chernowski drove us there.
Okay. And when Tanner Chernowski drove you there, was it just you and Griffin?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, he dropped you off?
Tanner, yeah, he dropped us off.
Lazy Brook Road. Around what time do you think he dropped you off?
Gosh. around like 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And around 7, 8 o'clock, what was the lighting out like out?
It was still daylight out.
And at some point in time, was it getting dark?
Yeah.
And when you got to
Yeah.
Lazy Brook Road,
Yes.
tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
2 beers.
what
There's
happened
that 2 beers again.
So we showed up there. We were just walking up the driveway, and then the garage door was open, and we just heard music and noise, and we walked into the garage, and that's about as far as we got in.
Now, when you got to Lazy Brook Road, were you drinking a beer down the driveway?
Oh, no, I still was only at 2 beers.
And you say you got as far as the garage. Why did you only get as far as the garage?
Because as we're about to walk into like what you would like the door from the garage, like into the house, there's 3 or 4 people getting kicked out, it seemed like, of that door and getting told to leave.
And do you know who those people were?
At the time, no.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
The defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler De Silva.
And you say the defendant. Who is the defendant?
Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the?
He is right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley.
Now, when you say you were trying to get into the house and the defendant and his friends were being what you deemed being kicked out of the party, tell me what happened at that time.
Him and his friends started just questioning us who we were and asking what our business was there.
And what was your response to that?
Austin had invited us over. I played football with Austin for a year in 8th grade for Shelton. Became pretty good friends with him. And he had told me and Griffin that night, come over, I'm having a party, come over.
When you got to Lazy Brook, did you notice if there was any drinking going on at that house?
Oh, yes, there was.
And when you responded to the defendant and his friends, telling them that you were there because you were invited by Austin, what was their reaction to that?
They didn't care. They didn't seem to ask Austin who we were. They didn't care. They weren't worried about if we were invited or not. They weren't worried about that.
Was the defendant saying anything to you in particular during those moments?
No, not really. It was more of Snyder that was saying stuff to me.
And at some point in time, how long would you think that interaction between you and the defendant and his friends lasted for?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
And then at some point in time, withdrawn. Did this interaction happen inside the garage
all
area?
In the garage, all in the garage.
At some point in time,
thank you,
did the
Tinkitude.
interaction between you and the defendant and his friends extend to outside the garage?
Yes, it did.
Tell us about how that happened.
So basically, it started with Snyder asking me for a beer because I had my 12-pack in my hands. And I actually said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. And then the defendant asked me for a beer also. I said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. I gave each of them a beer. And they were just like, they weren't okay with that. They started getting very argumentative with us, still wanting to know who we were, why we're there, and insisting that I give up my whole entire pack of beers for them.
And what happened?
What?
They insisted that you give up your beers.
And
like I said, I
charges
gave each of them one beer.
You're providing beer. You're a minor providing beers to a minor. Why aren't you in trouble?
I was just like, is that all right? Like, can we just be cool about this? And for a second, it seemed like, yeah. They were like, yeah, sure. It's cool. It's fine. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, can we get by? And then all of a sudden I get my beer grabbed from out of my hands by Snyder. And then all of a sudden me and Griffin are getting pushed out, not on our own.
And how are you getting pushed out?
Literally got grabbed and just started being walked out by Snyder out of the garage into the driveway.
And once you got out into the driveway, what was
Oh,
your reaction to
you don't steal some minor's beer. That them fighting words right there. You stole the beer, and there's the reason for the fight.
how you were being treated?
I was in shock. Like I wasn't trying to be an aggressor in any sort of way. I just
Of course
had
not.
given them
No.
a beer, trying to be cool.
Yeah, you're just the cool guy with the beard, and you're not going to bow up, get pissed, yell, cuss or whatever because someone's stealing your precious beer because you're a minor and you're not supposed to have it. And you're sitting here telling me that you sat there and took it. I don't believe that for 1 minute.
Make some friends, whatever. But they were very just like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Who are you? All this, that, and another thing.
And at some point in time, did you get angry with her?
Yes, I did. I got upset with Snyder and I simply said to him, listen, like, that's not how this is going to happen. And I told him, like, I'll fight you for my beer right now.
And so when you told him you would fight for your beer, what did you do at that point?
He said, okay, sure. I don't know where or who had my beer at that point in time. And I kind of just put my hands up, getting ready to fight him.
Now, prior to you getting ready to fight Snyder, do you remember what he was wearing at that point in time?
He was wearing, I believe, some sort of Nike hoodie and some shorts.
Do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he had a Ole Miss baseball shirt on.
Show you State's Exhibit 53.
Yeah. You don't take a man's beer.
Is this what you recall the defendant and Snyder looking like that night?
Yes.
You see that the defendant has some side, the helmet on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you initially talked?
Old time.
And he has some type of neck pillow on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you spoke to him in the garage?
I don't recall.
So when you get out into the
driveway, you squared up with Jack. What does that mean? You squared up?
I put my fist up, like just kind of saying, all right, let's go. Let's do this.
Shut the door, please.
Did Jack, in fact, put his hands up?
Yes, he did.
And at some point in time, what happened after that?
I'm kind of looking at Jack, just like kind of walking closer to him, like about to go and punch him. But then it happened so fast where I get hit, like right here, I get hit. And I'm thinking it's Jack that hit me. Like it happened so fast, but then I'm like, whoa, like he's far away. But it just instincts took over and I just went and tackled Snyder to the ground.
And at some point in time, how long would you say the fight lasted for?
30 seconds.
And do you know who you were fighting with at that moment?
I was just trying to fight Snyder.
And do you know if anybody else was fighting with you?
I felt a lot of blows to the back of my head multiple times, over and over, repeated, getting like what felt like being punched in the back of my head many times while I was just on top of Snyder. And then all of a sudden I'm getting ripped off by my neck, and that was about it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. Have you seen the video from the fight at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I have.
Stop right there. So I'm going to give a pointer up there.
Yeah.
So this is frame 47. The individual here in the red sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's Snyder.
Okay. And the guy here in the green sweatshirt and
That's
black shorts,
That's me.
do you know who this is behind you?
That's the defendant.
Okay. Just play a little bit. Right there. Frame 100. This individual right here to the left, do you know who that is?
That's De Silva.
Now, after this fight ended, what did you do?
I got my beer back and I left.
Do you know how you got your beer back?
I believe the lifer's mother gave it back to me.
And was
The
there
mother!
any arguing back
Whoa!
and forth going on?
Left.
Listen
What
to that
did you
again.
do?
I got my beer back and I left.
Do you know how you got your beer back?
I believe the lifer's mother gave it back to me.
And
Okay, whoa, whoa, whoa,
was there
whoa, whoa,
any-
whoa, 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 whoa. I need y'all to refresh my memory. Did they not just say the lifer's mother gave it back to me? Because if that's the case, we have a problem, Boo, because they said that the mother wasn't there. I'm just saying. Didn't everybody say, oh, Mama wasn't there? Mama wasn't there. But looks like Mama was there. So we got a problem, Boo. Am I not right? The child said his mother wasn't there. But this guy said, oh, yeah, Mama was there. She gave me my beer back. If I'm on the jury, that's a problem.
Arguing back and forth going on after this fight ended?
No.
You just grabbed your beer and you took off?
Yep.
Now, when this fight occurred, do you know whether or not, would you recall where Griffin was at the time?
He was like, I don't know.
You can't see him in the video.
No,
can you?
he's not in the video. He's like over to the right
Okay.
more. Like
But he
you
was
kind of
close.
see where those people are standing behind it to the
Okay.
right.
Yep.
He's like a little bit more behind them and to the right. I don't know. Somebody like, I think somebody like grabbed him and
Okay.
like held him back, not letting him.
But in
come.
other words, he was close to see what was going on, right?
Yes, Griffin definitely saw.
Now, at some point in time, you grabbed your beer. What did you do? Walk up the driveway?
We'll walk down the driveway.
Walk down the driveway, excuse
Yeah.
me. Okay, when you walked down the driveway, what did you do when you got to the end of the driveway?
Me and Griffin were kind of just standing there like, well, we got to leave, but we don't have a ride or anything like that. But then I can remember there were girls down at the bottom of the driveway and they offered to give us a ride home.
Showing you states 59. See that? Do you see states 59?
Yes, I do.
Who's this individual in the back here?
That's me.
That's you.
Yep.
And was this picture taken before or after the fight?
Oh, that's after.
And can you see, if you look close enough, looks like you have a, look like you have like a bloody lip there?
Yeah.
Who's this individual here to the left of you?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And did you know any of these girls that night when you walked down the driveway?
I did not know.
Why were you involved in this picture?
I don't know.
Because somebody else took it?
Yeah.
Did you get a ride home or a ride from Lazy Brook after this picture was taken?
Yes.
Who took you?
One of these girls.
Okay. And where did they take you?
Back to Natalia's house.
And when you were at Natalia's house, did you drink any alcohol there?
I don't know. I didn't.
How long would you say you were at Natalia's house after they gave you a ride there? How long were you there?
minutes.
10 minutes? Now, at some point in time between Lazy Brook and Natalia's house, did you become aware of a group chat that had started?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
That was a group chat that I had been added to a week or two prior, actually.
Why were you added to it? Do you know why?
I really don't know, to be honest. My buddy Michael Kinnick added me to it. It was his little like basketball group chat to go play at the community center with some buddies. And I just remember that group chat. Like there would be a lot of shit talking that happened in that group chat, like all the time. And he just one day added me to it and was just like, talk some shit to these kids, blah, blah, blah. That's really all I remember
So
about
you
it.
didn't actually go play basketball?
No,
You were just in the chat?
you could ask any of my friends. I don't really like playing basketball.
Now, do you know whether or not the group chat involved any of withdrawn? The individuals that you just got into an altercation with back at Lazy Brook, did they go to school with you?
Just Griffin.
Griffin went to school with you, but did the defendant go to school with you?
No.
Do you know where he went to school?
He went to St. Joe's.
What about Jack Snyder?
He went to St. Joe's as well.
What about Tyler DeSilva?
He went to St. Joe's.
Do you know if any of the girls in this picture here
States 59, do you know if any of the girls in this picture, did you go to school with any of these girls?
No.
Do you know where they went to school?
I believe St. Joe's.
Okay. Now, in this group chat, were you aware as to whether or not individuals from St. Joe's were added to the group chat?
I was not aware. I saw a lot of phone numbers being added to it, but I didn't know who was who and all that.
Do you know whether or not, not what was said, but do you know whether or not any commentary that was going on in the group chat when you were driving from Lazy Brook to Laurel to Natalia's house had anything to do with what had just happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
Were you in fact involved in the group chat from Lazy Brook to Natalia's house?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know whether or not Griffin was at that point?
Not that I recall.
So when you get to Natalia's house, you said you're there for 10 to 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you leave Natalia's house?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Charlie came and picked us up.
Charlie who?
Connery.
And how do you know Charlie Connery?
Good friend of mine.
And did you go to high school with him?
Yes, I did.
Now, at some point in time, after you leave Lazy Brook, when you get to Natalia's house, do you text message anybody about what happened to you at Lazy Brook?
No, everybody like already knew for some reason. Like I didn't go around telling people all this and that about what happened. I didn't really care that much. I didn't tell anybody about it. Everybody just already knew.
Well, in fact, at Lazy Brook, did you go there to fight?
No, I just came because Austin invited me.
Now, so Charlie Connery came and picked you up from Natalia's house. Where did he take you?
To the richest house.
And when you say the richest house, who's the richest?
Tyler Rich.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I just played football with him that past year.
Did you go to school with him?
Just for like that sophomore year because due to COVID, like freshman year, all that stuff. So freshman, sophomore year, you could say, yeah, I went to school with him.
States Exhibit 5, do you recognize this house?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, did you go in immediately inside the house?
Yes, I did.
And how many people would you say were there when you got there?
20 to 30.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on inside the house?
I just had like people coming up to me and questioning me like what had happened, just wanted to know what had happened. I wasn't like everybody like I said before, they already knew. I don't know how they knew, but they knew what had happened, and I just simply explained to the people that asked me what had happened.
And
So
did you,
let
in
me
fact,
tell,
them what happened at
let-
Lazy Brook? Yes, I
tell
did.
us what you
Now,
said. Tell us exactly what you said happened.
When you
Compare
were-
it to the text.
Aside from what you told people, happened at Lazy Brook, what other things were going on inside Tyler Rich's house?
Conversation.
People hanging out?
Yeah.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you see who was drinking alcohol, or was it just kind of just there and people? You saw-
Yeah. It was just
What kind of alcohol was being consumed? Do you remember?
just beers or a seltzer, something like that.
Did you bring your beer
Yes.
or what was left of them with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I did.
Did you in fact drink any alcohol when you were at Tyler Rich's house? One beer? Yeah. Now, when you got to Tyler
You
Rich's
have
house,
a
how did you
24
enter the
pack of
house?
beer.
Remember?
Through the
Whoa.
cellar side doors.
Even if you had a 12 pack of beer and you only had one, I don't believe that for a minute.
Do you recall where the cellar side doors are?
Yeah, it's on the right of the house.
So if I'm,
How many of us are believing this?
so I'm pointing to this area here. Is this around the area where you came into the house?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be what, on the other side of this AC unit?
Yeah.
And when you got there, actually withdraw.
You're right, it would. Eagle Cobb, her cell phone would verify.
So when you
I
say
wonder if she's going to
54,
testify.
do you know
But the
who
problem
that
is,
It's phase on.
is what's getting me is the fact that they have too many alternate testimonies about the mother. So I would venture to say we should be hearing from the mother. But what I don't understand, and I know I've said this time and time and time again, they don't need to have 30 kids come up on the stand and say, yes, we were drinking and this is what happened, and all of them get immunity. Why are these children not being held responsible? what does it teach them? It teaches them, oh, I can drink. If something happens, I turn state witness, I get off. I just, and where are the parents of all these children? I mean, I know high school kids are going to do what they're going to do, but were there any consequences? Please tell me. What are the consequences? There's no consequences. This just irks me.
And how do you know Faison?
Just went to school with him and played a season of football with him.
Do you know whether or not Faison was at Tyler Rich's house when you got there?
I don't know.
Or was he there at some point in the
Yes.
night? Showing you states 55. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
That's Tommy Connery.
And how do you know Tommy?
He's Charlie's older brother.
And was he there when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I believe so. I wasn't really looking around to see who was there, who wasn't there, but yeah, I believe
You
he
said there
was
were 30 people there.
Yeah, he was there.
Did you take into account every single person that was at Tyler Rich's house
No.
that night? But do you recall seeing Charlie there? I mean, Tommy there?
Yeah.
Showing you states 57. You know who this is a picture of?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
I'd met him one time previously at Tyler's house, I think a few months beforehand. That's really my only relation with Jimmy.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy at Tyler's house?
Yes, actually, I remember talking to him. Actually, he was one of the first people I did talk to when I got there. He was asking me what had happened that night.
Leesburg incident.
Exactly, yep.
Exhibit 56, who's that?
Me.
And do you know when this picture was taken?
In the hospital.
Now, are you familiar with Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
How do you know Ricky?
Very good friend of mine.
And did you go to school with him?
Yes, I did.
And how about Sal Perry? You know
Yeah,
Sal
I know
Perry?
Sal, yeah.
And how do you know him?
Played football with him.
How about Mike Samperry?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Just friends. Like, just got to meet him when I first got to Shelton. We became good friends. He went to a different high school, but we still remained good friends.
How about Alex Bernston?
I'd met him like 2 or 3 times prior, just when I was with Tanner, hanging out with him. Alex would come around every now and then.
Now, the individuals I just mentioned, were they all at Tyler Rich's party? Do you remember seeing them?
Yes.
Now, after you got to Tyler Rich's house and you were telling people what had happened, did you guys kind of just hang out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not this basketball group chat, was this going on at the time?
Yeah, like I wasn't really too involved in it, but I was feeling the notifications going off in my pocket on my phone. My phone, I felt the buzz going off on my phone, and I knew there was stuff being said in there. I just don't know what was being said exactly.
Do you know who was saying anything? And you don't know? You just, did you glance at it and say, oh, that's the
I would
chat?
just look at it and be like, oh, whatever, put it back in my pocket.
Now, at some point in the night, did individuals show up to Tyler Rich's house that weren't invited?
Yes.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house before that happened?
10, 15 minutes.
And how were you made aware that these individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Everybody was just like, they're here. They showed up, and people started walking outside.
Were you made aware of it through other individuals in the house, or were you also made aware of it through the group chat?
Just other individuals in the house.
And when you were made aware that they were here, what did you do as a result?
Walked outside.
And how did you walk outside?
Through the cellar doors that I came in from.
And when you walked outside, I'm going to show you this exhibit here, states 49. When you walked outside, can you tell us, where did you walk from the house?
Through the side where the cellar doors are, and then kind of through the driveway, and then the car was parked roughly right in front of the driveway.
So if I correct, you walked this way, for all intents and purposes with this exhibit, there's a blue truck here.
Yeah.
You walked down the driveway,
Mhm.
and you're saying the car was parked somewhere in front of the driveway?
Yeah, maybe a little bit farther back, but yeah, right about there.
Was it parked on the side of the road? The middle
No,
of
it
the
was more like right in the middle of the road.
So was the car parked somewhere around here?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, the lower portion of this exhibit, just to the left of the trees on the right side of Laurel Glen Road, towards the middle of the road.
Noted for the record. Thank you.
And when you saw this this car in the road,
What did you notice about it? What did you notice? What type of car it was?
Yeah, it was a SUV.
And
showing you State's Exhibit 30, does that seem to be what you saw that night?
Yes.
And which way was it facing? Was it facing towards Adams or was it facing towards Farmhouse? Exhibit 1's behind you. If you want to.
It was facing towards.
Sorry, Eagle Copyright. If this hits civil litigation, they will be checking cell phone records where her accountability may actually occur. And you're totally right. And they should have already done that for this case. But since she is not on trial, they may not have been able to get a subpoena for those phone records. But that said, I think that, there's a lot of dropped balls and a lot of dropped accountability in this situation. And I believe that the homeowners are, I understand if they were out of town and their son did this, but their son should be held partially accountable. He threw the first freaking punch. The son of the homeowner, the guy who threw the first punch. Why is he not on trial? Oh, because he turned state witness. And this is why I don't like turning state witness.
Farmhouse.
Okay. You need to use this. And did you approach this vehicle?
Oh, yes, I did.
And when you approached the vehicle, what side of the vehicle did you approach?
The driver's side.
And how far away did you get from the vehicle when you stopped, when you walked up to it? How far away?
Oh, I was right next to it.
And did you talk to anybody in the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
I noticed Snyder driving, and then I noticed De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Did you notice anybody else in the vehicle?
A few others, but I didn't know who they were.
And can you describe, did you have at some point in time withdrawn, how many of you approached the vehicle?
10, 15.
And when you approached the vehicle, did anybody have a conversation with anybody in that vehicle?
Yes.
What was the conversation like? Not what was said, but what was it like?
It was, I don't really know how to explain it. Like, I feel like there was multiple different conversations going on throughout the vehicle. Like, I feel like someone was having a conversation with the front passenger, someone was having a conversation with the driver, somebody was having a conversation with the people in the back seats. So I'm not really too sure what was said, but it was, the overall tone of it was totally like chill and like normal. And then there were parts of it that were aggressive. And
why did it get aggressive?
Because they had jumped me.
And did you say anything to anybody when you were there?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall if the defendant said anything to anybody?
No.
Now, at some point in time, you said that it got aggressive?
Yeah.
And when it got aggressive, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when it was getting aggressive.
Cans started getting thrown at the car. And then the car started whipping up and down the road.
Now, when you say cans got thrown at the car, who threw cans?
Multiple different people.
Did you throw any cans?
Yes, I did.
And what
Then why is he sitting here under oath saying that the mother handed him his beer? That is where I'm having a problem. Inconsistency of the witnesses.
How many cans did you throw?
I threw my Bud Lights that I had still.
Were they empty cans or were they full cans?
They were full cans.
Okay. Do you recall where you threw the can?
I believe I was on the other side of the car at this point, so on the passenger side now. And I believe I hit the door, the passenger side door. And then
At least
the
he's
other
being
can I
honest on
threw
this.
Completely missed the car because I believe the car was moving at the time.
So you see this defect in the windshield here?
Yeah.
Did you recall doing that yourself?
I did not do that, no.
So if that was done that night, that was done by somebody else?
Yeah.
If it was done that night?
Yeah.
I'm getting a callus.
Now, after the beer cans were being thrown, other things were being thrown at the car, did anybody else put their hands on the car? Was there anybody else doing anything else to the car?
Not that I recall, no.
And you said the car at some point left?
Yeah.
And where did it go?
Just up and down the road.
When you say up and down the road, if you're looking at State's Exhibit 1,
It was just going back and forth like this way.
and when it was going back and forth, what, if anything, was the car doing?
Going really fast.
Were they throwing anything from the car?
No.
You don't remember any of that?
No.
Where were you when the car was going up and down the road?
In the driveway.
And were you paying attention to it the whole time, or were you talking to other
much.
people?
Yeah, a mix. Like I would pay attention to it, then I'd talk to the person next to me, something like that.
Now, when you were initially at the car, do you recall who was with you out of all your friends?
No, I wasn't worried about any of that.
Why can't you recall who was with you at the time?
I just wasn't looking for who was with me. I just knew it was my friends, people that I knew weren't going to do anything to me.
Do you know if Tyler Rich was there?
No.
Do you know if Griffin Marcinzik was there?
No.
Do you know if Ricky Fiola was there? Now, when the car went up and down the road and you were in the driveway, you said?
Yeah.
You said you were just talking to your friends, kind of paying attention. Were you kind of looking down the road?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Okay. And you said you were talking to your friends. What friends were you talking to? You remember? No. Why can't you remember?
Just normal conversation. Just can't remember.
Can't remember the particular person you were talking to. At some point in time, did the car stop driving up and down the road?
Yes.
And where did you see it stop?
Like right at the corner of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen.
And when it stopped
Possibly.
at that corner,
Possibly.
what, if anything, do you remember happening next?
I can remember Tyler Rich running down there after the car, and I actually I didn't go fully down there, but I also kind of like walked about halfway down the road towards it.
So I'm showing you this exhibit here.
Yeah.
This is State's Exhibit 49.
Mhm.
Can you show me on State's Exhibit 49 where you walked down to?
To about like where all the trees are. I just remember the trees on my side.
The trees here,
The other side of the road.
these trees?
Yeah.
So just past Tyler Rich's property on the left-hand side where there's these, looks like pine trees.
Yeah.
You stopped right around here?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's on the left side of the road, just past the 43 Laurel Glen property, next to what appear to be pine trees next door.
Record shall reflect it. Thank you.
And when you were there, how far away were you, do you think, from where the car was?
Gosh, I don't know. Several feet away from the car.
Like hundreds of feet, maybe 100 feet, a couple hundred
I
feet?
don't know.
Were you close enough to see anything going on down the road?
Not really. I was just able to like make out like people and that there were people down there.
And what did you see?
It's like people talking, it looked like, really. That's
And
about it.
when people were outside the car or inside the car?
Both.
And when people were down there talking, do you recall if any of your friends were down there at the same time?
Yeah, I know Tyler Rich was down there.
Did you know if anybody else went down there? Did more than just Tyler Rich go down there though?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not, outside of talking, did you see anybody get into any physical altercation or fight down there?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything down there?
No.
How long would you say that you were watching what was going on down the road at that point in time?
I think I watched for like 30 seconds and I just stopped caring and I walked back to the house.
You walked back to the house. Did you go back inside the house?
Yeah.
So tell us how did you get back inside the house?
Same way that I went in previously through the cellar doors.
So did you walk down the road, cut across the property and
Yeah,
back
I
into
cut
the
through the yard and went through the cellar doors.
And when you got back inside Tyler Rich's house,
Mhm.
what did you do when you got back inside the basement?
I just like kind of stood there for like a minute or two. Everybody seemed to be in there. And then all of a sudden I just hear, they're back. They're back. They're in the yard.
Now, before you heard they're back, what kind of things were you guys doing? Were people still drinking, having a good time, hanging out?
Not really anymore. Everybody's kind of just like, this night's over. Nothing good about it.
What time of day was it? Was it late?
I don't know. Like
If you
10,
can't recall, you
11,
can't recall.
I can't really recall.
It wasn't light out though, right?
No.
And was it, when you were outside, was it dark enough that you couldn't see in front of you?
No, it was a nice night. Like it wasn't dark. Like it wasn't pitch black outside. Like you could see the person in front of you. You could see like somebody 10 feet away from you. You
And
can make them out.
Were there any other lights around the area at the time? Do you remember if there were any lights
I
from the
think
house?
there was like a sensor light from the house, but that's really all I recall.
And you said at some point in time, you heard somebody say they're back.
Yeah.
When you heard somebody say they're back,
I
what did-
agree with you, Aaron and Ronnie. I looked for it yesterday and I couldn't get the information either.
what did that mean to you?
I don't really know what it meant to me. I just instantly was like, I want to go see what it is.
So you were curious?
Yes.
And because you wanted to go see what it was, what did you do as a result?
I immediately went right back out the cellar door and walked into the yard.
And when you walked into the yard, showing you State's Exhibit 5, where did you go? Do you recall where you went? Can you show me in State's Exhibit 5?
I'm somewhere behind like this red bush.
Okay. So you're somewhere over here?
Yeah.
So the record can reflect I'm pointing to the left side, just behind the red bush.
Record can reflect. Thank you.
And when you come outside and you're near this bush here, what do you see when you come outside?
I see the defendant and then I see De Silva.
And can you tell us on State's Exhibit 5 where you saw them?
About the same area. De Silva was like, if I'm looking at them, De Silva was behind the defendant to his right a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 feet.
So if you're looking this way,
Yeah.
De Silva's over here.
Yeah.
Okay, and the defendant is where?
Right in front of me.
And tell us about your did you have an interaction with these two?
Yes.
Just tell us about that.
So when I walk outside, the defendant had just like put his shirt up over his head. And like, I can't do it right now, but he like put his shirt over his head and was just like quietly, very calmly saying, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? I want to see Aiden King." And just kept repeating that over and over again.
Did you ask him why he wanted to see Aiden King?
I wasn't really worried about it. I didn't care.
And what was your reaction when he was asking about where Aiden King was?
I just was like, "Don't worry about it. I'm right here." What's
You're
problem?
right about
Why are you
that, Eagle
And
Cobb.
what was his response?
Amen to that, sister.
And then I caught like, I was like, "Why do you have your shirt on your head like that?" I was saying that. And then I pulled the shirt off of his head, not like hard or anything like that, but I just grabbed it, I pulled it off of his head. And then all of a sudden like that, it was just a totally different person. And it like just got crazy.
What do you mean?
Like the defendant.
Oh,
was
now
really
you're
calm and
painting him as
quiet
are you painting him as possessed?
and was
Are
just
we
like,
going to get spiritual up in here?
"Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King?" And
What are they
like
saying?
I said, "I don't know. I don't care. Like, I'm right here. What's the problem here?" Pulling the shirt off of his head. And then the second I pulled the shirt off of his head, just starts freaking out, like get very upset and argumentative and forgot about Aiden King and did worry only about me and the people next to me.
And when you say argumentative, what was he doing?
Just like getting real fast and just like, "Oh, like, you took my shirt off my head. Like there's going to be a problem now, blah, blah, blah." Like just all types of stuff like that.
Do you recall when you were talking to the defendant in the yard, do you recall who was near you at the time?
Yeah, Nikki DeJesus and Ty Wood right next to me.
De
And do you
Jesus.
recall, if you can,
De
was
Jesus.
there anybody near Tyler De Silva?
Oh, no, I wasn't worried or paying attention to
De
Tyler
Jesus.
De Silva at that point in time.
And when the defendant started to react the way he did
Mhm.
and get crazy, as
Yeah.
you said, What if anything happened next?
Technically, you're right. But is it worth fighting over? No.
Nikki and Ty immediately were just like, we're from me to the microphone at this point now, away from him, just looking him right in the eyes, and we're just chirping each other back and forth.
And when you say chirping each other, what does that mean?
Talking shit.
Okay. And how long did that last for?
Chirping?
30 seconds, 45 seconds.
At any point during your chirping back
Less
and
than a
forth,
minute.
Did you ever tell the defendant to leave?
No.
So after about 30 or 40 seconds, what happens next?
Out of nowhere, really, Tyler Rich punched him in the face.
Do you know why he punched him in the face?
He was on his property. I'm not really sure other than that, though.
But how did you see Tyler Rich punch him in the face?
I just saw like his fist and just hit him in the face.
Come over across. So where was Tyler?
I don't know
Yeah,
where
I did.
Tyler was. I just like literally like I was looking the defendant right in his eyes, like right in his face. Like that's all I was looking at. I was locked in on that, and Tyler Rich's fist just punches him.
How do you know it was Tyler's fist?
I figured that out after the fact.
So you didn't know it at the time?
No, at the time.
But it was one of your friends that punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
And when that happened, what happened after that?
I kind of it's like weird for me.
Brawl.
I just kind of go at the defendant and I punch him in the face like 2 times.
And when you did that, did the defendant engage you?
Yes, he did.
And can you tell us a little bit about how?
So like he was stumped, like he's like once when he got punched in the face, he stumbled back and just kind of fell. And then that's where like I kind of like got over him and I punched him in the face. And then all of a sudden I just feel like a weird sharp pain in my side. And I just kind of went like this and I went like this and I looked down to this and I see him with his fist clenched up like this and kind of like his shoulder and like bicep area right here were like held back by something, but he was going like this. And I'm on you can say I was like on top of him at this point, but he's going like this. And I just see like a jabbing motion towards my side. And that's where I felt like the stick right prior. And then all of a sudden I'm just like, I gotta get away. Like I gotta get out of here. And I get off and I just walk away.
And how many times would you say the defendant hit you?
Oh,
do you recall?
I mean, I got stabbed 3 times, but I don't know. He was just going and going. Like it was not like
An Energizer Bunny.
a certain spot. It was just like just jabbing over and over and over, just trying to poke me basically.
And once that happened, you said you had to walk away.
Yeah, I just like, I don't know, like some instinct in me was just like, get up, get off, like get out of there.
And when that happened, how did you feel?
I was just like dazed and it's like really like blurry and just like, I don't know. It's just, it's honestly that entire part of the night, like is the like least like there I am, I would say.
Okay. And at some point in time, what are you doing in the yard after this happens?
I realized that De Silva is in a fight with his own like group of people and I kind of just stood there and watched.
And do you recall?
But
whether or
you
not
got stabbed
engaged
3
in that
times.
Fight at all? No. Now, how long would you say that whole fight took place?
A minute.
And when the fight was going on, what kinds of things do you recall seeing about kind of watching the De Silva fight?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you kind of just stood there, you said, and watched, right? What were you watching? What were you seeing?
Just people throwing punches, I guess. And that's really all I can recall about it.
When you were engaged with the defendant, do you know whether or not there was more than one person engaged with him?
No.
It was just you and him?
Yeah, from what I know.
And at some point in time, when you stop, when you back off from the defendant, do you see where he goes?
No.
Now, when you recall, if you can recall the De Silva fight, do you recall how many people were engaged with De Silva?
3, 4 people.
3, 4. After the fight ends, at some point, do you realize that you're injured?
So like kind of as De Silva's getting like pushed out, my buddy Ty Wood was right next to me again. And he's like, dude, are you okay? And he's seen my clothes and like pointed it out. And I had already started to bleed through my sweatshirt and my shorts. And that's also when I heard my lung collapse.
Yep. They got into chingrazos. Is that how you say it? Chingrazos? Chingrazos? I don't know any Spanish. I don't have a clue.
I don't know how to describe it, but like it was like
I could be
bubbles
totally
coming
off.
out of my chest, and
I'm
I just
guessing.
immediately
I
got
guess I need to
so,
learn
like,
Spanish, but I just
scared.
don't have a desire for
I
it.
didn't know what was going on.
And when you say you were bleeding,
Yeah.
did you say anything how did you realize that you had been injured?
I just kind of lifted up my
Chingazos.
shirt and
Chingazos?
and I was like, holy shit, like
Did I did it
was
right?
stabbed.
And
Chingazos?
when you realized you were stabbed, at that moment, did you hear anybody scream anything?
No.
Did you see anything else at that point? What was going on?
I kind of just went into like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like I thought I was gonna die. Like I heard the bubbles come from out of my chest, and I just immediately thought the worst.
Oh yeah.
I
You got a
locked
chest puncture.
myself
Yeah,
back
that's
in
bad.
the cellar doors into the basement and sat down and was like, I want water.
Okay.
Shouldn't be doing that, but okay.
Now, when you were fighting with the defendant, did you have a weapon on you?
No.
Do you recall if Ty Wood had a weapon on him that night?
No.
Do you recall if Nikki DeJesus had a weapon on him that night?
No, none of my friends carried weapons.
That's not how you pronounce that name, people. FYI. That is not how the name is pronounced. Thank you, Rhonda. Ronnie. Thank you, darling.
So let's show you State's Exhibit 60.
Yes, sir!
Okay, now, this individual right here on the left, the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
Do you recall at this moment in time in the video, first of all, have you seen this video before?
Yes.
And do you recall, based on your recollection of when you were engaging with the defendant, is this video before or after you were already stabbed?
This is after I was stabbed.
So how is it that you're standing there watching Tyler De Silva, and how is it that you don't know you're stabbed at this point?
That's my question.
I just didn't know. Like I just had so much adrenaline going through me. I was like, this is the point in time where I like just something told me in my head, get up, get away from this, like, and that like that's where I am now. Like that's where I kind of got up and I kind of just walked and was like, all right. And that's when I realized like there was a whole nother fight going on. I didn't even know really there was another fight going on. I really thought it was just me and the defendant.
And at some point in time,
Bueno, gracias, mija. I used to live on the south side of San Antonio, and every night I go to sleep. Scott, all I heard was. In other words, Tahana music every freaking night. Starting at about 8 o'clock, didn't end until about 3 o'clock every night. Yep. I lived on the south side of San Antonio.
so at some
I was the
point
only
in time,
white girl on my block.
He's got a knife. He's got a knife.
Yeah.
Everybody knew who
Some
I
point in
was.
time, at what point in time do you realize that you're stabbed, and then you indicated you went down, you talked to Ty Wood, and then you go into the basement? At what point, I guess, in that timeline is my question.
Like the same exact time.
So you hear he's got a knife, he's got a knife,
And Ty Wood's pointing out to me that I got stabbed.
and then you're lifting up your shirt. Now, I'll show you State's Exhibit 61. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left with the phone out.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
That's Ricky Fiola.
And at this point in the video, you're already stabbed.
Yes.
So is there a portion of this video that does not capture the beginning of the fight?
Yes, there is.
So had this video started earlier, we would have seen the entire fight.
Yeah.
State 63. Again, this is, oh,
Me.
do you know who this is here?
That's Sal.
Sal Perry?
Yes.
This individual here with no shirt on, you know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernston?
Mhm.
How about this kid here with the red hat?
Michael Samperry.
And this is,
De Silva.
and do you recall being here in this moment in the video?
That's like the only like point of view like I remember of like watching De Silva. Like this is like what I remember from
Okay.
that. Yeah.
And it's seconds, a few seconds after this that you realize Ty Wood comes over.
That's like when everybody started figuring out they were stabbed. Like I want to say like Faison might have been the first one that realized he was stabbed, and he was like, "Holy shit! Like I was stabbed." And then everybody is just like, "Whoa! Like what's going on?" And
When you realized that you were injured, did you notice if any, aside from Faison, did you notice if anybody else was?
No.
You kind of just lifted your shirt up, went right into the basement, and
pretty much.
sat down, said, "I need a glass of water."
Yeah.
Did anybody else follow you into the basement?
Some people did, but I just don't. I don't remember who it was. Some people did follow me into the basement, and somebody did grab me a glass of water, and then they helped me out back outside because they were like, "The ambulances are coming. They're about to be here. You got to come back outside." But I don't remember who it was.
Why don't you remember?
It was there was just so much going through my head at that point in time. Like I truthfully thought like I was gonna die. And like it was so hard for me to breathe. I didn't know I had a collapsed lung. I heard those bubbles happen in my chest, and I was just thinking the worst. And I truthfully thought like I was gonna die in that front yard or basement that night.
Did you know what was going on at that moment?
No, not really. I was just kind of in my own world, just like, don't die, just one breath at a time. Like that's literally what I got down to. I by the time I was brought back into the yard and my lung was so like collapsed and stuff, like
Could you breathe?
like barely. I was like like that. Like I barely was able to breathe, and I was just like one breath at a time. Just I literally took it down to seconds. Like I was thinking so small. I was just like, just one step at a time, and I'll make it. I'll be okay, and all that stuff. But yeah, I was just.
My mouse is not moving very freely. Two families are suing the Connecticut couple who hosted a May 2022 house party and allegedly supplied alcohol to minors prior to the stabbing death of a high school student from Shelton. Police March of 22 arrested Paul 59 and Susan 51. They were arrested with charges of them permitting a minor to possess alcohol. Susan Elfer was also charged with second-degree reckless endangerment of James McGrath, a 17-year-old Fairview College preparatory student who was fatally stabbed at the defendant different home following the party of the Leffler's house in the Lazy Brook Road in Shelton. On or about May 14th, we already knew that. The fight involved people under the age of 21 who've been consuming alcohol, later broke out at the home. The complainant alleged, adding the defendant knew or should have known that the alcohol caused individual, adult, and minor included to become intoxicated, impaired, often and violent and aggressive. Here is the family. Whoa. After the fight at the Leifer's house, the suspects who were witness described the student from St. Joseph High School in Trumbull arrived at the party on Laurel Glen Drive in Shelton, according to the PD report and Fox News Digital obtained at the time. Another fight ensued where Laurel and Glen Drive house, where 4 students were stabbed, including McGrath, who died of his injuries. Raul Valle of Milford, who was 16 at the time of the stabbing, has been charged with 1 count of redrum, 2 counts of first-degree assault, and allegedly stabbing McGrath and others. Valle attended the school. Connolly lawsuit further alleges that after the fight broke out at Leffler's house, the 2 parents allowed the party attendees who had been drinking to leave the premises instead of breaking up the fight and calling police or taking otherwise appropriate action. Yeah. Connery is accused in the Lefflers of 2 counts of negligence per se, hosts of liability, recklessness, and negligent infliction of emotional distress for the suffering inflicted upon his son. The second lawsuit, one of the minors who was harmed after Leffler's party and his father, similarly alleges that the Lefflers knew that they were supplying alcohol to people who were underage at their home on May 14th and 22nd. Jeffrey Hines and his son alleged that shortly after arriving Leffler's home, the minor plaintiff was assaulted by several of Leffler's guests and all underage who had consumed alcohol on the premises. Had knowledge and consent, was thrown onto the ground, beaten with fists, kicked, and choked. The lawsuit states that one guest allegedly beat the plaintiff in the head with a motorcycle helmet. The complaint further states that despite the Leffler's apparent knowledge of the fight, they did not report the assault to police or in any way restrained or underage intoxicated guest. When the guests left the home, Leffler's home, and a fight broke out at a second address on Laurel Glen Drive, the plaintiff was allegedly beaten again, stabbed multiple times. This is the person who passed away. Interesting haircut, but okay. Hernandez is accused Leffler's negligence pro se, and recklessness. McGrath's father also sued the Lefflers earlier this year. The attorney office representing Leifer did not immediately respond to the inquiries of the Fox News. Police response to the 911 call regarding the fight holding occurred just before midnight of May 14th of 22. Oh, look where they put the heart and flowers. That's interesting. Valle was released on a $2 million bond just days after his arrest. I guess his parents have money because a $2 million bond, that is one hell of a bond. Wow. Thank you so much, June, for finding that. See, I have great mods. Y'all are amazing, y'all.
So we are going to adjourn for the day in a moment. So before I do that again, I'm going to do my daily reminder to the jury. So again, please, you must abide by the rule of juror conduct that I described to you at the beginning of this trial and the instructions that I gave you, the end of the first day of trial, and the ones that I have repeatedly told you to continue to abide by.
We have heard about a motorcycle helmet. Helmet was on the first day. I don't think you were on at that point. But yeah, somebody was beaten with a motorcycle helmet. So we are done for the day on this case. My little nimble fingers will not be done for the day. Oh, snap it. I will be beating probably till 6:30, and then I'll have a break. There we go. So anyway, that said, we will be back here again tomorrow. So we heard a lot of the same. Witness after witness. One witness was stabbed once in the fatty tissue of the arm. He was a big linebacker looking dude. Back came out of it, stitched him up. Another guy was stabbed 4 times. This guy was stabbed 3 times. And then, of course, the victim who passed away. We heard about the injuries from the treating physicians. So that's, I think that I will be following the trial if the parents get sued and it does go on YouTube. We'll follow that. Okay, you posted the article that June found in our member chat on Discord. Let me look. Why is Reed popping up again? Let me look in member chat. That was mod chat. Okay, the mod chat. I don't see anything in member chat. You'll post it. Thank you for posting it. Appreciate it. Are you still on, Aaron E? I thought your hat was a straw hat, Aaron E. Does not need to be felt hat. Felt hats are really expensive. The hat alone, this hat alone is $180 felt hat. Yeah, that's a $180 hat. The hat by itself is $180. So I don't do inexpensive felt hats because the felt won't hold the beads. I'm answering your question. You want to change your hat to a straw hat? That's what I thought you were getting. Felt hats are $180 before I even touch it. That's how much it cost me to buy it because the hat is a high quality felt. The cheap felt won't hold the weight of the beads very well and it looks like crap. It turns out doing this weird wave and you can't get it out. So anyway, everybody, thank you so much for sticking around and thank you so much for being here. It has been a pleasure having you here as my guest. We're going to do the giveaways, but before we do, let's go ahead and look here. Let me get back over here and pull up our bingo card. By the way, if I sometimes forget to do the bingo thing, don't worry about it. I do the drawings. I'll let you know the next day. Right now, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bingos on my card. 10, 11, 12. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Anyway, so we're going to go over here. If you haven't already, put your bingos in. That'll be the last one I draw. If you have shared, put I shared, ISHARED, just like this here. And if you subbed, we've got 3 subs. Aw, thank you so much. If you liked, we only have 9 likes. Come on, guys. We can do better than that. Intoxication of alcohol can very well cause a delay in the response and understanding that you are injured. Yes, and so can adrenaline. I posted the article about the parents in our Discord. Yes, you did. I do see it. Thank you very much, my dear. It is there in members only chat. In members only chat. So it makes sense. Yep, it sure does. So we're going to go ahead and do the I shared drawing. Let's go ahead and get that going. Let me get the music on. We need some good music. Let's do the bounce music. Here we go, guys. Let's see who won. I got to move these beads before I spill them. That would be a freaking nightmare. Come on, Ronnie, you won. I'll do another drawing. If my mod wins a draw, I automatically do a second. They're included, but I do a second. Diane, woohoo! Yeah. Do the ice up. Aaron, woohoo! Congratulations, my dear. All right, the I like. Get your bingos in right now, guys. If you bingo, put I bingo right now. Uh-oh, sorry. Hello, it's a All right, we'll do an extra bingo drawing in a second. I do want to say that congratulations. Hello, it's Brit, Aaron E. And I accidentally deleted that one. Thirst is he off? Yes, it is. By the way, those of you who don't know, Miss Eagle Cobb is a dear friend of mine, and she's got extensive medical knowledge, and I agree with her 100%. That is often a result of heavy bleeding is extreme thirst. That is true, very true. That is, yeah, a lot of war movies, you'll see them asking for water. That's just a way that you know they're dying. That's their way of prepping you for it. But yes, so he's lucky to have lived. Okay, we're going to do the bingos. Are y'all ready? Let me get it going. Come on, let's do this one. And here we go. This is the bingo drawing. One sunny day. Woohoo! Congratulations, you won. Oh my gosh, you were so lucky, y'all. So it won't stop. It likes you. Stop. All right, all congratulations to all of our lucky winners. We appreciate you so very much. So we are going to definitely be back here first thing tomorrow morning. At 9 o'clock again, my time, 8 o'clock East time. Congratulations to the winners, the lifers of the parents' last names. Woohoo! One sunny day. All right, guys, it has been a day. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for all your comments, likes, subscribes, and your notification bells. Make sure they are turned on. Thank you to all the new people who are joining us. See you guys tomorrow morning. I'm going to go back and, well, my finger is starting to get a callus, but I'm going to go work on this. And then I've got college work to do, and I've got a lot going on tonight. But may you be blessed. Take care of your family and loved ones. Tell them you love them. You never know what tomorrow brings. Be kind to somebody who doesn't look like they're having a good day, because it could be you the next. Until we see you again, have a good night. Thank you so much. See ya. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.